हेलो गाइज म चाहिँ अनिस र म चाहिँ पिएन क्रुको इन्ट्री फेगर र यसपालि PMPL सिजन 4 एकदम टफ हुनुको कारणले हामी एकदम हाम्रो मेहनत गरेका छौं र PMGC पुग्नको लागि हाम्रो एकदम ड्रिम छ सधैँ जस्तो हामीले यसरी नै सपोर्ट गर्दिराख्नु होला यसरी नै माया गर्दिराख्नु होला र हाम्रो PUBG मोबाइल अफिसियल च्यानलमा त्यहाँ हाम्रो लाइभ हुने गर्छ त्यहाँ गएर हामीले सपोर्ट गर्न नभुल्नु होला थ्यांक यू सो मच
हेलो मेरो नाम विनय श्रेष्ठ अल्सो नोन एज र जोकर अनि अहिलेसम्मको हाम्रो PMPL को जर्नी एकदमै कठिन थियो अनि यसपालि धेरै नै टफ छ किन भन्दाखेरि सबै टिमहरूले आफ्नो बेस्ट दिइरहेका छन् अनि हामीले अरूबारे स्टडी पनि गरेका छौं र आफ्नो विकनेस पनि पत्ता लगाएका छौं त्यही भएर यसपालिको PMPL हाम्रो लागि अझै डिफरेन्ट हुन जान्छ हामीले PMPL सिजन 3 जित्न सकेनौं तर यसपालिको PMPL सिजन 4 मा हामीले आफ्नो अझै परफर्मेन्स बेटर दिन्छौं र जसले पनि हामीबाट धेरै एक्सपेक्टेशन्स अनि सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भएको छ उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद आगामी दिनमा पनि एकदमै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला अनि यो लाइभ ब्रोडकास्ट हुन्छ PUBG मोबाइल अफिसियलको च्यानलमा त्यहाँ आउनुहोस् हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस् अनि माया सधैँ देखाइरहनुहोस् धन्यवाद नमस्ते
हेलो एभ्रिवान मेरो नाम चाहिँ मलिक हो र म एज अ एसएल्टर खेल्छु विथ भाइब्स क्ल्यानबाट र हामीले यहाँसम्म पुग्नको लागि एकदमै मेहनत गरेको छौं हामी अझ मेहनत गर्नेवाला छौं हामीले भर्खरै PMC जितेको छौं र हामीसँग त्यो फर्म पनि छ र हामीले त्यो फर्मलाई अगाडि बढाएर हामी PMPL सिजन 4 जित्ने ट्राई गर्छौं र अहिलेसम्म जति नै हामीलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको छ त्यसको लागि एकदमै धन्यवाद र अपकमिङ डेजमा नि सपोर्ट गर्नुहुन्छ भनेर आशा गर्दछु र PMPL सिजन 4 को लाइभ हेर्न PUBG मोबाइल अफिसियल च्यानलमा आउनु होला र हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनुस्
Business with vibes.
This team has been playing against the odds the entire time and they have been beating the odds again and again. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the team will be able to accomplish once they actually do start playing in the PMPL South Asia Season 4 because I expect quite a lot. I mean, the underdogs, the dark horses, no matter what you call them, they know how to bring the aggression and the action to the table.
Well, sometimes that aggression that you talk about certainly goes against you. Now, that has to be the biggest challenge or the obstacle that they really have to overcome, right? You've got players like Delta who tend to go in really deep, who love to take those fights, but they need to know when to stop because that has again been one of those problems with vibes. Now, they need to really work out on that, play those circles and again, one of those biggest challenges that they will be facing is of course the other teams, right? What they have to offer on the table. But that being said, we would love to wish them all the best for their first tournament.
Team 7Cs.
Yeah, I mean, of course, talking about surprises, we did see that massive roster swap. And this has to be one of those only teams that has a mixed roster. You've got Bangladeshi players, you've got Nepali players. The biggest issue here is the communication that they need to develop. And I think somewhere down the line, this all comes down to Smokey to OP, right? He's been really consistent. Now, questions are, of course, going to be raised on as to how Fear and Memo are going to be performing because this is one of those teams, right? If they have their good days, I mean, if they're feeling themselves, they get a lot of kills and a lot of chicken dinners. And again, if on the regular days, they kind of tend to fluster up. So if they can maintain that consistency, I think they might have a good run.
But no matter what happens, I mean, we have known this team to sort of showcase their ability to adapt to the competition and rise up to the challenge. So I hope that they do that this time as well. And for that, good luck to Team 7Cs as well.
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to our virtual studio awesomeness right here at Season 4 of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Flora. Joining us once again on the analyst desk, of course, are going to be none other than the duo. It is Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma. How you guys doing, mates?
Well, I mean, I am doing awesome after yesterday's matches as it has been, but I guess today it's going to be even amazing because it's going to be critical for a few teams. I mean, you'll have to be in top 16, right?
They better be.
I mean, definitely. Being in the top 16 is definitely going to be a priority, as Ocean said, and they only have 4 matches to do that. That is something that, I mean, is going to build up a pressure on a lot of these teams. And a few of them are the biggest names of their region. So that
exactly
makes the thing entirely, like, it takes the intensity to a whole another level.
It so does. It's one of those jittery moments where you definitely want to have your teeth, right, going all across, and it's just like, oh, come on, get me through this top 16, please. But talking about the format itself, we of course are going to be looking at 20 teams in total, from which, during the league play, 16 teams move on forth into the Super Weekend itself. And when it comes to the importance of Super Weekend, I'll let Ocean handle that.
Yeah, talking about Super Weekend is going to be really important. I mean, you have to be in top 16 first things first, and then you move on to the Super Weekends. Your points just keep on getting added up with each and every Super Weekend, so you need to stay for the next Super Weekend as well. So in that, again, you'll have to be in top 16, right? So all those things, if you are there, if you're in the top 16 by the end of the final Super Weekend, that is the third Super Weekend, you get to be a part of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia finals that are going to be, obviously happening. We'll see that in the calendar for sure. But right now, today, 20 to 16, that's where it is for the finalization.
Exactly, and Varun, I mean, talking about the importance of league plays as well. I mean, today being the week 1, second day of league play, the final day, as of course Ocean did mention as well. These teams are going to have 4 opportunities with 4 individual matches they're going to be playing. But in all of that Super Weekend is what these teams are going to be rooting out for. But in all of this, of course, we're looking at the first 3 weeks that will have the Super Weekends. But in the finals, it's only the top 16 that move on forth.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, top 16 finals, the pressure, the gameplay, the level of gameplay is definitely going to go up. But before that, I mean, so we always like to say, all right, performing in the Super Weekend is what you need to do. But during the league play days, I mean, think about this. You take the league plays day too lightly, and then you miss out on the Super Weekend. You miss out on the points that you could have earned from those 15 matches that will be played, and also possibly the money you could have made from the Super Weekend.
And do you talking about the money itself? Of course, it is PMPL Season 4 this time around, and it is going to be a massive chunk of money that's available for these teams. $150,000 on the line. And in that, as so perfectly mentioned by Varun right here, the league plays day are important because the 2 days during the week that you get, you are going to be able to work towards those 8 matches in total that you have the opportunity to play. But as you do so, you need to be in the top 16. And as you participate in the Super Weekend, Ocean, let's talk the money and the opportunity that will be created through those Super Weekends for these teams.
I want to see who gets rich in the very first match of Super Weekend, right? Because every single winner chicken dinner gets you $1,000, and that's for sure. You're getting something from this one, and that's where Super Weekends are going to be, really a topsy-turvy curve for a lot of teams. If you're on second, and maybe you have 4 players. If your opponent is just one person and he does a 1v4, I mean, think about the frustration that you'll be giving up with for the next man. Like those things are going to be really minute.
That is so true. But in all of that, of course, every single game that you participate in, you're working towards those points. Those points is the gateway that lead you down towards those Super Weekends itself. And in that, well, it is the kill point that's going to be so very crucial. Of course, with that, the chicken dinner winner team walks away with 15 points. But alongside all of that, as we just mentioned, we've got 20 teams in total who have been subdivided in 5 individual groups. And starting right off the bat, it is going to be the real soldiers joining us from Group A. And this team had a miraculous run, Ocean, yesterday with 2 chicken dinners. And of course, getting themselves on the top of that leaderboard with 73 points.
Definitely. I mean, DRS is there. That's at first right now. But, well, I8 is there as well. That's at 16th position, right? They're kind of around the borderline for themselves. So they'll have to just, notch up their gameplay. Once again, if we talk about it, Zeus Esports doing pretty decent for themselves. Seal as well. But this is not all, right? There's a longer part of the story, right, Johnny?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, moving on to Group B, Zeus Esports. We want to see them perform, but yesterday was kind of a slow start for them. P and crew, R3D, Venom Legends, in fact, all over Group B. It was a slow start, but maybe there's going to be a little bit of a bounce back today from Zeus, from R3D, Venom Legends as well, because there's a lot of potential with this lineup and PN Crew. I mean, we did know there was going to be an impact on this team with Legend and Sandesh not being there anymore, but the impact was going to be this massive. That is definitely a surprise.
It certainly is. I mean, on the other front, as you so perfectly mentioned about Sandesh moving on towards the T2K itself, let's move on to Group C first and, of course, have a look at the next set of teams that are going to be participating right here in Group C. And this is where we saw some aggressive play that has been showcased from the side of Stalwart Esports. Ocean, I would say they've had a very consistent day one. Yeah. Would you agree?
I mean, specifically, Miramar matches have been really good for themselves. I mean, they obviously got one chicken dinner in the first ever Miramar that was played, right? So they have been looking really good for those kind of matches, the ones that actually give them the independency to play around the zone. They do that in perfect ease, and for that, their rotations are really good. I mean, they find their place inside the circle. Well, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors is one such team. I mean, they had 4 players. I mean, Sada was taken down in the last match. Still, 3 players managed to survive and get a chicken dinner for themselves. That showcases that they have their own unique style of gameplay.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on across through the list, Group D is going to be coming up on our screens any minute now. And in Group D, we are going to be looking at the next set of teams where we do have Dead Eyes Guys followed in with High Voltage. This is with Vibes and Clarity Esports. Now, This is with Vibes also had an amazing run in the final game yesterday, which brought them all the way up to the second position of the overall standing, which is the storyboard, as I like to call it, with that 51 point that they've been able to accumulate. But again, when it comes to DRS Gaming, the real soldiers have certainly made themselves proud and their fans proud because of the point difference that they've been able to create between the first and the second position itself. But that's not it. Varun, of course, as we move on through Group E, yesterday also we spoke about this. We've got the team right there that's sitting on the 20th spot, tuning in all the way from Australia, Paradox. This is going to be a tough 4 games for them.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, there's going to be a lot of pressure, as you mentioned, sitting on the last position in the rankings right now. And all they need to do is be in the top 16. But hey, I mean, I believe in them, and I know their fans believe in them as well, Paradox. Let's see if they have gone back yesterday, went back to the drawing board and figured out exactly how they want to take on the challenge that's being put up upon them by the rest of the teams from this lobby. Along with them, another interesting team is definitely going to be Future Station as well, because yesterday we did see them play quite unlike themselves, right? Because we saw them go heavily for those placement points, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how they are going to come into the matches today.
So true, mate. So true. Because again, I mean, Future Station, they've walked away with 31 placement points, 6 kill points itself. That has resulted in them finding themselves on the 8th spot. So looking pretty decent for now. Of course, that play style that they played yesterday worked out for them. But with that, let's move on to the overall ranking. As we are talking about points, we did discuss the real soldiers found themselves on the top of the leaderboard with 73 points. Look at that difference, Ocean, that they've created between themselves and the second, or rather all the teams in fact.
I mean, an average of 18 points per match, that's just incredible, right? That's ludicrous, the way DRS has been just moving forward with the gameplay. Versus with Vibes, the last match was good, and right now, obviously, it is the league stage, so staying in top 16 is the main motive, and that's what they are doing with East Stalwart as well, T2K. But still, moving forward, that's where I would say trouble start up, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, trouble is definitely going to be there, and things are not going to be easy for these lads as well. Because, I mean, we were super excited yesterday, by the way, for the PUBG Mobile Pro League, PMPL South Asia Season 4 to begin. And in all that excitement, something slipped our minds, right? That there is no way aim assist being used right now, and indicators for the map are turned off, so you won't get those footsteps on those on your mini map. And it is definitely a little bit of a challenge for the players to actually be in those extended team fights with all these things taken out of the equation.
Actually, in that, I have a really, really good example of what actually happens in those chaotic moments, as we will be just, looking forward to one of the fights that was really amazing. Look at this right now. I mean, obviously, blah, blah, blah was doing really good. But right now, if we just look at this moment, if we just pause at this moment, you see, obviously, there's like a lot of smoke that's being done around. And you talk about no sound visualization. Well, if you hear the gun sound coming up from one moment, look at blah, blah, blah right now. He's looking at left-hand side. But for the instance, he knows that there's Delta, right in front of him that's knocked down. He does not know about the other players. He might think that the players might just be onto this area. So he will just look at that area for 1 minute second And had he not had a cover from the backlines, look at him. He looks on the right and then he looks at rules right now. And this was the most important part. No doubt, this lad is fighting, but he's getting cover from the backlines as well. And that is Vishal, where it just, matters a lot. I mean, rules would have taken blah, blah, blah down right now. Otherwise, had he not had a cover. And let's talk about aim assist as well right now. Had the aim assist been on, Delta would have been the first one to be finished down instead of his own teammate, because aim assist works on two things. First things first, the person with the lower amount of HP will be taking the damage first if both the players are pretty close to each other. Well, that did not happen because of aim assist being off. And I mean, that's the most minute detail, and that's what actually made blah 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 survive in that one minute inch of a fight.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, it's all about, wook up your fun. It's also about, pick up your game. And that is where things are going to be. Small little details like changes like that are going to make a humongous difference in terms of the way the team is going to be moving forth in the information that they're able to collect. But alongside all of that, we do want to bring up another team to talk about. That's going to be Zeus Esports, a team that was not able to perform yesterday. We did see them participate in just a couple of fights, but also yesterday, Ocean, you also mentioned that as well, as did Johnny, that was just day number one. But today, we might see a different affair.
I mean, we would want to see a different affair from this team. I mean, IC is in the top fraggers, right? In the top 10 fraggers, if we just say. But the other lads, well, they'll have to step up the game, because if you remember last time's PMPL, obviously we're talking about Super Weekends and the finals, it was Joel, Godless, ABDE, like all of them were in top 10 players, right? So they were trying to mark up their impact. It's like they were trying to play a normal first day game. We know Zeus likes to just, get the information first from their opponents, and that is, the play style, the aggression and all, and then they bring up their own spark in the lobby. So maybe today, I would say we might just see a Zeus domination, maybe in 1 or 2 games. I mean, that's what they need for staying in the top 16, right?
Or Varun, there's a different question at hand. I mean, they're already finding themselves in the top 16, right? They have nothing more to discuss. They can just bring in that sort of a playstyle as well, stick it into the top 16, and then comes the Super Weekend. That's where it's going to be burst out damage all across from Zeus Esports, as we've seen. What do you think?
I mean, I agree with that. It is Zeus Esports, so you never know what to expect from them. We know the lads are really good with their gunplay, but in the league play days, maybe they're just trying to collect a lot of demos for themselves and see exactly what the other teams are doing. And when we jump into the Super Weekend, Zeus is going to be like, yeah, we studied you guys in the last 2 days, so now it's our time to shine.
And now you better beware. We are here, we're prepped, we're ready, we're going to be jumping into the action. But that's a different conversation for the Super Weekend. Right now, let's talk about the next 2 set of teams that I do want to bring up on our screens. That's going to be 7C Esports going against Venom Legends. These 2 teams also, Ocean, again, I mean, there's a lot of falling down, so to say, faltering down rather, from the performance of so many of these known teams.
I mean, it's really, really bad for these teams in one way, and that is, look at the damage dealt versus damage received, Johnny. I mean, whenever we have had this conversation, it's like, your damage dealt should be higher than the damage you received, but looks like these teams have been on the receiving end more and more, and that's because, first thing, they picked up bad fights, and secondly, they were not, progressive around their rotations. I mean, we talked about it, right? 13 minutes, 14 minutes of survival time shows only one thing, and that is you might be having 1 or 2 players surviving till the end of the game, but hey, you're 1 player versus the entire squad. It's most of the times, the numbers game is in the hands of the other squad that takes you down. So you are not getting the actual result that you want.
I mean, along with that, if I can add one thing, I mean, 7C, the reason for their weird sort of plays and weird team fights that we are seeing, I mean, one major reason is the communication issue that is going to be there with the team, because I mean, we know from the starting of the roster, it is going to be a different set of players from different regions coming together, and that is the unique point of 7Cs. But they do have some very experienced lads on their side, so I believe they're going to take some time to fix their communication issues, but after that is done, 7Cs, they're going to be back to their old ways, and they're going to be charging to the top.
Most certainly will be, but along with that, well, roster changes as you bring up, right? Roster changes is where I do want to bring up the conversation for the next 2 teams, where we do have I8 going up against the performance that was showcased from R3D Esports. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, for I8, I said this yesterday as well, they're just taking too many fights when there's no need for them to do it. Every single game they played yesterday, we saw them like they were trying to take those fights earlier on in those on those edges of the circle when they had the option to just disengage, get into a better position, make it to the late game stages. We know these guys, they're really good with their gunplay as well. I8, again, a lot of aggression, and they know how to get those kill points, but surviving to the late game stages is definitely going to be a priority for them.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of aggression, but a misplaced action play being showcased from them. But on the other front, I mean, when it comes down to the game itself, that is just day number 1, right? That's where we can put a probably full stop to them. And hopefully today will be a different affair as they find themselves on the 16th spot, as was mentioned by Ocean. But Ocean, on the other front, dude, where do you think is Clarity Esports lacking?
I mean, for Clarity Esports, it's one of a few conversations that, I would just, have to bring into the equation. First thing, obviously, they have higher survival time as compared to I8 when we are comparing the stats. But the thing is, they're not picking up fights in those survival times. You saw, obviously, there was one amazing fight that happened in the first Erangel. That was I8 versus Bablu only. That happened around a dip. But after that, we did not see them just, outshining in more and more of the fights on the giving end. But we actually saw them on the receiving end of the fights. And that is players getting caught off guard when they least expected they were being taken down. I mean, one more prime example is going to be when it was the ruins area. Paras, one player was just lying down. Paradox's one player was just lying down onto one side, and he tried to catch down players of Team Bablu off guard. Like, those off guard situations is something that they were not aware of. But I would say for today, they better do their homework. It's important.
Well, they most certainly will be. Again, I mean, I do understand, fans, that the desk right here is being a bit too ruthless to all of these teams, but we only are talking about day 1. As we move on to day 2 and the schedule on our screens, it is certainly going to be a completely different showcase from these talented teams and players. With that, we're going to be starting things off. Yesterday, it was Erangel to break things down to start off. Right now, it's going to be Miramar, where once again, Group E is not going to be participating. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, for the first game, Ocean won't get to say his favorite words, but from there on out, I believe we have more Miramars today, so it's going to be super exciting to watch. And again, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, Stalwart Esports, team that is currently eyeing the first position to qualify for the Super Weekend, they're going to look to see if they can just break down the momentum of DRS on this map, where they actually are doing well comparatively, just by 0.5 points there.
Absolutely, Ocean. In that, I mean, you did talk about the real soldiers. You did talk about Stalwart as well. So in today's anticipation, where do you think will there be? We all know the team that you're probably going to be naming, but on the other front, you did talk about Stalwart and Miramar map. So what are your expectations from them?
I mean, Stalwart and Miramar is just the same conversation that I was doing when we were talking about Stalwart, right? And that is, if they get an open area inside the circle for themselves, and that too in the final zones, they like to hold it. Yesterday it was Stalwart versus T2K, the fight that was happening. Right. T2K actually had to get inside the circle. But the way Stalwart was pushing up the pressure on their opponents, that was amazing. And that too in an open circle in the final zone. So I would love to see something like that. But if the zone maybe somehow shifts to the areas like Chumacera or maybe San Martin or Los Leones that are like city-like areas, then we might just see some other team just turning up the tides. And that's where teams like Zeus actually thrive. Zeus versus 7C that happened yesterday.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, as you bring up Stalwart's play, I am being remembered of those bolt actions that were being showcased from the dudes. It was so precise, so on point. But now they have another opportunity. And not only them, of course, all the other teams that are going to be participating from Group A all the way down to Group D. Thus implying it is time to get busy with the first game of the day. Thus, it is time to move on to our casters who are going to be jumping all across this entire virtual world. And it is going to be none other than XP and Play right here to take you through the games.
Thank you for that, Blotter. I'm a little disappointed, XP, that that Johnny decided not to be a boy in white as well. We're rocking his white T-shirts, we're rocking black, and Johnny's like, no, I'm gonna wear blue. What's up with that guy?
The line between light and dark is very thin. I love the fact that we're on the dark side, baby. All those guys can stick with their whites. I was just hoping that you're wearing something black and well, that you have the dark boys are here. But yeah, I think it's just that Baron Johnny, of course, he just likes being a sport, isn't it?
I know.
He just loves being one away from the bunch.
Hey, he has to be different. It's like, no, I want to stand out. I'm going to wear blue. Anyway, we're going to be finding out who's going to be standing out here. Day 2 about to go underway. It's going to be on Miramar. Then we have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. So 3 Miramars going to be played here today. So it's going to be Group A to Group D. We saw, I wouldn't say big surprises yesterday, XP, but the fact that Zeus had a bit of a slow start. Now, we've seen his team in multiple events so far, and we've seen them have slow starts. But what gets scary for their opposition is when they have a slow start, they suddenly start ramping it up, and that's when things get a little tricky for their opponents.
Absolutely. We were talking about it. This is a very hard-hitting team, and I guess they're going to start taking some revenge now, because this is going to be a little nerdy of me, as usual. But I did some research, and it turns out, all the conquest we learned about Mongolia way back when under Genghis Khan, it was out of retaliation. I think now these guys have taken quite a punch. They've taken a beating, and this is when they're going to come out swinging. So I think this is when they're most dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, they are called Zeus after all, right? The king of the gods after all. We also have the ex-Astro Academy squad. They got a chicken dinner yesterday. They were looking very good, but a team who I have been the most impressed with has been DRS, right? They got the chicken dinner. They had some very high fragging games even when they did not get the chicken dinner. And right now I do believe they're on top of the table. So they've come here making a statement. They're playing like it's a super weekend, not like a league stage. You know, you just have to be top 16. But they're like, we're not just going to place top 16. We're going to be on top of the hill when we play the super weekend. So they have looked fantastic. And also, XP got to remember, today's the second day, the last day of the group stage. If you place in the bottom 4, you're going to have to sit out the super weekend, and that's going to suck.
I think what hurts a bit more is just watching everyone, you know, racking up those points, and you're just looking, making notes. I mean, I hope people do make notes, you know, when they are sitting out. But talking about making notes, the real soldiers, they are living up to their name. They are playing as a tight-knit unit, and they are keeping their cool, especially when everybody else around them is losing theirs, you know. And they're cool under pressure, and it shows. I mean, they've been in situations where you and I, we both thought, they're done for. This is it. This is finally the team that's going to stop them. But you know, they surprise us. So I love the fact they've upped the aggression. That is something we definitely have seen. And I guess kudos to the Mongolian teams for, you know, letting everybody know that it's okay to be a bit more aggressive and go for those kills because, well, it makes everything so much better in this world of PUBG.
Absolutely. I feel like DR's aggression coming in has been a complete game changer for me as well. I do believe we have everyone in the server, in the lobby. They're going to bind the other on into the map anytime right now. But a couple of other teams we do want to touch upon. Usual suspects have High Voltage, again, known names, right? They have been comparatively a little quiet. Zeus Esports and S9, Seal 9, the other two Mongolian teams, they've been stepping it up as well. Stalwart, the ex-Astro Academy squad, they're getting a chicken dinner as well. So the usual suspects have stepped up, but some known names have been kind of struggling, at least on day one.
I mean, let's just quickly talk about 7C since you didn't mention them. Now, we know that these guys have done some miraculous things in the past, and right now, I do believe they are second from last as far as the table is concerned. They do share points with the team from Australia. Now, Para, again, they are new to this environment, so to speak. So, you know, it is a learning experience for them. And again, time will tell. Maybe they might sit out the first weekend, but it's something that they can still learn from because, you know, again, they are going to be keeping a keen eye on all the opponents during the Super Weekend. And again, you never know. We've said this before, Blay. One game can make it or break it. I mean, you get a good 20 kills in a game, and it's a 35-point leap to the top. So, you know, anything can happen. It's all about keeping a handle on your nerves.
Handle on your nerves. And I'm just taking a look at the top 16 right now. Obviously, it's not the top 20. So if you look at the top 16, we have PN Crew, R3D, A1 Esports, and I8. Now, they are in the top 16 at the beginning of day 2. They're halfway through right now, but there's always a real possibility, like you said, teams like Paradox, for example, after day 1 jitters has been done and dusted, they might just bounce back and potentially knock some of these teams down. So it's to see, for me personally, seeing Zeus, PN Crew, R3D, A1 Esports, and I8 in the bottom half of the table from the 11th to the 16th place is very, very surprising indeed.
I mean, it is surprising. I get it because, again, it's like our journey with these teams has continued from the last season because, you know, it just feels like we're kind of starting off where we left off in the last season. That is why it's kind of like a surprise. But you got to keep one thing in mind. Back then, a few teams did struggle at the beginning as well. But, you know, they caught their wind and then they got the job done, which I'm sure they're going to do right now because a little birdie just told me in my head that the game is going to be live, Capitan. And, well,
you have a bird in your head. Okay, that explains.
I have a lot of voices in my head.
That explains a lot of things. XP. We'll talk about how to deal with that later on. But right now, we will be jumping straight onto Miramar. It's going to be starting all the way down south, unless I'm very much mistaken. Yeah, it is going to be down south. It's going to be starting from the Prison Island and basically just going up straight north towards Torre Ahumada. Taking a look at the overall rankings, as I stated just a while back, XP, DRS, well ahead of everyone. We have Wizzies with Vibes looking fantastic. Stalwart, the Mongolian team as well. T2K, Seal, the usual suspects kind of on, you know, in the top 8. But like I said, the competition is so very high that you have names like PN Crew and A1 and I8 way at the bottom. So they'll be looking to turn the tide, you know, maybe hopefully just kind of righting the ship. Is that the right phrase? I'm not sure. I don't really play too much Sea of Thieves, and I'm not a Navy guy, XP, but is that the right phrase? No, right the ship.
As long as they set the ship on the straight course, everything is going to be
there. We go.
Alrighty. Now, as far as the teams are concerned, if you have a look, there's not a lot of points separating like 8th position from PM Crew. Of course, 17 points does seem like quite a bit, but again, it's doable in one game or two at max. So, again, I guess we're going to give them a little benefit of the doubt that it is day 2, so things are going to be a little slow, but at least one thing is for certain. The action is going to be never ending, as of course the first circle is going to form. Blay, what do you think it's going to be?
Okay, a little too late there. But
that's all right.
I was about to say south, so it's close enough. Okay, IA, all right? Top 16 right now, boys. Like, if there was a time for you to step it up, now is the time. You need to start climbing that ladder and making sure by the end of the day, you will have qualified for the Super Weekend. But the first challenge they have here, it is going to be Zeus Esports and Killer with an AK, but the Tommy is going to, almost come out on top. This is a very crucial battle here. And Killer, he's going for the aggressive peaks, but Blade is actually going to get the knock, and that's going to be an early kill going the way of I8.
I did kind of, it seemed like it's going to go the other way around because the two members of I8 were kind of surrounded by the SEAL team. However, the backup came in the nick of time, and it's SEAL who are one man down. But again, did you realize, although he was running in the open, he knew that there was only one angle that the opponent could peek out of, and he did make the best of it. Of course, cover fire coming in from his teammate was important, as Blade is now going to take the fight to Wally. Blade takes a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, he's by a sliver of HP, still alive, and that shotty to the face gets the job done. Of course, that AK putting him in the ground. I thought that was the other way around again. I8 are really stepping up, Blade.
Yes, they are. Makes me happy. Makes me happy to see these guys perform. And and by the way, the team they're facing off against is right now top 5 on the table. You can see Zeus Esports right now, and they're down to just 2 members. An early fight not quite panning out for the Mongolians. And I8 with a spectacular start. They haven't lost a single man either, actually, so that's good. Looking at the zone, though, I guess almost everyone's going to be kind of comfortable. Usually, we see much more slower rotations in Miramar because of how slow the zone is. But looking at this, I kind of feel, apart from maybe these super early skirmishes, we aren't going to be seeing too many fights breaking out unless Stalwart Esports go up against Deadeyes and Wizards with Vibes, because they're very close to each other up north.
They are close by, but again, this is Miramar, right? So the distance is immense, and I guess the action really is going to break out in 2 ways. Either we're going to have those typical long-range skirmishes that take place where we deplete each other's helmets and we basically cut down on utilities. And the second, of course, Blay, there's the moment those vehicles start rolling, bullets are going to be flying, and a lot of them are going to go boom. So that is when all the kills are usually racked up in Miramar, especially since, if you have a high enough position, if you have a bird's eye view, oh boy, you can see those vehicles moving at quite a distance. That is when the positions are given away. As of right now, everyone is going to be happy and content looting up, with the next circle basically forcing the next move.
R3D going to be taking a sweet time. Zeus as well have pretty much a free entry towards that. Is that a junkyard area? That is a junkyard area. And I see, and this is something we see quite often from Zeus, right? They have one player kind of being the reconnaissance guy, right? Going to be going well ahead of the team, clearing out any potential danger areas or any compounds where teams might be waiting for them. So don't really expect them to face much opposition right now towards towards north of Los Leones. As Bendita, we have P and Crew who are making the way inroads, and my prediction of Deadeye's guys potentially duking it out with Stalwart doesn't seem to be taking place here. Everyone's just going to be just making a mad dash for Los Leones, smack center of the map, it looks like.
It makes sense because, mind you, while you were just describing the positions, you got to keep one thing in mind. Everyone is not just anticipating, but expecting certain teams to land in certain positions because, you want to basically put your best foot forward. So if you're comfortable in City A, you're going to be dropping in City A time in, time out. So this is something that they are definitely keeping a check on, and are going to be anticipating that, maybe the enemy is in this position. So that is why movement is not going to be an issue right now. But again, like you mentioned, there does seem to be a migration towards Los Leones, and again, vehicles are going to be rolling, and I do hear something in the background. Expect some bullets to be hitting against that metal soon enough.
Let's see if that takes place. A few of the other teams being very placid, and as I say that, Wizards with Vibes, a team who have impressed me at least yesterday. And even though we have two teams, the name with the vibe, it's kind of interesting. Like the first time we see
logo,
the logos are similar. They have vibes in their names, but it looks like Wizzies with vibes seem to be just the superior team with vibes in their name. Right? They've been really vibing hard, taking fights, wiping out squads, which. In all honesty, I felt like they had no business winning some of these battles, but it's really cool to see new names, at least for me personally, right? I am not as well acquainted with a lot of the newer teams. Obviously, I know the usual suspects, right? Some of the Mongolian teams, PN Crews, your A1 Esports, all these guys, Team Bublu and and I8 and all these chaps. But you see some new teams come in, and you can be forgiven for expecting them not to really, deliver, because it's going to be the first time playing in the pro league. All eyes are on them. There's so much of pressure. But these guys, not just them, but even Vibes Esports, like, okay, they have no names, but this particular team though, Wizards with Vibes, I won't lie, I don't know these players that well, and they've really surprised me.
I'm going to have to, in pure fashion of how a duo should be, I'm going to have to go against you on that one. Because again, you got to understand one thing, that this PUBG culture that we are living in right now, these kids, they've grown up in it, right? They've seen the best of the best. I'll hold my thought for a second, because it looks like Crypto is a company and brave to the wall. Dante is going to be blocked out. When
another affection play there from Mr. But they exactly where to play with. That second nade not that good from Blade. A smoke will be deployed, however. But this is not looking that good for A1. They pushed up to the compound, trying to take it away from I8, but I8 are having none of it. They're going to be holding their ground. Jax has been rezzed, and they do have Dante from above, looking to provide a bit of cover, provide maybe a pathway of smokes for his teammates to make their escape, and it looks like they might do so. But still, I8, 3 members, they're looking to take down a vehicle, and Dante's doing his very best to try and provide a covering fire, and it looks like it is going to be a successful mission.
They do make it to safety after all, and elsewhere, a man after my own heart, PN Crew, took a sniper shot at Godless and got him with an M24 headshot. I just had to put that out there. Finally, some sniping action for me, as Blade is going to be taken apart from distance, and it's going to be Sinister Scarrel that does all the talking. Now, A1 Esports, Blade, they have kind of regrouped in this building, so we're basically back to even Stevens. It's a stalemate once again, and now it's going to be a war of attrition. And there you have it. Nixon lines it up, sees Godless, lets that bullet fly, and boom goes the helmet. That's beautiful.
That's a pixel shot. That's the tiny pixel shot. Even with the X-ray on, I could barely see his head. And he just nails probably one of the best shots we've seen so far in the tournament very early on. The zone will be closing in. Now, you got to bear in mind, though, I8, we have 3 members there. Where's the 4th? You look at the map, you can see him somewhere a little bit outside. He has eyes. He's in a vehicle as well. Now, what is he going to be up to? It is Uzum. And he seems to be grouping up with his teammates, which is interesting. I feel like his position, since it was unknown to A1, he could have provided extra information to his teammates.
I disagree, because right now there's a plethora of teams heading towards Los Leones, so he doesn't want to be caught out in the opening. There you have it. I mean, A1 could get a few shots on him, but there are multitudes of teams coming in. So I think maybe not the same building. They might want to set up a crossfire, and oh my goodness, would you have a look at that? It is Sniper's Paradise, ladies and gentlemen, as an AWM is going to be dropping in a field all by its lonesome with no one once again to pick it up. I mean, that's just how it goes, right? I think that's the law. If an AWM drops, no one picks it up, right? Am I getting it confused, Play?
I don't know. It's just sad. We do have Venom Legends who are right now languishing kind of the bottom half, but right now this is a good position. Yeah, they're not in a good position on the table, but they are in a good position on the map, and they have eyes on Zeus. If you can quickly bring up the minimap real quickly here for a second, production. There we go. So this is something which Ocean pointed out in our group chat as well. He said how 7C, they had actually dropped in 2 separate locations, right? 2 of them had dropped towards Puerto Parayo, and a couple of them had dropped further south. So they were playing like a 2-2 split, which Ocean had mentioned that it wasn't probably a good strategy, considering that they need to qualify and they're struggling at the bottom, languishing at the bottom right now. But fortunately for them, they have managed to regroup together. So that initial fear that our analysts probably had, it's been kind of abated for the time being. They still need to get the kills, though, but at least they have all 4 alive.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean, as far as splitting up is concerned, it's all part of the game plan, right? I mean, as a team, if you drop down in the wrong location, you could be wiped out. So you are taking a gamble every single drop down, but if you have confidence in your gameplay and your teammate who's with you, you can really overcome a lot. But right now, as the teams are going to be congregating on one another, I did kind of see one thing that was interesting in the map feed. Los Leones, especially the main road running right through the city, is where I-8 is facing off against A1 Esports, and it just makes for a picturesque scene as the Mini 14 of Crypto lays off a few shots, and we do have the knock coming in earlier. Again, they're just going to be trading a few knocks here and there, Blay.
Yeah.
Oh, the finish coming in as well.
That was, I feel, a little foolhardy from the A1 member there, because it's like
Sinister
where
should not have
I8
been
are.
there.
Yeah, and why would it just drop out there? You should know for a fact there's going to be at least one player keeping an eye out. So a free kill for I8, but that was gifted to them by A1. So right now it's going to be a bit of a standoff. Another AWM dropping, but there is a team nearby. It's Praveen and his merry men in the form of Vibes.
Now the question is, are they going to vibe hard with that AWM?
Oh, yeah,
do
they
they
are.
have a sniper in their roster? They
Take it.
do. Well, they're going to pick it up. I mean, one bullet is going to basically get them that much closer to victory.
Go for it.
He's tempted. He's making sure
They're
the
so
coast
paranoid.
is clear.
No, it's all right. Go for it. Worth it. You die,
sure
it's
right
still
now-
worth it.
Killer's probably envisioning, I wonder what's in that crate. And
He's
Jiggle's like, wait a
going for it.
second.
He's going for it. No.
Oh,
no. Yes.
I like the fact he just dropped his level 3 helmet to make
yes.
sure they don't waste time. Beautiful.
I love
That's what
that.
teamwork's about.
And even if he does get taken down, it's like at least my teammate will still have it. I guess it's
I
kind of like a
wonder-
contingency. Oh, there's
I wonder
smack
if
in the
he-
center.
I wonder if he does a little bit of a happy emote as soon as you realize he's got that big bad gun, and there you have it.
And a level 3 as well.
Alrighty, so now Vibes are dead smack
I like that
center of the
skid.
circle. What they need to do, Play, is they need to hold down the fort. Now, I get it. Maybe you have a sniper in a higher position on one of the mountains. The other members need to fortify one of the buildings nearby because, again, like I said, have a look at the circle. The dead smack center, they are going to be in the crosshairs of a lot of teams real soon.
Well, oh well. Bit of a skirmish here, Slayer. The ump. Not quite the weapon for that particular range. It deals a little bit of a tickle, but Blend is still going for more. I'm not a big fan of Blend being out in the open here. Like, there's always a chance someone else could be having the eyes peeled. He's moving in with his teammate, though, nearby, but that's also full kind of like walking out of the cover they had, right? It's going to be a bit of uncharted territory, so I'm not a big fan of this. And if you take a look at Joker with, that's the gun you want to have at that range. What a spray. What a spray with an M4.
It looks like Adil has an idea that someone's nearby and he wants to take the fight to PN Crew. Now, mind you, both teams are in the circle, and you did kind of mention that, Blend is out in the open. However, they have this little dip to work with, but I would give advantage to R3D if they can traverse a bit more ground and get another angle, because if I have a look at the minimap, not a lot of teams are nearby. This could be just a skirmish between the two teams because the only one in the vicinity play is Stalwart Esports. You have a look towards the west of their position, and down south, we've got Wizzes with Vibes who could be engaged with Zeus Esports. So right now, R3D, I think they are going to be taking the fight. Question is, are they going to spread out and engulf them? Or is PN Crew going to maneuver? Because have a look at Nixon and Slayer's position. They've already started moving down south, anticipating an attack.
DRS slowly coming on into the circle. This is more like the old DRS I'm used to, right? Where like they're nowhere to be found, and then you just see them sneaking into the zone. I8 though, this stand has been going on for about 10 minutes now. Although I8 have come out on top, getting them one kill. The problem here is for A1, where did it go from here, right? Like it's almost like a waiting game. Over here, R3D and PN Crew as well. Everyone just waiting. I'm feeling very uncomfortable for Hassan. I'm very uncomfortable for him because he doesn't seem to be aware of where the other two members of PN Crew are, and he is exposed.
Now, what could be happening is the other two members of PN Crew are trying to get that same ridge that they're on, but from the southern angle. So they could have a little bit of a crossfire breaking out. Now, you did mention A1. I did want to bring up Venom Legends. They could have been a little bit of a thorn in the side of I8. However, have a look at that. They've stopped just a little bit short, right at the edge of the circle. Ooh. And lo and behold, Blay, the next circle is going to favor their position as well. So again, this stalemate shall continue.
Look at 7C. Look at 7C. They're going to brave the blue, but that means Fear, I believe. I'm not sure if he got shot or if he got taken down by the blue. I'm assuming he just got shot there, but things aren't looking that good for 7C right now. Meanwhile, Bled will be taken down. The PN Crew losing a member in a vehicle, and they need to make up their mind. They need to regroup ASAP because they're playing a very dangerous game. And considering how low they are on the table, they're a team who needs to try and play for the placement points and ensure they get top 16 by the end of the day, or else things are going to be pretty rough. Vibes are still vibing hard, XP. They are not smack center of the circle, but in a very comfortable spot. But looking at the plays, and we can just bring it up real quickly. We can just take a look at the map. I8 and A1. It feels like this particular stalemate is going to continue because both these two teams are pretty much smack center of the map.
And I like how they're moving in tandem with one another as they're traversing the circles. But again, talking about vibes, man, they had another airdrop right on them with an AUG. So I think as far as the arsenal is concerned, they should be welcoming it out. And Void with a Hail Mary for grenade, that looks good. It's going to be just a little bit too short as Zeke is going to be still all right, but the Void with his Mini 14 does catch Baron off guard. And with that, Seal, I do believe, are down to a one-man squad. That is not what the Mongolians had expected when they started this game out.
Yeah. Still a very low fragging game so far. Oh, Ayush. That's gotta suck. I'm okay. I'm gonna say it. I'm very confused with what PN Crew are doing. Do you, like, does your expert mind have some insight for us? Because I'm just, what are they up to?
See, I guess the thing is they left it a bit too late when they were fighting against R3D, and now they've been a little bit of a pickle, and there you have it. Just as I said that they are going to be eliminated. Now, this was a kill Wally situation. They should not have been in that dip. Again, they let it too late when R3D was pushing at one end Blay. And I did kind of mention that towards the south, we did have the Wizards with vibes. They would have been waiting as the last member of Seal is going to be found out as well. So again, now this is when in quick succession, teams are going to be toppling over one another. But PN Crew, I do believe they let it off a bit too late, and they were getting shot at from R3D at one end, Wizards with Vibe at the other. And mind you, the first player went down to Stalwart Esports from distance.
This is going to get very messy here. Zeus, IC's in a bit of a rough spot, isn't he? He can't get back inside. The moment he tries to push towards his team, is going to be screwed. DRS are in a bit of a pickle here. They need to push on in, but they have to contend with Venom Legends. And after they find Venom Legends, there's another team they have to face off inside a compound. And Venom Legends are doing a fantastic job just bombarding DRS, not allowing them up this little hill. So it's either the blue or they have to face the bullets. So they've lost a member already. AJ is bleeding out. He's going to be knocked down as well. And one by one, DRS, they're getting punished for this late rotation XP. It's all on Galzin, and Venom Legends are pushing in for the kill. They're looking to wipe out the kings off the table here, and Galzin has to do everything alone, and he cannot hold his own. It is going to be Venom Legends with a massive wipe. They completely dismantled DRS, getting all 4 kills without losing a single player as well. That is a huge team wipe to fight.
Well, they didn't lose a single player, but they definitely decapitated the table leaders over there, wiping them off the map of Miramar. And mind you, it did kind of seem like, Clarity could have played a little bit of a thorn. DRS were pinned down, like you mentioned. They had their backs against the blue. They had Venom Legends straight up ahead of them. And if they went left, they had another team lying in wait. Now, what worked for Venom was that little flat top mountain. But right now, Bablu Zibian, I beg your pardon, with his Mini 14 is picking a long distance fight with HV. And does look like High Voltage only have a few ridges to play with. The question is, are they going to be happy with the circle that's formed?
Come on, Bablu. Show us what he got.
Oh, they're way out.
I mean, isn't it Ocean? His Cube saying Miramar is theirs? Like, Bablu Team Bablu owns Miramar. Well, it's time for them to show it. And I really hope they do. They've been very quiet so far. And they're going to be evacuating the premises, and why not? The zone is definitely not favoring them, and they have to head up.
They have a long way.
They have a long way, and a lot of teams, and they're en route to safety as well. Meanwhile, Stalwart are absolutely wrecking RAW Raw. Sada and Joker having to duke it out against Apex. And Apex, he's trying to be the Apex Predator in a server. Pika will be res by top, and Action is going to be joining the fray as well. Immediately alighting from his buggy. They're taking the fight. They're trying to prevent the rest from taking place. And Joker has a lot of work to do. But the nade's going to find him, I believe. And that should be it for Raw. They have been completely obliterated.
Wait a second.
Wait, what?
Wait a second. How did that happen? I thought they saw them. Maybe they did not see them in the distance over there. His attention was not there, but that was not supposed to be the way it was. That could have gone ugly.
I really thought that was a bug. I'm like, wait, he's dead, right? And no, he was still alive and kicking. So
maybe guess what? I think playing dead actually works. But looks like Venom Legends are going to be pushing up on IX position. Ozim and Blade have the work cut out. Steel Shot go inside the building. Around the bookcase, he shoots. And wrapping up. And they got a switch, and that Blade comes in as well. And finally, Steel Shot gets the job done. He needed 2 weapons. 1 magazine was not enough for the members from IA. That was beautiful.
Okay, Steel Shot. Oh, that was a hectic battle. I
got nervous for him.
Battle, yes, and he somehow. But here's the thing. Even if he got taken down, his teammates were still up and running. So the team wipe would have still been a confirmed thing. But the fact that they do it so cleanly, leaving so many of the players alive, is definitely going to be a good thing for Venom Legends. They still have 3 in the server. Zeus, though. Here they are, all 4 of the Mongolian Horde, and they're looking to take down Wizzies with Vibes. Delta in the smoke. 1 member of Vibes have been knocked down. Delta in the smoke. Is he going to be spotted out? I don't think they know where he is. He's hearing all the commotion. He can hear the footsteps. He can take him down from behind. He takes out his silenced weapon, and he just finds 1 knock before he gets taken down to his knees as well as Zeus. 2 men down, but not out. The rest is going to be coming in. And look at ABDE trying to provide a cover fire. 1 well-placed nade could completely ruin Wizzies with Vibes. And look at Jiggle in the meantime with that. Oh, he's just knocking heads with that sniper rifle of his. Rez going to be coming in. But Roots has a lot of work to do. He needs to ensure that Zeus don't push it any further. Is that a name? Oh, I guess it's just a smoke. Yep, should be a smoke. Just to provide semblance of cover for them as they try to regroup and heal themselves. But Zeus are still looking for that kill. And here we go. Oh! Arm shots with Jiggle. There we go. He picks it up, XP, and he makes it work.
Mind you, let me tell you something over here. Lovely play by Delta over there. Although he did lose his life, he gave Wizards with Vibes enough time to recoup and get out of there because Zeus Esports realized they've got all the men back on their feet and they are out of there. They are going to be going to the next position, trying to gatekeep Wizards with Vibes out. But first, they've got to take care of this lone remnant from 7C. He is 1 man standing on top of the hill. Can he defend it?
Well, Zeus have other troubles. Malik is being a very, very big thorn in their side. And with that, I do believe Zeus has lost 1 member. Yep, Icy's done. ABDE, Yol, and Godless having to do a lot of work here. Extreme, meanwhile, unleashing onto Team Bublu. And Bublu having to take the fight, and it's going to be Zibian who's going to get the knock and the elimination. Venom Legends will bid us adieu, but what a game they had here, XP. 10 points, and they will be reasonably happy with the performance here.
Reasonably happy indeed, and well, it looks like Zeus are going to be stepping up as far as the action is concerned. They are laying down some bodies in the ground in the distance. And quickly speaking about Bublu, I do believe they are down 1 member. However, the circle was kind of pushing in. I wonder if the revive's going to come in. I doubt it. 3-man squad at this moment is still going to be alive because we've got 6 teams in contention for the first chicken dinner. 14 players still alive, and ABDE, I thought he almost had an angle up top because if he looks down below, he might just spot Malik and Rules surviving by a thread. Malik is already down on his knees. There is no way he's getting back up, and Rules does spot the enemy up top, but it's not going to be enough as 2 weapons were trained on him. And with that, I do believe another team bites the dust.
Good spacing from Zeus, right? They ensured even if they come across a player, there would be 2 of them taking the fight, not just 1. Meanwhile, Bublu now going up against Killer from Vibes, and Killer is taking a lot of damage, and Zibian's aware of it. He's going to get the knock, zigging and zagging. He's looking for more. Spot of Praveen as well. He's going to go for the wild spray, but Praveen will drop him. And Vibes, they still have... Oh, it's a 1v1 there. If he not found Praveen, it would have been a complete wipe, but Vibes will survive, XP. It's a 3v3, the 2 Mongolian teams and Team Vibes.
Mind you, the gods of PUBG are happy with Vibes because they have 3 airdrop weapons, and that M249 right now just literally cut through the enemy like a hot knife through butter, and they're not done yet. Still in the game with 3 members alive. That means Zeus are going to be going up against Stalwart Esports and the boys from Vibes. It's going to be this is it. We're down to the final 3 teams in the blink of an eye.
Stalwart's in a very uncomfortable spot. They're downhill. They don't have much cover. And Zeus have a perfect line of sight on them. So if they want to take on Zeus, they need to land some crispy headshots.
However, Zeus are going to have to contend with Vibes before they can take the fight with Stalwart. So Stalwart can actually capitalize on this and be a little parasitic.
Yeah, they could indeed. They could try and sneak on in. But Zeus can be very cognizant of that fact as well. They have control of not just the hill, but the zone as well. Half the zone is in control with Zeus Esports right now, and they have the cover of that ridge. So if Vibes want to go and try and flank from the left-hand side of where we see, it could be perfect for them. But look at Zeus. They got the one knock, and are immediately going to be unleashing a barrage of nades on towards Vibes, hoping to find another knock or maybe at least confirm the kill. But it will not be the case. Vibes will have time to get the res, but eventually they need to make a move. And look at Stalwart XP. They're trying to use all the commotion to sneak on in, but they're getting shot by both the teams.
Again, like I said, opportunistic parasites overhead. They are trying to make the most of the advantage, but they are going to be caught off. Zeus are just in a sublime position, raining down death from above as Apex is going to get taken down. Top gets taken down on this action. It is going to be the last man standing for his team. The question is how long? And there you have it. It's answered. Not long enough because they have been eliminated, which means it is going to be a final showdown between Vibes, who actually have surprised me tremendously in this game, up against the gods of Olympus themselves, Zeus.
Man, it's a new team name, but it's Praveen, Jiggle, and Killer. We know these guys.
Yeah,
we know
these boys.
Carnage, right? Their old team, unless memory serves me wrong.
I do not want to be incorrect.
I do believe it's Carnage Esports. I could be completely wrong, but I really believe it is. And yeah, I've seen these guys clutch time and time again, so we'll never count them out.
I've seen Jiggle do his thing.
Jiggle especially. Jiggle is a clutch god. The guy is his sheer game sense and how to approach a situation is fantastic. But now this is not about game sense. You're going up against goddamn Zeus, and they're on a mountain.
I was just going to say, just look at the names in front of you, and again, now this is all going to come down to their skill. It's also going to come down to the nerves because again, their hands are going to be shaking. The adrenaline right now, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coursing through their veins, and even the best of the best can falter. One tiny mistake could put them in the ground, but have a look at that. They know exactly where the enemy are, especially the anticipation grenades have been lobbed. Question is that a good trajectory? Because if you have a look at Zeus's point of view play, they don't have a lot of cover. They have that one little tip where ABDE is currently behind. However, Godless in a good position, but that slope could be a bit problematic. As far as Vibes, they have the higher ground, and well, that little extra box for cover never helps. Never does not help, does it?
It doesn't, but this is a problem. Zeus still have the zone, right? So Vibes need to move on in, and they've deployed a few smokes to try and obscure the vision of Zeus. ABDE. He's in small. Oh, look at Joel pushing in from the side. Don't be expecting this. He's got a silence UMP as well. In the meantime, ABDE chasing the fight with Praveen. He's going to get the knock. No, he's not. He's going to get knocked down. But then Godless has a lot of work to do. Joel will be finished off. And somehow, they managed to knock down the gods from the heavens. Wow.
It came down to a 1v1 at the very end, and I thought it was just a straight bullet that caught them off guard, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner chicken dinner is going to go the Vibes' way. Old names in a new organization, a new team, and there you have, they got the job done. Let me tell you one thing, Blake. Can I actually tell you what helped?
Go on.
It was that AWM, baby. It was that big bad gun that set them up from the beginning. It was that M249. It was the heavens above that led them to victory. But of course, what a wonderful start to day 2. I love it.
Yeah, what a start. And it looked like Zeus had it right. They had like, I think 10 kills and like 11 kills in total. And you're like, all right, here we go. It's the Mongolian boys coming on top. But no, Vibes, they defy the odds. It's a 3v3. And instead of waiting, I think the biggest mistake a lot of teams make against something against Zeus is you wait for them to go for the push. And you try and hold your ground. But you just get swamped and overrun just with the sheer firepower Zeus possesses. Here, they took the fight to Zeus and they come out on top. It did come down to 1v1, but what a play. We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and then of course we have the desk to break down that fantastic map of Miramar.
Are you keeping it real?
dudes, what a game. What an exciting, exhilarating game that was. I mean, talk about that. But before we do, of course, welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. But with that, getting back to the conversation, that is exactly what was needed to start day number 2 off with Ocean.
I mean, exactly. When we saw the early fights that were happening, not exactly fights, but around Los Leones with I8, A1 Esports, it was kind of a skirmish happening, and the circle started moving around that direction. That just helped these players, Johnny.
Exactly. I mean, there was a lot of things, as you mentioned, along with the circle that was there to help these lads out. But hey, let's not forget, Zeus is back in action. I mean, slowly and steadily, the boys are bringing themselves back into the lobby, into the rankings, and well, the MVP of this game, it is going to be Zol from Zeus Esports. 4 kills secured. Even in that final fight, did try his level best to sort of bring his team back into the action against Vibes, but Vibes also, they were a little bit better in the situation.
Yeah. I'd agree. I mean, XP mentioned it, right? As soon as they got that bold action, Vibes were vibing through and through, and that was just working in their favor one after the other. But on the other front, Ocean, I do want to ask you, from the side of Zeus Esports, it seemed like a bit of a shaky gameplay coming in from them. I mean, they were so quiet till the time they moved into the final moments itself, and then they completely blasted off.
I mean, even in the final moment, I mean, there was Stalwart, there was, Clarity Bubblu, there was Vibes, and there was Zeus, right? These 4 teams were surviving. But for Zeus, I would say, especially Zeol, one thing that he thought will work out in his favor was, the minute rotation that he was doing with that ump in his hands, moving around to the backlines of his opponents. Yeah, he did try to go that way, but he was caught off by his opponent, right? They did see him coming. They might not have expected him, but when they saw him, they took him down as the first potential target. But not him, just Godless. I mean, the lad, the major thing that went wrong for Godless is he did not have a helmet. His vest was completely damaged in the final fight where it mattered the most.
It absolutely did. But talking about the plays itself that was created right here, this has been a phenomenal change of strategy altogether coming in from the side of Zeus Esports, because they have started up. But on the other front, Stalwart, top 2A. Dude walked away with 0 kills, but 956 damage. Now that, it's debatable, Ocean. A good game, a bad fight, what?
Oh, I mean, so for Stalwart, I would say it's still a good fight because they were in top 4, right, overall. So it's really good for themselves. But hey, I mean, Johnny, 40% of damage, 40% of survival time, and then the kill department, it's nothing. There's still the lad manages to be in top 5. Just think about the chaos that he created. So I would say this lad has assists. That's my saying, maybe. This lad has assists for his team.
He was defying maths, Ocean. Do you like that?
Exactly. You have to do that to me, right? You had to do that to me. No, I hate you now. I hate it.
Well, we're going to put you on the spot from time to time because, you've been so vocal about the fact that you love them numbers. And these numbers, I mean, again, it's just absolutely ferocious play being showcased from them, as well as the other teams, of course, with that,
just
as
like
you
I said,
through the math summary, right?
Just like I said, assist. This lad has assist. See, maths is working in my favor, Ken. This lad has assist. That's where his damage is. That's where it is. Maximum assist from this lad. But, given the fact, I mean, we saw from Vibes the usage of AWM. You see that in the longest distance kills as well. I mean, coming down from Jiggle, obviously, just the lad went for the weapon, but Steel Shot with 5 kills. Venom Legends especially, I mean, we were having this discussion backlines, right, Lakshan? That was, Venom Legends, they were kind of on their own bold moves, and it kind of is helping them right now, but I hope it does help them by the end of the day as well.
Exactly. I mean, Varun, you were also part of the conversation as well, as we were just discussing. I mean, being at that particular position for Venom Legends and then being able to stomp over DRS completely, and then with that momentum pushing on forth, that was, I mean, Steel Shot 2v1 situation right there.
Yeah.
Just call-out play coming in.
I mean, it was definitely a play that was quite required from Venom Legends, but they need to be consistent with this sort of performance, because this is what I wanted to talk about. Even though they got all those kills in the early stages of the game, I mean, had they survived a little bit longer, they could have walked away with a lot more points. 11 points coming in, it is definitely going to be a boost on the overall leaderboard, but still, we need them to do this at least 2 more times, and then they're good to go for the Super Weekend.
They most certainly are. On the other front, Ocean, another team that we were mentioning about was the side of course, Zeus Esports and their rotation.
I mean, 7C, I would just go for the zone for sure in a while to just discuss about their rotations because they had so many bold moves right from the start. They dropped, like 2 players dropped in Puerto Palacio. Meanwhile, 2 players dropped right next to DRS and Seal was moving from those lines as well. Just think about it. 2 players versus maybe 8 players. If anyone would have spotted them, it would have taken those 2 players out. Well, they did not get the placement point. They did not get the kill points because of that they were not taking fights and they were away from the zone. That's where the chaos is, right? They were away from the zone for the maximum amount of time. So it kind of changed a lot of things. But A1 Esports and I8, one team did get pretty good numbers for themselves in the kill department, whilst the other kind of suffered around the areas of lost learners.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it was required as well, sorry, for I8.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. I mean, it's I8. Them getting kills is not unusual, right? I mean, that's their thing. Yeah. But we need them to start picking up those placement points because that is the thing that's lacking for the side of I8. And also, I have a question for both of you. What's going on with PN Crew?
I mean, I was exactly going to talk about that. You remember PN Crew? It was a team that used to clutch around in Miramar, right? But I would say few bad decisions. That is just one game of it. It might not happen again. It won't happen again. That's my thinking.
And now if that's your thinking, mate, it is time for you to take on the show through with the zone analysis. Well, because there were so many teams making some crazy rotations in this game.
Yeah, in this one, let's just keep it here. Let's just pause it here right now. All of a sudden, let's just not move forward. And for my thing, it's going to be, look at where DRS is right now, right? And look at where 7Cs. This is what I was saying, right? 2 players were just here previously. They started moving towards their own teammates and they were met by Seals players. Now, first things first. You see the circle, right? DRS starts moving and their movement is so unusual that they actually come down to this side. But as soon as they actually come down to this side, the zone shrinks and the zone is around this area, so they'll have to move again and they move from the backlines. So for actually Venom Legends and DRS, they were never able to hold the zone, as we'll see in the upcoming circles. You'll see where the team is. Right now, yeah, they have the circle for themselves. They have the rotations for themselves. This is the standard shift. In these kind of circles, it's Raw and R3D that were kind of just struggling. But look at now, at this moment, look at where DRS is and look at where, from where they'll have to move. Like these southern teams had so much on their minds whilst they were rotating to actually get inside the circle. For DRS right now, because we know the circle, right? For them, the best zone is this. But they decide to actually change the pace. They rotate from the entirety and they move here. But let's move on to the next circle to see, what happens as soon as they actually just try to go for that. Same goes for 7C as well. As soon as we see the next circle coming up, the zone kind of just throws them another curveball. As right now, DRS is still, just trying to get inside the circle. They are in the zone, but they're not in the entirety of the fight. And this is where, Vibes had the best area for themselves. They had a ridge. They had this minute ridge for themselves. They had the fights for themselves. But now, moving forward, in the next zone, we'll see a lot of changes happening around DRS again as they are again thrown outside the circle. And this was the zone that decided their fights. I mean, they were trying to move inside the circle. Venom Legends, they get caught up from Venom Legends and they were just outskirts of any equation of the fights. But this is where, I8, they had like a really good area for themselves. And I8 versus A1 Esports, this was the headline of these two teams fight. But look at Zeus right now. Zeus, this team, now they start rushing in. They try to actually move on to Vicious with Vibes. They take a really good fight from Vicious with Vibes. And Vibes, they are trying to clear down their backlines. That's DE, that's Raw, that's Stalwart. Like they tried to do that. And that actually helped teams like Zeus and Vibes for themselves to actually maintain a really, really safe spot inside the circle. As we'll see, moving forward. Now again, Vibes killer. I mean, you see that area. That's where the team is. They have pretty good area for themselves. But look at this. Now, if Vibes is kind of at the center, at the sidelines, all they need to do is wait for the teams from the backlines to move towards them. If they want, they will have to wait for the teams to move towards them. If they want the teams to actually come towards them. And that's why they kind of had every fight just, gifted them. And they did not have to worry about the fights to just, happen. It was happening around them. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And that worked out perfectly and gracefully for them, of course, because that has resulted. I mean, again, Johnny, so talking about that final fight itself as well, right? That final fight was so chaotic between Zeus and Vibe itself. That completely threw me in a loop because it almost felt as if Zeus were looking very much in control the way that they had created the flank and pushing on across. But I believe, as XP did mention, it was a 1v1 situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, over there it was a 1v1, that's what it came down to, but talking about that final fight, we're all forgetting there was a third team over there as well that we all feel bad for. It was Stalwart Esports. But they were a major reason that Zeus, Ocean mentioned out that Zeus, they had their armors damaged, Godless in particular, who is a key player and a frontliner for his team. So while Vibes was on the back lines and they had finished off another player down in a 1v1 clutch, Zeus and Stalwart are actually going at it, and that extended fight took a lot from Zeus Esports before that final situation against Vibes.
Sorry, stop you right there. As we're talking about all of this, it is getting me that much more exhilarated about that final fight. Let's, of course, cue in the Oppo F19 Pro moments that are going to be taking us through not only that fight, but to start things off, I8 Ocean.
Oh well, they are just hopping up on those chaotic gameplays that we know them. But this one from Nishanoman, this was so clean of a shot, and this was a blunder mistake, right? You would not want to drop down onto the sidelines where you know your opponents are watching you. They are watching each and every move that you make, and that kind of just helped I8 once again. But this is Miramar. This is those long range extensive fights. If we come down to DMRs, if we come down to close range, just like Pixis told yesterday, right? That's where you know. Weapons like UMP and all are going to be really handy, because aim assist off, you kind of just need these kind of weapons. And look at this, they were delivering results with these weapons.
Now again, watching these clips, you realize how important those indicators were. You continuously see players getting caught off guard just because of the sound cues that are coming from every single direction, and you don't have an exact idea of where your opponents are going to be. As you mentioned, players jumping out of the window, the vehicles that were being parked on the backlines, and this is where we saw the players from the side of I8 getting taken down, and Steel Shot just putting up an amazing display of what he was made of.
If you actually look at the kill feed, right, it was not Steel Shot as a whole. It was Frypan who was just behind the lad, and Steel Shot just had 9 bullets, and his aim actually kind of shaped down to the last moment. But Frypan was the one who actually did the maximum amount of damage from the backlines, and he was the main reason. Steel Shot as well survived, and that was just so close of a fight. Just think about it.
That was close.
That was things are going to be different. What
Yeah, and
that was unbelievably close, but that resulted in, of course, moving away.
I get it, caught off guard by the players of I8 as soon as the game started, and were starting. They were picked off one by one.
Down a little bit, but hopefully, as the games progress on, things are going to be different.
Yeah, and we have 5 teams with no kills to their name. R3D Esports, I get it, caught off guard by the players of I8 as soon as the game started, and were starting. They were picked off one by one. But 7C Esports, the recovery that we are expecting, I hope it happens today. Otherwise, the team is definitely going to be in a lot of trouble. And not just today, but in the next match itself. Because again, most of these teams will just have 3 more matches left.
Absolutely.
All of them.
And that's going to be crucial. That's going to be so very crucial for them to be able to capitalize on that opportunity. With that, let's move on to the storyboard. The storyboard is going to be dictating what these 20 teams are looking like when it comes down to the overall ranking. And that, of course, still does indicate that the Real Soldiers lead is working out for them. But hopefully, it does not far away the gameplay does not go far away from them, Ocean.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? DRS. Now, this bad game kind of just took them down to one place, and that is they had a comfortable lead when the day started. But now 74-66. Stalwart, they can just climb up. Vibes, they can climb up. Wizzes with Vibes, they can climb up. Like, top 4 is kind of a close affair right now.
Yeah.
One good game for one team will actually just shoot them up at a really good pace. And Zeus, well, they are in the top 5.
Well, talk about climbing, Varun. Zeus just that one good game on the 7th. They could very well climb all the way to the top.
And it's, sure, they can actually try and take up a competition against DRS right now, but, this is just the time to qualify. You will have to display your gun skills in the Super Weekend. But talking about climbing, Bublu, Clarity, and Venom Legends, look at them moving up the leaderboard, sitting on the 30th position. That is Team Bublu, and Venom Legends moving up to the 15th. Now, the pressure is definitely going to be on Paradox, A1 Esports, 7C, and I8. Again, they need one good game. One game with a top 3 finish and at least 6 to 7 kills, and you will be able to, barely clinch a spot in the top 16 and also the Super Weekend.
Well, most certainly. And for that, of course, let's not wait on any ceremony. Let's move on along with the perfect schedule that's been set up. We've got 5 games going to be taking place. 1 is taken care of. Let's move on to the next one where
they actually are in
Erangel. But this time around, Group E is going to be tuning in, and Group D is going to have to sit out, Ocean.
Group D is not going to be playing these matches. That means, again, Clarity, Bublu, like that team is not going to be playing this match. So I would love to see, what happens with their spot right now. They actually are in top 16. Exactly. So they just want to stay there. And we saw, 15, 16, 17, 18, those positions are just around like 18 points, 16 points. Like it's really close.
So
One
close.
mistake can actually just again take you down. So
Absolutely. With that, it's time to get busy with the second game of the day. It's time to, of course, go back to XP and Play to take us through the second game of Erangel.
Well, thank you for that once again, Blotter. And yeah, I'm ready, XP. Like, that was a hell of a game. Vibes really stepping it up, showing what they're made of. But the fact that for Zeus Esports, they look like they've finally woken up. They've come to play, looking to get their first chick.
It was thrown around quite a bit.
If you're on the other side of Zeus, you're going to be a little scared.
Well, I guess that statement does hold on its own. However, we did kind of see Vibes go up against Zeus, and now, I was kind of just checking out the comment section, as one does, and this one word was thrown around quite a bit. They over-exaggerated a bit, and they were overconfident. I don't think that is the case in the situation, because both teams did well, and it came down to the lost body and a few stray bullets flying here and there that got the job done. I love the fact that we did kind of brush up on this area. Aim assist is off, and we don't have all those visual cues as far as footsteps and gunshot direction is concerned, which I believe is the way it should be. So I guess it's just. Anything can really happen. The RNG factor may come in a bit, but as you said, well, the gods of Olympus have awoken, so you better watch out if you are in their palm.
You're a very brave man for reading the chat. I
Trust me,
I wouldn't do it.
There were a few things I was like, oh, it was happy, and I was like, oh.
Listen, I'm not saying everyone's everyone's bad or anything, but yeah, there are a few comments you read on the chat where it makes me lose a few of my IQ points. I'm already not a smart man. I'm not a smart man anyway, but my IQ drops from like double digits to single digit, which is not a good sign. But anyway, we're going to be jumping into match number 7 of the group stage, the second game of day number 2. Of course, it's going to be an Erangel again, as our desk pointed out. Your opportunities to ensure you place top 16 is slowly dwindling away. You have only 2 or 3 games actually remaining for the majority of these teams. And let's see how they are going to be faring over here. Of course, looking at the playing path, it's nothing too crazy. Military base, it's going to be ending towards Kameshki. And since we don't have... Do we have I8? I guess I8 should be there. Yeah, there we go. I8's there.
We do.
And they're going to be dropping, obviously, towards a military base. But I8's not
let me
present
ask you
in
a
the top
question.
16. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Suppose you're playing a casual game of PUBG and you have a really bad game and you're still playing some more, right? So what are you going to do? You're going to start the game again and you're going to just try and play a bit harder. You're not necessarily going to be, hunkering down in a corner.
Look at Stalwart.
So again,
look at Stalwart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for cutting you off.
I love it.
But look at Stalwart.
I love it.
I love it.
That is it.
Oh,
We want
yes.
this.
What you got? What you got?
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for some military action because, well, I8's hometown has been contested.
I mean, you're talking military action with action from Stalwart Esports as well, because he's there.
It's going to be epic.
And, that's an interesting zone. That is an interesting zone. We rarely get to see eastern circles, but it's an eastern circle which also encircles Novodepnoy, which is... quite rare, actually. Of all the games I've seen, I've never really seen that. And here we go. Uzum, he's picked up an M6, he's picked up the M4, and he's going to be bursting away, trying to find action. And does action have wings?
Could be. He is
Oh,
gliding.
he's gliding.
It seems
Okay,
like
never mind.
He does have wings, so
Yes!
there you have it. Action is the amount of action, just having a good time. And right now, who's not having a good time is Wally, because he was caught out in the open without a weapon, and Senor comes in and puts him in the ground as action.
Well, was that a
Question
scorpion?
is he going to land a steady landing?
Oh,
Yes,
no,
he does.
no, he's not
that's
taking it
great.
in. Oh, he crashes it, but it's okay. It's okay.
He survives.
He survives.
Aha.
And he's got
and
a
there's a body right next.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Monkey with the gun, and he's looking for the Baron. And unfortunately, all right, these two Mongolian teams, they have no chill. They're like, yeah, we don't care if you're from Mongolia. We're just still going to find you. So it's a battle of the Seals. Seal 9 versus Seal Esports.
Usual spot of Milta, because sometimes they like dropping down, but then sometimes they like heading up north towards Stalwart. A lot of other teams, and they are out in the open. One thing that did kind of stick out for me when I was having a look at the minimap was, Train to Kill would have had the perfect circle had they dropped off at the usual spot of Milta, because sometimes they like dropping down, but then sometimes they like heading up north towards Stalwart. And Baron over here, boy oh boy, hit the deck.
Got a couple of knocks. Now, Umra is very far away from the rest of his teams. Now, the res is going to be coming in for the other one, and Seal, it's going to be a 2v3. And at least for the time, if they make a move right now, it's going to be a 2v2. The question is, did they go for it or rather just play a little bit more?
I think they should back out.
Yeah, they're backing out. I think they're going to be going for a much more safer route. And so Amra will be rescued as well. Senor has managed to heal himself up. So from the initial skirmish, Seal 9 coming out on top quite spectacularly. In the meantime, I am also curious. Oh, that's a nice control laser beam of a spray there from Zake with that M4 of his. Do you want to take a look at what's happening between Stalwart and I8 down south in the military island? And Stalwart have headed towards Nova. I think that's the right call, XP. I feel that is absolutely the right call.
Absolutely, and judging by the way IA kind of traversed the map in the games yesterday, if they do take that eastern bridge, it could kind of spell trouble because Stalwart definitely knows that the military base is occupied, right? So they might try and set up a blockade again. We haven't seen enough bridge action in this season.
Future
That's
Station,
something I'm
1952. They're there.
Definitely looking. Again, they're going to be moving deeper into the circle because we've seen this in the last couple of Erangels as well. They haven't really stayed at the periphery. They've kind of changed their gameplay as far as, how deep they want to go inside the circle. And it's actually kind of working in their favor. Question is, are they going to rack up a few more kills today? Because now it's going to possibly north definitely have a few.
See how that... as you pointed out, bridge and looks, or like you said, the danger ahead from the but Future Station, it's a tale as old as time that they made crossing the bridge very miserable for IA. Now IA have a lot of time to work with. They could buy the time, they could wait for the blue to come in, and then they could cross on over. But Future Station have shown that they don't necessarily want to stick around at the bridge and just camp it waiting for I8. We saw that yesterday as well. Instead, they just want to play their own game. And looking at the zone, I wouldn't be too surprised if they actually just said, you know what, screw it. We'll leave you guys the bridge. We're going to be pushing on ahead. And when you make your way into the zone, that's when things are going to get messy for you. Looking at the rest of the zone, though, XP Zeus have gone for the shelter drop. Unlike their South Georgie, they always have, it's either shelter or it's a call, and because of the plane path, they opt to go for the shelter drop, and it was the right call, the smack center of the play zone.
And I like the fact, since you are talking about the center of the play zone, A1 Esports haven't budged in some time because they have the double warehouses right at the edge of, at the waterfront, in fact, under lockdown. So, they don't really have to move around as of right now, as of course we do catch 7C traversing this mountain, trying to make it inside the circle. Again, not a lot of blockades or teams or any obstacles, rather, in front of them. Pretty much smooth sailing for them inside the circle. However, it does look like Stalwart, again, they need to move fast because the circle is almost halfway closing now. And they have a decision to make, Lay. Either you want to, set up a little blockade at the bridge, because you got to keep one thing in mind, it is going to draw a lot of attention.
Grab a boat. Grab a boat. Grab a boat. Grab a boat. Okay.
That is a possibility.
He and crew are getting so screwed right now.
Well, they did lose one member in this little skirmish. However, I wonder if he's going to be finished.
I think they've just abandoned a teammate, and I'm not too surprised why they've gone for that. It's just not worth going for a res out of the open.
He is finished. Oh yeah, Blender's out of this game.
Yeah, he's out of the game. So, Hazard, ooh, that got close. Paradox, where really didn't have to see them yesterday. It's right, but so far from what you see, really been that impressive. So, speaking right now on the table, so this is a good opportunity for them to kind of turn things around. And right now, they're going to be going up against Venom Legends, who have shown that they're here to play this time around. They're looking very deadly. We saw them getting a couple of big team wipes earlier on Miramar as well. And Frypan,
I'm surprised he's still in that same position.
What's he up to? Yeah.
Well, he's just completely disappeared now. I guess he's from the future.
Harry Houdini, perhaps? I don't know.
Possibly a little bit of teleportation happening over here, Play.
I've been playing a lot of science fiction games and teleportation. And,
oh, yeah.
Did that car just
I mean, if you think about it, we do have test teleportation.
Like, your gas can takes me out. I'm just going to say. We do have Seal inside of the blue. They're going to be making the way through ruins, I assume. And I8 have finally crossed the bridge. It took a sweet time, though, meaning by the time they arrived, Future Station 952 had already evacuated the premises.
Have a look at their
ago.
position.
Smack center.
Again, playing a lot different from last season. They are not sticking to the periphery once again, which, kind of made sense according to their play style at the time. However, now they definitely want to up the aggression, and I can just hear that test on the background. It just sounds amazing. I8 making the rotation from the blue, taking the safe route, because have a look at Stalwart Esports. Man, they were waiting. They were, in fact, pretty much, they had a little bit of a trap set up on their side of the bridge as another AWM is going to fall from the heavens above. Question is this a sign? Because it kind of seems like whichever team picks this gun up, well, victory is within their grasp.
Is Jiggle anywhere in the vicinity? Because the guy was he was hitting some nutty shots with that.
I think T2K could pick it up. Let's see.
Could. Yeah, Jiggle's not in. Are Vibes playing this game? I think they're sitting this one out.
They're sitting this one out.
Are they?
Wait, Group D is sitting this one out.
Okay.
Wiz is with Vibe is sitting this game out.
Yeah. So Vibes is still in contention this map. Dante, ooh, that's some smooth movement, but Zol is gonna get the knock. And Dante might find himself in the 9th circle. Indeed, he will. He's down and out for the count. Zeus, he had to go for the desperate play, right? But none of his teammates are very nearby. But Zeus making quick work of him. They have all 4 alive. And knowing that Dante is here, and the fact that his building is it's empty of any of his teammates, they are aware. They are very cognizant of the fact that A1 are nearby. As I say that, A1 have run for the hills.
Dante could have actually got the better of the opponent in that little skirmish had it not been for that wooden door, which closed in the nick of time, saving the member from Zeus. But of course, A1 Esports are going to be down 1 member, which means they are now going to have to reposition themselves. Again, they have chosen a decent compound over here because you do have a lot of 360 vigil, but the ground is not high enough, especially since Stalwart's position is going to be a lot higher. They can actually, kind of shoot down at the team. But again, A1 Esports have to keep in mind that Zeus could be hot on their trails as well. So as of right now in this circle, they are in a little bit of a fortified position. But oh my goodness, just have a look at all those enemies around.
I just want to state this, right? So Stalwart they've abandoned their the control they had towards Novo.
It didn't really make any sense, did it, though?
Yeah, like they could have sent like one player over to get control of the bridge, and then they could have, they always have the opportunity to go back towards the southern island if needs be. But the question for me here is like, if more teams congregate on that position, they won't have the opportunity to head on back south.
So right now, Pika's position, this particular building gives an amazing 360 visual all around. You can look deep into Milta. You have a proper bird's eye view on the bridge, even the other side of the island. So right now, their position, if anything moves behind them, they will know. And I'm talking about boats as well. So, I think if they keep looking around, they can eventually fall back even to the gas station. I think that is what you were trying to infer over there. So, their backs, in my opinion, are still secure. However, teams like, I do believe A1 Esports, they moved around. They need to jiggle around their position, but they are going to, again, right now, they are taking shots, but you got to keep in mind, they are in the center of a lot of teams. And sooner or later, someone's going to come knocking.
I would love to see that circle. That's love to see everyone's dead.
You want the drama?
How cool is that? By the way, 16 imagine 16 teams just rushing on down. We're going to be seeing the new zone coming up in the next 5 seconds. 3, 2, and the 1. And oh no.
It's
okay. The right column. The zone have moved up. Down south, chaotic. Unfortunately, going to remain on the majority as well. As I say that, but just 2 all the way to in the sweet, hoping shut up.
Because like I said, it does have a lot of high value. However, Stalwart Esports are making the right decision. They realized, even their compound is going to be hotly contested play. They're, in fact, moving along the beach towards the double warehouses, which are currently, or rather were just a few moments ago, occupied by I8. Again, what's interesting is a lot of teams are shuffling and moving around, which is kind of unprecedented. My question is, why? Do they see something that is tactically, far superior for their game style? Because it's like they're just exchanging positions, which is kind of, not uncalled for. It's kind of weird.
It is. It's a bit strange. And I feel like it could be nerves. It could be them just trying to make calls on the fly, just paranoid. Because, again, you got to remind everyone, we have... Including this game, we have only 4 games remaining to decide which top 16 teams are going to be making the Super Weekend. So some of these teams are very paranoid. Teams like Paradox, for example, they have a lot to lose. But if they have one good game here, XP, that's all they need. There we go. Live rankings. Paradox at the bottom. Alongside A1, I8, and 7C. Those are some pretty big names. And even R3D, Venom Legends, P and Crew, Bublu, they're not safe either. The gap is very, very narrow between the top from the 12th to the 28th position. So anything could happen. You can easily see these things getting flipped. And that's why some of these players are being very, very paranoid indeed. And speaking of para, take out the Noid and we have Paradox. They're taking a bit of fire, but they are in a very comfortable spot at the moment. They have that compound, they have those buildings for cover, and they won't have to rotate at least for one more zone. So they're going to be feeling a little comfortable, but they need to stop playing very passively. This is one thing we've said earlier as well, XP. In this particular tournament with the teams you have here, I feel aggression, tempered aggression is key.
I am not going to disagree with you over there. That is, well said. And have a look at something that I noticed on the map. So on the southern hemisphere of this circle, everyone pretty much has a compound they're taking cover in. The fight in the open is taking place up north as the circle is going to move a bit towards the southeast, which means all those northern teams are going to have to migrate down south. And the thing is, they are on top of a giant mountain. And when you come down a mountain, you can get easily spotted. So now speed is going to be of the essence as they make their way into no man's land. Again, I love the fact that, T2K, what they're going to do right now is go along the edge of the blue circle and try and circle around. I kind of saw them do this in Miramar as well. And let me tell you one thing, they are good at circumnavigating, a little dicey situations. Now, have a look at that. They're going to have to come in, but again, they're going to go all the way towards the shelter, and then they're going to turn south somewhere, maybe even east of P and Crew. Again, that is quite a good call on their part.
Well, like you said, a lot of these guys just rotating around. I like what T2K is doing, though. They're just, we have Legend just going for a little bit of a spin on his buggy, making sure there's no one nearby. Paradox are just getting bullied by multiple teams, it feels like, right? Even though they have that warehouse and those buildings, it's so big and open that you just peek your head around the corner, boom, there's a bullet in your face. I feel a little bad for these guys, but we do have a zone shrinking in, and who do we have here arriving to the party? It is going to be DRS, and this time they're going to be pushing up against T2K and RAW.
And it does seem like DRS kind of thwarted T2K's position as they've suddenly made an abrupt turn, and they're going to be actually lighting off their vehicles, possibly taking a fight, because Stalwart Esports are going to come under fire, courtesy of Steel, as I do believe one of the members has been blown to smithereens, courtesy of a grenade, and Zake is so close to the enemy, only a wall separates them. Now, Killer is going to make his way. Remind you, there are only 2 members of Steel going up against, I do believe, a 3-man Stalwart, a 4-man Stalwart Esports, and now he comes inside. Killer is going to get spotted out. That is going to be a bit detrimental because, well, Zake doesn't have a lot of options here.
A good nade from Killer could ruin the day for Stalwart here. He's going to go for the pre-fire. They're not showing anything. They're not giving him any opportunities. Nades getting tossed. He's getting shot as well from the distance, and it's going to be Sinister. He's going to get the knock onto Killer, and should be the finish as well. It's going to be Nineboy actually steals the kill away, and with that, Zake is going to be left alone in a 1v4, and that's a very endangered seal. Very endangered seal. Action. He runs past him.
No clubbing allowed.
So I don't think it's a baby seal, though. Oh, they haven't seen him. Oh, they haven't seen him. Oh, no! Well, he steps on top of him and then puts a bullet in his skull. Someone called the WWF because that's illegal. Can't take out a seal like that. But with that, we will say goodbye to Seal. This is a rough game for them, but they will finally put out of misery. And T2K are getting absolutely annihilated by DRS, but DRS have taken quite a few casualties as well.
They have, but now Gorka is trying to keep the hype alive as he does get one finish on the member of DRS. Now the buggies are totally, well, damaged and they aren't doing very well, but he is right now between a hot place and a rock, and he is relentless. Mafia Ninja is going to go down courtesy of Scarlett as well, which means now he's tipped the scales in his favor as Vibes are taking the fight to I8, and looks like Vibes are in a bit of a pickle. Killer down on his knees, or is he just low on HP?
Oh, he's down on his knees. He's down on his knees. He's almost done for. I8 making quick work of Vibes, and Gurkha on the other hand is just channeling his inner Gurkha and just yelling Ayo Gurkhali and just going for it, right? He just completely dismantled DRS. They've been knocked out.
Again, it kind of helped that, they didn't have ample cover as well. Plus, the blue zone pushing in was kind of squeezing their leg from behind. And it kind of seems like he just completely annihilated them.
And he's alone.
DRS out? They're out?
They're out. They're out. And not just that. Wow. T2K, he was the last man standing for T2K.
Well,
and Gurkha's
I think the hype is real.
Listen, if there's any IRL, real life clutch situation, you don't want it to be a Gurkha. And he delivers. He delivers. Completely dismantles them. If he had his cookery, he could have probably just stabbed them between their shoulder blades as well. But with that, DRS have been taken out off the server courtesy of Gurkha. And in the meantime, Zeus are putting the pain into P and Crew, and with that, P and Crew will also kiss us goodbye. Vibe, DRS, P and Crew, and Seal, some big names there, getting taken out pretty comparatively early, and we're down to the final 12 teams. Stalwart taking a bit of damage. Top is down to a very low amount of health, and now they know where R3D or Apex getting shot at as well. They need to find him cover ASAP.
Stalwart Esports are taking a fight on two fronts right now. R3D at one end, and there you have it. He is going to get blown to bits as Apex is going to find his maker. Pika goes down as well, which means Stalwart's top. He needs to get that first aid in, which he does. Take the first aids from his teammates and skedaddle out of there. There goes the bug. The question is he going to make it to safety? Yes, he does. Stalwart's hopes are still going to be flying high with one last member. But now, well, two members. Looks like Action is going to make it out of that kerfuffle as well. He is going to be a bit further back from his teammate, but let me tell you one thing. Stalwart were almost at the brink of getting wiped out. Miraculous escape over here as Venom Legends come under fire from A1 Esports. And there you have it. They're done. Easy. They're done for Esports. You can actually save your grenades.
Yeah, finally he falls. Venom Legends, well, they went out with a bit of a whimper there. 7C though. Couple of knocks, and Zeus, look at them just driving in. They took so much damage, and I see he's got to heal himself first and then go for the res. There's just two members alive for Zeus. A well-placed nade, that could be it. That could be it! As Zeus will be knocked out by 7Cs, swept aside as another team's going to join the fray, and it's A1. Jax Sinus is going to get a knock. Thapa with a nade up close. Jax won't take too much damage though, and A1 just going to be pushing on in, trying to take advantage of the fact that 7C are still recuperating from that fight against Zeus, and trying to find the knocks. Fear has been knocked down. One of them has been taken down, so Thapa and Mimo have a lot of work to do. Thapa getting pushed though in the smoke. He's going to use the first aid kit. Is Jax before he takes the fight. 9boy finds Mimo, and Fear is going to be taken down as well. A nade for the ages, and I do believe that it should be it for 7C's. Papa's going to be left alone in a 1v3, and he is going to be alive no more. A1, opportunistic Parasite just coming in at the perfect time, and they completely dismantle 7C. They evaporate them.
I christened that house the House of Horrors. That is what it's going to be called henceforth. But right now, the horrors continue for R3D as Anubis, the god of death himself, gets brought down. A deal is going to go boom as well. The grenade barrage is relentless. We have mortals flying in. Assassin is going to get blown off his feet as well. Joker is the last man standing. I8 are moving in. They want to run over the enemy. They want to add insult to injury. Assassin gets back up on his feet. He is going to be laying down some cover fire, but that's going to be enough for Wisdom. Wisdom gets taken down. Johnny's coming in. Here comes Johnny. finally getting the job done. That was
my
abysmal. I mean, that was overkill.
IA, take a chill pill. Hold on, Paradox. We haven't seen these guys around for a while, and look at them. They're so alive and kicking. They have all 4 players live, XP. This could be the game where the fortunes will finally turn. They found a kill. Joker's nearby as well. Does he get the knock? Yes, he does. RAW Raw. They're getting bullied by Paradox. They're down to 1 member. And Hazard not going to be sticking on around. It's going to be falling back to safety, regrouping with the rest of his teammates, and it's all down to Shada. And he's far away in the blue, taking a lot of damage. And I gotta say, that might be it for Raw. And Paradox, 4 men alive. Shada trying to go for a final little bit of a cheeky knock, but he will fall to the zone, I believe. And with that, Paradox wipe out Raw, and they keep 4 players alive. We're down to the final 6 teams, 16 players left alive in the server.
Well, the team from Down Under is definitely stepping up to the plate. 6 kills to their name already. They are feeling good. Now, they do have a little bit of a position in this new circle. They've got plenty of cover as far as those walls are concerned. But mind you, A1 Esports at one end, Future Station, Deathsmack Center, and, well, the boys from Sealed 9 are going to be a thorn in their side from the right as far as they're concerned. So now all the teams are going to be spread out. As Salva, we did kind of see him go down earlier as the kill feed is finally going to catch up with all the action. But that means 5 teams are alive, 15 players still in contention, as the grenades are still going to keep going off every which direction. And now this is going to be interesting. Now, Seal9 play, they are out in the open. They do have this Transformers base for cover, but those grenades coming in could be a bit devastating. Question is, does Future Station know that the enemy is so close right next to them?
Well, even if they don't know, they have to just guess, right? Like, look at how many teams are left alive. 5 teams, 15 alive. That's almost an average of like what, more than 3 players. Yeah, exactly 3 players per team. And you just do the odds, just do the math. You're like, yeah, there has to be a couple of teams nearby. IA just skirting the edge of the blue. Oh, clutch Baba, clutch daddy. What an aid! He's just gonna completely dismantle Seal9. Hit the nade of 4.
Oh my goodness!
And they have just gone extinct. Seal9 once still alive though, and I8. Umbra finds Johnny, and it's going to be all on Blade. Blade, the sole surviving member for I8, and Umbra for the side of Seal9, leaving A1 and Paradox and Future Station with a much bigger advantage here to get the chicken dinner. Umbra's going to finish off Johnny. Now it's a 1v1 between those 2 teams. Clutch Bob in the meantime is going to find Parakeet, and G1's going to be found by C1.
Relentless.
And Paradox just getting bullied by 2 teams.
I mean, they are just trying to give it their all. They are giving all the lead they can now. Hazard is going to be spotted in the building, takes a little bit of damage. Entry, trying to make sure he puts it in the ground. But mind you, A1 Esports is going to be moving up. They're going to take advantage of this commotion as well. Now, Paradox, there are still 2 members alive, but now it looks like Hazard needs to get out of harm's way. He ducks and dodges and weaves his way out of harm's way. However, the final bullets are going to find him, and Clutch Barber is going to put him in the ground. Mind you, A1 Esports could come up from behind and literally throw a wrench in Future Station's plans. But oh my goodness, 3 members still alive. These boys are in it for the win. As Parakeet, of course, they are going in for the res.
The reses have come in, but they need to stay alive here. Oh no, another knock takes place. G1's going to be down, but at least the second res is taking place, so they can heal themselves up. But Future Station, they could smell out this opportunity to push in and finish off the job, take down Paradox. But Paradox, Wiz has a lot of work to do.
Oh!
Nade's gonna find Kate. They're just getting no luck. XP every angle, everywhere they go. Future Station are lying in wait, and Paradox will finally bid us adieu. Final 3 teams, 6 left alive.
I mean, this is Future Station's compound. They've been here a while, and they know the nooks and crannies. As we're down to the final 2 teams, it is going to be Future Station, a 3-man squad up against A1 Esports. Now, it does look like it is going to be in Future Station's advantage. They have the buildings. Both teams have the zone, but that is going to change in about 3 seconds. Question is, who is going to have to make a move? And it looks like Future Station are going to have to bolster out from their little barricades. But again, smoke screens are going to be deployed. Sinister is going to be burned to a crisp. And that is it. That is done. That means they only have 1 obstacle in their way for a chicken dinner play.
This late game play from Future Station has been absolutely pristine. There we go. They got a chicken dinner. There's no way Jack survives this. There's no way they survive this. Future Station 1952, take a bow. That final couple of circles was played to perfection by them. Again, shout out to Paradox as well, XP. Considering how they've been languishing, struggling the entirety of day 1, and today they've come to play, right? They were very quiet, but they're able to get a team wipe, get a few kills here and there. And even though they don't get a chicken dinner or a top 3 placing, the amount of points that accrued over here is definitely going to place them in the top 16, at least for the time being.
I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about making sure you get to the Super Weekend, and well, looks like Future Station are inching that much closer, well, to the coveted Super Weekend. But again, what a lovely play. Again, you did kind of mention they held their ground. They were in that compound for quite a long time, and I was, the moment the circle changed, they had a couple of teams just rushing towards them. The way they dealt with Paradox was just absolutely amazing. It was a clinical finish, and then of course finding A1 Esports out in the open. I mean, that is the way you end the game in Erangel, making a statement. And with that, of course, it is going to be an end game too. However, the action is going to continue on the other side of this little break.
Alright, talk about a change in pace of the game itself. We are right here at the PMPL Season 4. All thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. But dudes, I mean, we were talking about a change and about a change coming in from Future Station and their gameplay.
I mean, this was a happy game overall for, quite a lot of teams in top 5. I would say, Johnny, you're going to be on my side when I say, Future Station, in fact, Paradox, if we talk about that.
Yes.
Like, these teams kind of needed, Future Station, obviously, they were in good numbers, but Paradox needed this game, and they have it.
They have it in the bag. There's nothing taking it away from them.
Exactly, and it wasn't just these two. IA did pretty well for themselves as well in this match.
Yes. Well, A1 Esports did pretty good. I mean, talk about Sinister, right? 8 kills, 599 damage. All right. Well, there has been a lot of, kills here and there taken up by this lad. 26-1 survival time, 1 assist and 245 healing done overall.
Well, yeah, I mean, this was an intense match, and as we were talking about it, I mean, I think Ocean, we were having a conversation about this yesterday as well, when the pace of the game is going to be slowed down in a situation like this, when it's going to be down to those open circles. This is where teams will be required to capitalize, and I mean, Future Station, we were talking about the playstyle was perfectly built for this sort of a situation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, again, all I was trying to, sorry to cut you off earlier, Johnny, but all I was trying to say was that, we had been talking about day 2 is going to be a day where these teams on the second page of the leaderboard are going to have to bring in a different playstyle altogether. And I mean, this is where it all starts off. This is the kind of playstyle that was required from the side of A1 Esports, from the side of Future Station. And along with that, as you so perfectly mentioned as well, I mean, Paradox, IA, they're all here in the top players list.
Yeah, definitely. And even the best part for Future Station's players is that the team kind of becomes invisible to the threats when the game just starts up, but they still have a really comfortable spot in the zone that actually helps them get those placement points, and now they actually got those skill points as well. Yesterday, Johnny, we were having this conversation, that was that the team is just going for the placement points, but this time, well, they showcase themselves on the kill department. Hey, Paradox, we see one player in the top players, that's amazing, and Blade as well from I8.
Well,
it was quite impressive, but I want to know from you guys, I mean, what were your reactions when the game began? Because I saw Stalwart and I8 going to the military base, and I was like, yes!
No, so I kind of knew it, because Stalwart, well, the players like to go to Nova. You remember previous season's last game when Zeus actually even dropped down to Row. You remember those times, right? So it happens. But yeah.
Exactly, it always does, mates. And again, I mean, talking about the game itself, this is going to be changing the pace of the overall storyboard, which has been created, right? I mean, we were talking about the real soldiers yesterday, and today, as we move the journey along, it is a completely different set of teams that are being able to showcase their prowess in the entirety of the game. And with that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in from this game. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, the match rankings, this is quite interesting. I mean, Future Station walking away with that chicken dinner and those 24 points that they desperately needed. A1 Esports, after this game, I mean, we're going to see things completely change. Because remember the conversation we were having before this match started? I said, yeah, these teams, one of them needs to get a top 3 position and they need to get a few kills. Well, what do you do when all of them do really well in the same match? no one is going to have an edge.
Yeah, I mean that is true. But for me, the main conversation point is going to be in 9 to 16 because that's where we'll be seeing DRS right now not getting good points again for today. I would love to see which team actually topples them for the first position overall because we were having this conversation as well. Like the first, second, third position, the overall is definitely going to be toppled because DRS they just got 1 point from this game. So all in all, it might just change, it might not change. Well, we'll have to wait for the overall, right?
Exactly. The storyboard, like I said earlier as well, is certainly going to be changing. And that is the name of the game. It better be changing from one day to the next, from one game to the other. And that is what makes things that much more interesting for the players as well as us, as well as the audience and the fans themselves. Because, I mean, talk about R3D Esports. We saw that they were missing out for so many of the time, but now here they are on just the second day. With that, Ocean, it's time to give you the reins, mate, as you take us through zone analysis.
Take notes now. Take notes, guys, because I'm going to tell you something. And that is, if you just keep it here, first things first, only you'll see a southern zone when this first circle is 100% inside onto the military area. That's only when you see a southern zone. Otherwise, the circle shifts. Well, Stalwart knew this perfectly. So you'll see in the upcoming zones, the team just starts moving forward. You see them. As soon as the zone's shrinking up, you see them around the bridge. But I8, oh my god, this was such a brilliant movement by these lads. I mean, where they were. But look at this moment right now. If we pause it out here, for first 4 circles, Zeus was just moving from the lines of shelter to actually Milta, and they stayed here. Now is where the pressure comes onto them. But if you just keep it here as well, look at where FS is. Just an area where they had to defend, and Paradox as well, an area where they had to defend. But I don't know, so this was kind of a hectic situation that Paradox thought in the later stages, and that is, obviously, they'll have to take up the fights, so they started moving on to FS's side, which was actually a completely open rotation from one direction, which kind of just backfired against them. But I8 from the sidelines, the fight that they were taking against R3D, this was such a brilliant fight because this actually gave them.
It certainly did. It certainly did. I mean, again, you talk about I8. This is the moment where things, of course, weren't tried to change and shift along for themselves. On the other front, I mean, talk about Paradox and the way they were positioned, right? From this moment, as the circle shifted along, I mean, we've got A1 Esports taking on the reins of basically the eastern side of the zone right now. And on the western fronts, we, of course, had I8.
Exactly. I mean, so this was quite an extended fight because from here on out, we saw even Future Station, they are really good at keeping their heads down, so they avoided the situation quite nicely. But Paradox, they had to take on the players towards the northwestern side, and A1 Esports, in the meanwhile, they had already dealt a lot of damage to the other sides. I8, as you mentioned, I mean, priority number 1, I guess I8, they heard what I was trying to say to them, and even in the early stages, we saw them, apart from just trying to engage in on Stalwart Esports earlier on into the match, they took a little bit of a breather in those and found some breathing space for themselves. So a little bit of a slow playstyle coming in from I8, but it worked out quite nicely.
It certainly did. It certainly did. And this was the game changer that we had all been waiting for. And so were the fans. Along with that, let's now reminiscent of all the incredible fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game with the Oppo F19 Pro moments, Bharat.
And I mean, okay. I wanted to ask both of you this question, but for now, I'll just settle for your answer, Plotter. What is going on with PN Crew? It is so unfortunate to see,
I mean, talk about the previous game as well. We were talking about the damage histograph for PN Crew itself with the bolt actions coming in into their favor. I mean, 400 plus 500 damage percentage, but no kill coming in for them at all. No kill conversion coming in for themselves. And again, they've got Ocean on the front as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was just giving notes and I don't know, well, if we just move forward right now, in these fighting stances, you'll see a lot of chaos that was happening around the side of 7C. A lot of chaos was happening around the side of this fight. I mean, this is where Johnny's contribution was such an impressive contribution, as it was chaotic. What Johnny needed was just, play the role of his fragging potential, that entry fragger, and Paradox. Oh my god. They were just setting up a bar actually for their own amazing gameplays, and they were doing pretty good. But this rush, I would say, was unnecessary. I mean, they were not supposed to do that, but they had to because those minute panic situations just got the best out of them. But otherwise, it might have been a Paradox game. I mean, you never know.
Exactly, but they're getting there. They're certainly getting their roots set up in PMPL Season 4, and that is what we had been waiting and rooting for from Group E as well, because that's kind of like the X-Factor team coming in. But alongside that, when it comes to the damage histogram, I mean, we can see that so many of the teams were able to participate in fights, but again, as was announced, PN Crew is once again missing out of the actions, aren't they?
They're missing out on everything. I mean, no damage, no kills. But, so here's the thing, right? I want to have a look at the overall standings because I want to see how things have changed.
Yeah.
We have Future Station moving up, we have I8 moving up, we have Paradox moving up the standings, but by how much? Will they find themselves in safety? That is going to be a question.
What?
And Future Station, in fact, does.
Well. 5 jumps for them, all the way from the 10th to the 5th. Ocean on the other front. We do have a few teams dropping down.
Yeah, we definitely do have a few teams dropping down, but Tiara still remains on the top right now. Just think about that as well. 75. Stalwart coming up with 72, obviously. Then there's Vibes with 63, Wiz with Vibes with 62, and Future Station with 61. It sounds like, obviously, these teams have had their marker for the Super Weekend ready for themselves. Zeus Esports, I mean, they did fall down, but then again, we know that this team will just maintain their top 16 board right now. T2K as well. DE and T2K especially, we saw Gurkha playing in for the team, and we know the command in the chart that lad has for the team as well. But now, moving forward, 9 to 16 is going to be the main question line, because we are done with 2 games. We are left with 3 more, and there might just be a few teams that are left with just 2 more. So they'll have to have the impact in those 2 games. Otherwise, it's, GG's for them.
GG's indeed. On the other front, GG completely for a different reason for A1 Esports as well as I8. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, A1 Esports, I8, they have found themselves in the top 16 right now, but I believe the cutoff at the end of the day to make it to the Super Weekend, it's going to be somewhere around 42, 43 points. So that is something that these teams need to accomplish in order to be safe. Paradox, they still have 3 more matches to go. Also would like to bring or shine some light on the fact that Future Station are sitting in the top 5 with just 15 kills to their name in total.
Exactly. I mean, we spoke about this yesterday as well. As long as a plan works, why do you change it? If it's working for the team, it's working for them. Absolutely, perfectly. Keep yourself in the top 16. Move on into the Super Weekend and just dominate over there. With that, as you move on through the schedule, as Ocean so perfectly mentioned, we've got 2 games done. 3rd game coming right up. And once again, Ocean, I'll have you take the reins because Group D is back.
Yeah, Group D definitely is back, and it is going to be Miramar, right? So, talking about Group D, we are going to be talking about teams like High Voltage and again, Clarity Bablu as well, because Clarity Bablu, they did not play the previous game, but looks like their decent reign started up on Miramar right now. Obviously, in the first Miramar, they were, in top 6. That kind of just helped them pretty good. But now, again, the conversation comes down to one thing, and that is, how are these teams going to, play this game? Because every game, we know it's a different strategy. Plus, in Miramar, we see 3 different Miramars, we see 3 different flight paths. Obviously, that definitely is going to happen. But in Miramar, flight path matters a lot because it's a bigger map. You might not get your own drop location sometimes, and that just changes a lot of things.
Exactly, but before we jump into the game itself, let's have a look at the map chance. That's going to showcase a different statistics as to what the prediction is going to be based on the stats that we've got. Warren.
I mean, Zeus Esports, Stalwart Esports today, their day has started off quite nicely for both these teams. But I believe Stalwart, they're going to be looking out for revenge for what Zeus Esports did to them in the last match. Also, 2 back-to-back games where DRS, they absolutely failed to show up anywhere in terms of the overall standings. And now Stalwart Esports are just 3 points shy of taking them over and just stealing the first position away. So a huge question does come up on the consistency of the team. But hey, again, maybe their mindset is just like, hey, we're already going to the Super Weekend, let's just chill for a bit, and then when we go to the Super Weekend, we can just start again.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Ocean, so on that front, if I were to ask you for predictions coming in from these groups, what group teams do you want to be naming that will probably be able to jump on into the top 16 right now? Because again, I'm keeping my eyes out for Paradox. Now we've got games remaining, 4 games in total remaining, right? So we've got, Paradox, the opportunity, 3 games remaining for them to be able to jump in and perhaps be a top part of the top 16.
I mean, that's where my conversation is. But, with what Johnny said, I kind of agree with that in one factor as well. Johnny, just think about it. How will these teams play the last game for those teams who have actually qualified? I mean, they would just want to go YOLO. I would love to see the last game actually work.
Ocean, that's not what we want to hear from you. We want to hear the magical words.
It's Miramar. Bablu.
It's Miramar. What prediction is it going to be? It's Bablu.
We'll
Not
see,
a
we'll
covenant
see.
promotion right there. Never mind. It is time for us to move on into the third game. And once again, we will have XP and Play to take you guys through this game as well. Thank you.
Boo!
No,
Alrighty,
I muted myself. I'm sorry.
I saw
was
your
saying-
mouth move.
Yeah, I was saying,
You wizard.
what a coward Ocean is for not picking Bubble to take Miramar. I'm going to pick Bubble to take Miramar.
All right, well, let's see if Bublu does indeed.
Are they playing this game? Wait, are they playing this map?
They are.
They are,
I mean,
okay,
that's
cool.
why
I
we're
thought
talking
Miramar.
about it, Play. Oh, I mean, I thought you were just muted for a second. But anyway, they are going to be in this game. And let's just quickly talk about the last Miramar. They did make it towards the last few handful of teams. And, again, they just got caught off from different directions. So I wonder if they can negate that. They can actually, indeed, go ahead and own the map of Miramar. But again, it's all speculation right now because... let's just quickly talk about the last game. I mean, we saw action right up until the end, and of course, we did kind of think that, A1 Esports, the way they were caught out in the open, Future Station doing a wonderful job. Do you think Future Station as a team, they have been strong at Erangel? Can they carry this forward in Miramar?
I want to answer that by alluding to what Ocean mentioned on the desk, that when it comes to a map like Miramar, it is a much bigger map. So depending on how the playing path is, you won't necessarily have the option of dropping in your preferred drop location, and it might force you to go for a bit more of a on the fly decision to go somewhere else. But looking at the playing path, it looks like it's just going to be cutting the map into north and south. So I'm assuming most teams are going to be pretty, there we go, smack in the center from right to left, and most of the teams are going to be very comfortable. And as you asked, Rex, but I feel like Miramar does play very differently, right? Like, you won't necessarily see a lot of these early fights, but if you're very passive and you take your sweet time crossing and trying to rotate towards the safety of the blue zone a little too late, how many vehicle deaths have we seen in this map, right? You just might get slaughtered by an M249 in the hands of any of these other teams, like maybe a DRS, maybe a Zeus Esports, maybe a PN Crew. Speaking of PN Crew, I gotta feel bad for them. I've been casting these guys for over a year right now, and they've been languishing so far. And I know it's only the group stage XP, but not to see PN Crew playing the Super Weekend, it's gotta suck for a lot of their fans. It's gotta suck for me as well. In fact, I'm gonna feel bad for whichever 4 teams are not gonna be playing the Super Weekend.
Well saved. But again, with PN Crew, I mean, they've had their ups and downs. In fact, last season, they were on a high early on, and then, eventually they started tapering off as the tournament went on. It seems like it's the opposite this time. I wonder if they are going to be, climbing up higher on that leaderboard, but now the circle is going to form. And again, something similar to what we saw in game number 1 on day 2, of course. Los Leones is going to be dead smack in the center, which means we are going to see those stalemates once again. However, Group C, I do believe, is sitting this one out, which means 7C, Stalwart Esports, A1, and Raw are going to be sitting this one out. And I guess Los Leones is up for grabs.
Well, looking at the zone, it is very, very comfortable for everyone. DRS on the periphery. And we do have a few... exchange of bullets, I8. But they are kind of spread thin. They would probably want to regroup while they're looting up at the same time. Sealed, it's a big place. It's a big town, XP. There's a lot of room for not just 2 teams, but for multiple teams. Crypto, those ankles, nifty movement. Parkour!
A little Spider-Man in the making, it seems like. But again, like you did mention, Los Leones is big enough for a lot of teams. And the thing is, you got to be aware of what's in your vicinity, because chances are you could be looting away blissfully and suddenly you just run up straight up against the enemy. So,
XP?
They definitely want to avoid that.
I'm a little disappointed you didn't get that reference.
Uh-oh. Wait a second, did I miss something?
I said parkour. The Office. Haven't you watched The Office?
You did, of course, parkour.
Yeah. I said parkour
Jumping
and he just
all
completely
over the
ignored
place.
me. I'm really
Well,
sad.
I kind of went over towards Spider-Man for some reason. That's why I threw that in.
I mean, technically, is it?
jumping,
I guess he parkours as well with webs.
I guess you could say that, but yeah, of course, parkour when everybody is just running over things and each other, mind
It's
you,
one of my favorite
in that
episodes,
TV
honestly.
show. Oh yeah, of course. But it does end on a little bit of a splat, especially when you go through that little refrigerator box, which was empty. But coming back to the game, So we did kind of build up Los Leones. Again, it is going to be similar to game one play. And what is similar, again, have a look at R3D. Up north, just south of Toria Humada, they're going to have a long way coming in, and chances are they might just brush up against with Vibes. Now, DRS, it kind of seems like they're going further away from the circle, but like you did mention, the magnitude of this map is so immense that they can take their time, and while they're coming in the circle, they'll have plenty of options. But what is not right now is that no teams are facing off. We need some action.
It's not going to happen.
Need some booms.
I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, though. All Eyes and Paradox, however, they have managed to accrue a decent number of points, and if they have another couple of good games here, the real opportunity of them qualifying for the Super Weekend, especially above some very well-known names, which would imagine like what a massive contribution it would be for these guys, right? And they'd be feeling much more comfortable as the tournament progresses. You want to have that good start to the tournament. Speaking of having a good start to the tournament, they've looked good, although they have kind of fallen off a little bit in the past couple of games, XP, with those late rotations not quite working out for them, getting kept by a number of teams, and Stalwart have almost caught up with them at future station. PN Crew, he's like, I feel bad for them. They've just been getting crapped on by everyone.
Well, they've just found themselves in situations where everybody else does not like being. Again, getting caught out in rotation is definitely going to, hurt just a little bit more. But again, that's the risk you're taking when you're traversing from one position to the other. Because I'm trying to have a look at the map right now. And let me tell you one thing. PN Crew and Feature Station, this little exchange took place pretty much dead smack center of the circle, just north of Los Leones. Have a look again in transition. That is what happened. Of course, if you are driving a vehicle which is pretty much an open top car with the amount of windows you have in that Scooby-Doo van, I mean, chances of getting shot up are going to exponentially increase. But this is a proper Miramar fashion, isn't it? You basically see kills when people are moving around.
Yeah, and that's one thing we alluded to as well, right, early in this map, that if you get caught on the rotation, you don't really have much cover. It's going to be open fields, and you just might get completely mowed down. We saw that in the first game of the day as well. We saw a few vehicles getting blown up, a few players getting finding themselves a Fury wheeled grave, an early grave as well. We do have a lot of, like you pointed out, a big congregation of all these players who was a center of that place, and where we have T2K, we've got Seal, we've got IA, Future Station, the remaining members of PN Crew, Vibes, and Venom Legends. There's like 6-7 teams grouping up, and you might get your wish, XP. You might be seeing a battle breaking out early on.
It's like a beacon is drawing all the teams closer. They're like drawn to the light. They're like,
it's like fireflies all gathering.
It does kind of seem like that because everyone's kind of getting onto one pinpoint position. But again, just coming back to the action, the little action that we have seen, the basic difference is I do believe it's a big giant desert, right? So you can see much further away as compared to other maps. Also, Blade, the foliage difference between Erangel and Miramar is one of the reasons why you can really lay down a lot of lead on a vehicle if you are going to be tracing the car properly. So again, there are no trees, there's nothing to kind of break the bullets coming in, so
True.
It is a little easier. But again, it is things that can be avoided. But like you did mention, if the bullets start flying and they're rattling off against the metal, there's nothing much you can really do about it.
And I'm okay with that, right? Like, that's what separates maps from other maps. Like, we'll have Sandhawk getting played over the Super Weekend, for example. That's a map where chaos reigns supreme, and it's the one who can thrive in the chaos is going to be coming out on top. And that's a very different map compared to Erangel. Even though you have a lot of cover, it's very claustrophobic. It can get swamped at, shot at by multiple teams, even very early in the game. It's a map where when you drop, you're probably going to have to go up for an early fight because the amount of compounds available are much lesser than, let's say, a map like Erangel or Miramar. And you look at Miramar, I feel Miramar awards brains. I feel like it rewards teams who have a very good understanding of which way to rotate, who do the risk analysis very, very well.
You can literally map out the course of action that you want to take in Miramar. You can actually have like a little bit of a visual grasp as to what you want to do. Like right now, Crypto is zigzagging his way out of harm's way, and he does because Frying Pan had to go in for that reload, and that gives Crypto enough time to take some cover behind that broken down vehicle. Now, smokes are going to be deployed. His teammates are spread out. Now, the thing is, he has put up a little bit of a smoke wall towards the wall. Wonderful, wonderful use over there, making sure he gets to cover and closer to his teammates in case he's knocked out. But now he is taking a chance, trying to peek out and ascertain Frying Pan's position. So that could be something that could be problematic, especially if Venom Legends teammates are looking at the same direction. In the same direction,
Does Frypan's pan have a bird emoji on that? I'm not very good with skins, but it looks like it, right? Like a little... It's like a angry bird, or more like a happy bird. Anyway.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Ooh, C-Wine, meanwhile, getting a knock on the PN Crew. Crypto's been found as well. They have a little bit of a ledge, so they can go for the res. But Frypan is being a thorn in the side of his opponents over there. It's Future Station, but still very early. There's no need for towards I8, rather. I beg your pardon. But yeah, everyone has a lot of time to work with. The zone's going to still take quite a while to collapse. And I8, despite taking a little bit of damage, you're going to be fine. Looking at the zone, though, it's going to be towards the southeastern side. And that's going to force the guys in DRS to rotate in. The problem is they can head towards Picado. But if they go in any further than Los Leones, they're going to be walking into a multitude of teams who just going to be ready, looted up, and well entrenched in their respective compounds. So again, DRS, it feels... Look, I don't want to... It's only been the second day, right? But I feel like this is kind of like the DRS of old. Well, yesterday was just a very different DRS. And I look, by the way, I'm completely okay with that. The amount of points I've accrued so far, it virtually guaranteed. Like, DRS and I believe Stalwart are pretty much guaranteed to play the Super Weekend. So they don't have to try anything crazy, right? They don't have to really try and, maybe show off some of the little hidden tactics they have.
Also, I think, we talk about it, we brush up on the mental game. It's the mental game is in play as well, because right now, have a look at the top of your screens. If DRS are not going to be colliding with the Deadeyes guys, they are going to traverse east, probably go around Minas Generalis and come down. Again, this is the old DRS that we are used to. So, yesterday they did rack up those points, but then if you notice today from game one, kind of weren't really living up to their mark. So, in times like this, you want to go back to a system that is tried and tested, right? So they know that, all right, if they take it a little easier, play on the periphery, take it a bit slower, that is where they shine. So again, I think you're right as well. They have a position in the Super Weekend, but, you still want to do as good.
Boyd has missed every one of his bullets.
I was trying to keep a straight face over here, but he did pop a couple of tires. Credit where credit is due.
Yeah, he wrecked Assassin, but that Mini 14 missed every one of his shots. But hey, he gets a kill. He gets a kill. That's all that matters. Meanwhile, Paradox. All right. What do you got? We got Keat, or Parakeet, as you like to call him. Parakeet. And we got G1, who's gonna abandon premises. Now, Parakeet has got that bike. Is he gonna go for it? He needs to go for it. He is going to go for it, but what?
A little bit of deja vu over here. This was the exact same position High Voltage was fighting in the last game. I forgot the team they were up against. But again, looks like Zeus coming in with the M24 once again, Blake.
Yeah, Zeus, I'm going to say, Zeus are the best team with snipers in South Asia. Like, it's insane how good. And I'm not just saying one player, by the way. You look at Zeol, look at Godless, even like if you look at IC, all of them seem to be just born with these bolt action skill inside of their veins.
Well, we are definitely happy that the skills are on display for us right now, because now Zeus, they are in a bit of a position. They are trying to go for PN Crew, but have a look at T2K, especially Legend high up in the building. If he could spot them out, and if he has the trigger discipline, he could bring down a couple of members from Zeus, basically giving PN Crew a little bit of an advantage to either A, get out, or circle around, because all this action is taking place in Los Leones, but mind you, the circle is just a bit east as far as the center is concerned. So expect a little bit of a shift coming in from teams such as PN Crew. They need to move in the circle, Blade. If you have a look, they are just outside. And well, in their way are the gods of Olympus themselves. Elsewhere, have a look at what's happening down south. We are going to have a mad rush. It's going to be Mad Max down there, because there's a lot of vehicles and a lot of teams. And well, oh my goodness, some metal is going to collide. Something is definitely going to happen.
It's hilarious how the eastern side of the play zone is completely empty, right? There's literally no one there. Seal 9 going up against Bublu, going up against High Voltage, and behind them is Paradox. So it is indeed the sequel to Fury Road from Mad Max. And here we go. Umbra is going to be taken down by Danny. from Boblu. Spotlighting key as well. Lining up that that gun of his, the Mini. 14, not quite able to get the knock, but 420 boy out in the open. Now, Inke might be looking to get the finish, but Danny's doing a good job keeping him at bay. But Boblu, they have 2 members down. And it's going to come down to Wolf and Danny to do everything on their own. And I like this from Danny. He's making a move. But where's his other teammate to provide him some covering fire?
Well, the best thing is that Inky is down on his knees as well, which means the revised draw coming in. There you have it. Wolf coming in, and he is going to make sure that his teammate is back up on his feet, which could be problematic for C9 because, well, as Inky bleeds out in front of us on our screens, his teammates are in a position far, far away, and, well, he is done for, which now means that as the circle is going to close in on one another, this is when things get frantic. And you did mention Dead Eyes, guys. There you have it, DRS Mafia Ninja opening up on the team.
Listen, man, I said Boblu's going to get the chicken dinner here. Telling you, they're gonna get it. Abley, was that Havoc who got the knock? No,
I think it was. What? It would have been epic.
Yeah, like dropping down and hitting a shot. That would have been nuts.
Talk about drop shots.
All right, well, the knock has taken place nonetheless, and Abley is in a bit of a rough spot. Now, the Jeep of his has already exploded, so there's no danger of getting... Yeah, it was Wadu, actually. Now, will a rescue arrive in the form of Godless? We don't know. Aussie? Oh, meanwhile, DRS going up against the Dead Eyes guys, as I pointed out earlier, and Dead Eyes guys are getting harassed by multiple teams. R3D as well, getting a couple of knocks, and look at High Voltage. This is interesting. This is an interesting rotation, XP. Explain this.
Keep an eye on the minimap, Blake. Keep an eye on the minimap. We have P and Crew out in the open. Now, what's happening is they're going to head north because they already see P and Crew heading down south. They know the south of Los Leones is going to be just a cluster of enemies, and they're actually making the right decision to go up north. They are going to avoid Zeus as well, and if they can traverse through the north of Los Leones and coming on the other side, oh my goodness, that is going to be a gamble worth taking. And there you have the M24 lines up. Boom goes Kabin's head as his body hits the floor.
Chef's kiss. It's Mafia Ninja as well. Oh, this is Mafia Ninja, just completely dismantling Dead Eyes guys. DRS, well, and High Voltage, we did say that's an interesting rotation, and it looks like it's going to work. They've completely bypassed Zeus. They've completely bypassed Zeus, and now they have a free entry into Los Leones, into the circle, unless R3D opt to ruin their happiness. But R3D, in the meantime, are getting, they're just concentrating on DRS, who they have to contend with.
Have a look at what's happening to P and Crew. They're going to fall one by one. Ayush is out.
What is wrong with P and Crew?
The blue is doing what it does best, and P and Crew, I think this was a little bit of a mishap over here, a little bit of uncertainty, and they are paying a heavy, heavy price.
Okay, I would love our analysts to break down, maybe take a segment to break down what P and Crew has been up to. Not just this game, but the past 2 days. They have been, they've looked very rough, XP. They've really looked very rough. They seem to be, very indecisive, not really sure what they want to do. But what DRS want to do is take down R3D, a deal pinned down behind the rock. He's got the smoke for cover, but Galzen is going to be tossing in the nade in the wrong direction. But eventually, after clearing out some of the more obvious positions, he's going to be aware where Adil is. And there we go. A couple of warning shots through the smoke. Won't quite make contact. And R3D, even though they have 4 players live, they're not even breathing XP. They're being very quiet.
Have a look at how AJ and Mr. Boro are keeping 2 members of R3D at bay, because I was thinking, wait a second, why isn't Joker coming in and helping him? Because they have been pinned down, while Galzen is making sure 2 members from R3D, Adil and Assassin, are going to be in position as well. That grenade could be devastating. Oh, I thought he was actually heading towards that direction, but now Mr. Boro does find a little bit of an angle on Adil. Mind you, this might give Joker enough time to move around, but the question is he on his feet? Because Galzen is going in for the kill. One is definitely going to be put on the ground. I wonder if Assassin is going to retaliate. Oh!
Galzen, he's doing everything by himself. Okay, that nade came straight out of hell. Hassan taking down Galzen, but they still have to find 2 more. Boro and AJ. Anubis conveying information despite being down on his knees. He will try and give that information to his teammate. Hassan's out in the open. This is like a headshot angle. He doesn't want to fight, but he needs to be paranoid. He's kind of pincered here. So he's going to be using his... that's an nade. Gonna be tossing that in. Exchanging nades will be Mafia Ninja and Hassan. This is a rough battle. In the meantime, we have lost Zeus Esports, by the way. They have been eliminated. So have Dead Eyes guys. So have Team Boblu. And for the side of Paradox, they had 2 players knocked down, XP, but they managed to recuperate and everyone's up on their feet again.
I like the fact that Assassin is making that move. I'm going to hold my thought because we're going to join the action as Praveen is just going ham on the opponents. Takes one down, but is taken down instead. Killer going to FPP. Almost gets the knock, but it's Jiggle from outside who's coming in from the squad wave. Coming back to this fight. Have a look at how Assassin has moved in that little ditch, but he's got Joker's to position. Provide cover.
Yeah.
However, mind you, Joker's position is given away, so he only has one angle to peek out from. All he can do is assist Assassin. And I mean, if he even made it against the blue zone, there was an entire SEAL squad, a firing squad waiting for him.
Sucks to be him. Sucks to be him.
It's like, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it. Oh, no.
It's at that moment he realized he messed up. DRS zigging and zagging. They know Joker's position, and Galton's doing a good job keeping him pinned down behind that rock while the remaining members of his team just pushes up into the direction of Hassan. Hassan trying to use an opportunity to run away, but the smoke dissipates at the worst time possible, and Galton and AJ are going to team up to finish him off. The Joker is, I believe, he's in the blue. He is in the blue. And I feel, there's not much you can do here. There's not much you can do here. He's going to be finished off by Mafia Ninja, and DRS will win a very prolonged battle at the end there against R3D, but DRS XP. 9 teams alive. They have 7 kills to the name.
And all 4 members on their feet as well. I guess they took stock of what you just said, and they're like, hold on a second. We can shift up a gear, and we can do what we did yesterday. And, it is definitely working in their favor. However, Vibes are going to come under heavy fire. Have a look at Venom Legends shooting down from one end, T2K on the other. But again, you've got to be careful because as the circle pushes everyone closer, oh boy, you are pretty much bad neighbors for one another. Now, Vibes are going to take a little bit of damage out in the blue. They have to move ASAP as everyone is going to be a mad scramble for the finish line as vehicles are going to whiz by. But again, I like the fact that they have trigger discipline because if they shoot Blade, they slow down and, well, they give away their position.
Oh, they get shot at by so many members here. Jiggle from Vibes jiggling around that fallen vehicle is going to do the job of getting the knock and almost finish as well. Second player, Gorka, will fall too. I believe he fell to the blue. Frankie, barely alive. He needs his kit right now. That blue circle zone is dealing quite a lot of damage. Second, he gets the heal. The timing could not have been perfect, but they're still in a world of pain. XP, they still need to push it into the play zone, and Wizzies with Vibes are keeping them at bay. Then from above, it's I8, Uzum, and Jiggle from Vibes. I believe he is the last man standing. No, they still have 2 members alive, but this is a battle for survival, and I8 are in the best position to take out 3 teams from where they are.
Mind you, what we see right now, Wizards with Vibes are split up in 2 pairs. And right now, one pair is down. It's all right because the second pair is inside the circle as well. I8 is going to get the best of the opponent over there. And with that, Reaper is going to go down. Looks like Galzan is going to get the better of Havoc. As now I8, now their work is cut out. They have the high ground play, but they are at the edge. And all they're going to have for cover is their smoke grenades.
Well, Johnny, I think he just made it. Uzum in the meantime is going to crawl away and he's going to be done for here. See what you finish him off, or rather it's going to be, yeah, there we go, Hustler getting the kill for that. Crypto, M249 up close.
He just went past him.
Wizarded Vibes, 1 member there. Rules, what can he do? He's going to get the knock. Can he find more? Looks like he will. He's looking to finish him off, and they're going to somehow stay alive. Johnny, he needs to get the knock here, and look at the way he's playing, jumping around. And but not before he takes them down. IA just got wiped out in a 1v3, and the moment he gets it, Zake with the nade. Oh my lord! What was that?
Talk about timing. I thought they'd done each other in, but it was that grenade that came in and finished him. He must have been a happy man realizing he got that squad wipe, but of course, seems Zake is going to be a thorn inside, and Nightwing is going to shoot down a little bit of a frantic move, a desperate move by Zake over here. He does know he's going up against the enemy. Those suppressive shots got the job done, and now he is going to make it behind cover. Meanwhile, Paradox, boy oh boy, these guys are still alive with 2 kills to their name.
I gotta say, I kind of want Paradox to get a chicken dinner. Imagine being such massive underdogs and pulling off something miraculous. And Zake is going to be coming under heavy fire from above. He wasn't aware of the position of the player above there, and the knocks are going to be back and forth. Nightwing finds one, but a quick trade from Zake. Void will be knocked down as well, as Steel Shot is taking a fight with Paradox at the same time. And now Paradox, I believe, are down to just 2 members, Parakeet and G1 rather. And for the side of Seal, it's all on Zake. Can he get the res? He can find Baron. Hustler, I can't really see him. Oh, he's out in the open. There's no way he's going to be going for Hustler. So Seal's going to be down to 2-man squad. Parakeet still have 2 alive. And DRS XP, even though they can get the res, but they have 4 players alive. This is perfection. Did they just run over Hustler?
They have 4 players alive. They have an airdrop falling right above them, and they have the entire side of the circle all to themselves, as Parakeet is going to get found out from distance. Of course, that was nothing that he could have done over there. G1 is going to take the fight up against Seal. Zake might just spot him out. I think he finally does. He ducks under fire, takes that UMP, puts in a few rounds, and with that, Paradox, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be exiting the game. I'm sorry, Blay. Your little dreams have been dashed. It's all right. I'm sure you're quite used to it, which means now
I'm used to disappointment. I live and breathe disappointment.
I mean, hey, brother, we live the same life. I get it. Our life is full of that. But anyway,
and that's why we commentate esports, because
Yes,
life is just disappointment. But right now, DRS on the cusp of getting yet another chicken dinner, as they have now 11 kills to their name XP. They found another knock and a finish, and this is it. It's a 4v1v1. It's Steel Shot, the last man standing for the side of Venom Legends, and Baron for the side of Seal. And DRS, they're just going to try and finish off the job very quickly. And I'm going to say it, a chicken dinner for the side of the Kings.
Definitely well-deserved chicken dinner, as Steel Shot is trying his best to keep the enemy at bay, but he is going to get spotted out, and of course the guns are going to be ablaze, and looks like it is the MG, the big airdrop machine gun, that is going to be putting the final nail in the coffin. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're not surprised, the real soldiers winning in Miramar.
The real soldiers, the real slayers, the real... I can't think of any of the words starting with S because I'm very bad at my job, but what a performance from them. They had over I believe, 13 kills, chicken dinner, and it looked like that Stalwart were kind of catching up to them, right? There was, I think, like 2 or 3 points of a difference in the overall tally, but they have easily gone past Stalwart right now, and with like just a couple of games remaining for them to play, or rather 1 game if I'm not mistaken, pretty much guaranteed not only to, they are guaranteed to qualify now for the Super Weekend, but also the form they're in right now, XP. They're here not just to play, as I said earlier, but they're here to win the entire thing.
I mean, we joke about the Costas curse from time to time whenever we say something and something drastic happens. It's like the opposite over here, because they're like, hey, wait a second, Blaze said something about us. He said, we're playing shite. Wait 1 second. All right, let's amp it up again, guys. It's going to be day 1 all over again. Let's show them how it's done. Getting a high number of kills. All 4 members alive right till the end. That is unprecedented. And of course, with that, it is going to be the midway point for all the action on day 2. 3 games underway. 2 games are still in store for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick little break.
Alright, hello and welcome back to PMPL South Asia Season 4. We are on day number 2 of the league plays. It's just week 1. It's just week 1 right now. All thanks to, of course, Oppo for sponsoring the entirety of this event. But boy, oh boy, I mean, Ocean, Johnny, it has been an amazing start to day number 2. And every single game that we go through, there's just ups and downs, dudes.
I mean, ups and downs, plus one thing is, last time when we were talking about Miramar, we were talking about how DRS was unlucky with the circle, right, for themselves. But this time it's kind of a turn up of a story, and Johnny,
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, as Ocean said, earlier on in the day they were unlucky with the circles. This game just made up for everything. The gods of PUBG Mobile were like, here you go, guys. Here you go. Every single shift of the circle was on top of DRS, and they had to capitalize.
They had to, and they did so perfectly as well. With that, as we move on through to the most valuable player coming in from this game of, well, Miramar, we've got none other than Mafia Ninja from the Real Soldiers Gaming Arena.
taking a lot of fights for himself and obviously, just creating a path for his team. That's what this guy did. You see that badge? He was a scout for the team, had 6 kills as well, 934 damage coming up, 2 assists, and 277 healing done. Now, this healing number, I get it, because the circle was shifting from the backlines to Lost Lunas. That means it's a really open area to play around, right? You do some damage, you get damage on yourself as well. That means the openness of the circle, they just never let that pressure be on themselves, and that kind of just, went in its own ups and downs. But yeah, 6 kills, that's brilliant, and it's just him. I mean, it's a team contribution, so the other lads obviously had more because he has 2 assists.
Exactly, and when you talk about those teammates, I'm sure we'll find a few of them in the top players list. Well, we do have Galzin right there, as always. Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Galzin is going to be there, and as you said, I mean, it was a contribution by the entire team of DRS, but I have to bring light to the fact again that the underdogs, the so-called underdogs as we have been calling them the entire day. I'm talking about Paradox, I'm talking about Team I8 and Venom Legends, as we did have a sort of a critical review of their yesterday's performance, are in fact doing really well for themselves in the matches now. I8, they're slowly and steadily trying their level best to climb up. They have done so in a match before, and even this game I believe they had a pretty decent performance according to me. Venom Legends, that final fight, it got a bit tricky when the push came upon them, but still it was a valiant effort from their side as well, and Paradox as well. They are consistently managing to survive. If Paradox can just secure a few extra kills and get those 4 or 5 extra points with these sort of finishes, their job is done. All they have to do is just be this consistent. Anything less than this is going to be putting them in trouble.
I mean that's so in that kind of thing, I would say they should actually play a Future Station kind of fish gameplay, where they're just going for the placements and they kind of become invisible against the lobby somehow. They just have that for themselves, the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter or something.
Well, that would certainly work out for them, because again, I mean, we've seen that time and time again, from one game to the next, from one tournament to the next. Certain teams are going to be playing as aggressive and brutal that they possibly can be, whereas the others are going to capitalize those dark hidden corners around in those fights and areas, and just be able to sneak past everybody to be able to get that placement point. And as long as you're able to participate and get yourself in the thing that matters, which is of course going to be the Super Weekend right now, well, it works out for you. With that, let's move on and have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this match ranking, I mean, Johnny, you would actually agree with me on one thing, and that is DRS definitely, they had that fracking potential, they showed it, but Pablo Clarity, I mean, even on their drop location, from the movement that they started, they tried to go for the fights, but the early elimination, that kind of just became really bad for him. And I guess now with the game that will be remaining for themselves, it's going to be heavy pressure on this team for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, there's definitely going to be pressure because now only 2 matches remain as we move forward with our day. But along with that, look at this. So team sitting on the 8th position has just 3 points. Just 3. How bad was the game for the team sitting on the 2nd page of the standings?
Let's find out. Let's find out the team that's going to move on forth from that 8th all the way down to the 9th through the 16th, where we shall see what bigger leap is that going to be, because from the 7th position to the 8th position we had a 6-point difference, and from there as we move on through we find PN Crew on that 9th spot. Ocean.
Yeah, PN Crew coming down 9th spot. Well, I would say as compared to their other games, this was comparatively better, but not the best that they can deliver, right? Because we saw them at 15-16, 15-16, but this time they're at 9th. Yeah, I get it. But if we compare points, I mean, 0 points and 3 points, it's still a pretty close affair if we talk about the previous games. But now Zeus, this is a team that was outshining in the first Miramar, and now in this Miramar, it was a turn of a story. Future Station, previously the team used to go for the fights, for the placement and not for the fights, but this time they tried to go for the fights. I would say Future Station should stick to the placement strategy for now, and then tomorrow when it'll be a free day for them, then they can just think about it.
Also, I just want to add one thing. I'm sorry about that. That Future Station, as Ocean said, they need to stick to their placement style of gameplay, and it's not a bad thing for them. Their positioning inside the map is actually really good. Because just the fact that you can get placement points continuously without having to risk getting eliminated early on, that takes a lot of time, a lot of time for other teams to figure out. And this team has done that perfectly.
Johnny, the best part is the lad in the team is named Zone Magnet, so you get that right.
So then a backtrack, it literally works for the dude's favor as well, and every single intuitive decision that he makes ends up favoring him, and the PUBG gods certainly seem to be helping out for that. With that, when it comes down to all those zone rotations that team is doing, let's talk about how the zones worked out in this game. Ocean.
Yeah, talking about how the zones worked out, right? This is where again you'll see zone magnet kind of just happen to be at a place where the zones was just shrinking down slowly and steadily. So it was good. But this time you see clarity above blue, like the place where they were moving forward from, it was kind of working up. I mean, they had different rotations for themselves if they wanted to. But the thing is, taking those early fights kind of just did not help them overall. Moving on to the next circles, we'll see a lot of teams just clustering around in the center lines, which obviously is a thing. But what do you do when the zones move away? This is what we'll see, right? If we just pause out here, you see the blue circle. Obviously, that was the previous zone. So this was the center line of that previous zone if we just talk about it. But now as the circle shifts, so many teams want to move. They might have a few areas here and there to just stay for themselves. But the rotation that will be happening, you will be cornering down maybe one of your opponents, maybe the entire team or something. And that somehow, the hard shift of the zone actually plays against the mindset of the players. And now you see again that happens. This is where Venom Legends was one of the most, luckiest team that they actually had the circle for themselves. But look at DRS right now. They have no team that can challenge them. If they want to take up a fight, yeah, that's a different affair. But they have no team that can challenge them, and they can just certainly make inside the circle, stay in the zone, just play in any way, shape or form they want to. And again, Paradox, like they also had like so much of an open ground for themselves to just enter inside the circle. Meanwhile, there were so many teams that were just struggling in the Lost in City area. You see teams coming from the circle, from the zone, and all those things. From the blue zone, so that kind of just worked against the players. But DRS, Paradox, like they had so good of an area for their movement that actually secured them really good points. I mean, for DRS, obviously it was a chicken dinner, but this is where let's talk. Yeah, this is the circle that kind of just actually just confirmed that DRS is gonna get it for themselves. They had R3D right next to them. I get it. R3D is a brilliant team. But DRS, with the numbers advantage that this team had, they put so much. They can put so much pressure on the team that would be right next to them that they'll win this fight. And as soon as they win this fight, as soon as they have this area for themselves, well, they have like, I guess 90% of the zone for themselves. So I mean, you get it, right? They had the openness to play around. I mean, that's the reason they got the chicken dinner. Having the zone kind of just ensures that you have it. And this time, DRS did not struggle for the zone.
Exactly. I mean, you look at it from one zone to the next. That was just working for. Come on, bro. Again and again, right? That's just being the super duper magnet from this game at least, and that certainly did work out for the real soldiers' favor. I mean, talk about the previous game. We were looking at the team just moving away from one game to the next with 1 point, 2 point, and then they were like, all right, the team on the second position is getting a bit too close. Let's create that gap and let's get ourselves a chicken dinner, and they walk away with one. So of course that lead will be created. That we'll talk about in the storyboard. Right now, it's time to reminiscent of the game that just took place through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And I want to focus on one thing over here. I mean, we were talking about all these teams, Future Station, we were talking about PN2 as well, we talked about Venom Legends. I want to look at the movements that we saw from the team of Paradox. Because as Ocean was explaining during his rotations breakdown, Paradox, they played this so smartly, just taking control of that southeastern part of the circle where absolutely no one was present. This was an interesting situation because Pablo, they had Inky outnumbered, and this Inky was still able to take down a few players over there. And I was like, hey, what's going on here?
I mean, that's certainly true, Johnny. But look at this area. Wherever you see DRS, right? They had the decency of having the circle for themselves, and they could apply pressure onto the opponents. That was really, really amazing. But moving on forward to the other fights, you'll see a lot of clusters that were just forming up around Los Leones. It's the most difficult circle to play because you have so many buildings. And if you come out, it's so higher up of a ground that you just, have to put up a pressure on. Look at this. I mean, the players are putting up pressure on their opponents from those higher grounds, and that just changes the course of the story.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there were two teams that I felt were out for blood in this game. One was Vibes, and the other one was I8. And this was so intense. I8, 3 players getting taken down by that one lad from Visits with Vibes, and then Zeus Esports are like, hey, there's too much noise over here, maybe we can pick up a few kills. They just get one from the entire scuffle.
Well, what a play. Of course, it has been. With that, as we move on through to the damage graph, we are going to be focusing on the teams that have created some massive towers right off the bat, Ocean. We've got Venom Legends, the Real Soldiers, as well as I8.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, Venom Legends, I8. But again, I would take this conversation to Paradox right now because it's the first time, that they have been facing this pressure. And yesterday, I would say now it's kind of team that might have been testing the waters, but we thought it would be a bit too late. But today, they are coming up with good numbers. both in the kill department and impressive numbers again in the placement department. That obviously is helping them right now. But I would love to see where the final game actually just takes them slowly and steadily moving forward. Obviously, there are 2 games left overall, but now, if we talk about T2K, a team that was doing pretty good in the previous Erangel, that team kind of just faltered down in this Miramar. You see the damage numbers, yeah, they are with them, but at the end, the points that matter are the kill points.
Absolutely, every single time it will be the kill point that will favor you, and of course with that kill point the placement point will also bring yourself up in the overall storyboard. But right now when it comes down to the teams who we find basically on the second page of the leaderboard are not looking good, all the way starting from high voltage itself, where we do have some unexpected names. You've got S9 right there, you've got Zeus Esports right there. Along with that, of course, there are teams that can expect to change their play side in the next remaining 2 games. Right now, let's move on to the overall rankings. That's going to be the storyboard that will dictate the lead that the real soldiers have been able to create.
Wow, 103. 103 for GRS, Johnny. I mean, that's just amazing.
I mean, it is amazing. So, as I said before the match started, that Stalwart Esports was just 2 points shy. And as XP said, that Blair was also pointing out, oh, DRS, they are having a bad day. Maybe they actually heard us and they were like, oh, 3 points, right?
Is that so?
Yeah, let's change that.
But just think about one thing, Johnny, now, and that is the next game is going to be DRS's last game. So I would love. I mean, obviously they have that massive lead, but will we see a 4th chicken dinner coming from them or not? Like that's where my eyes are right now, because we talked about it, right? This team has the chance of going YOLO.
So here's the thing, right? 4 chicken dinners in league stages. Yeah, they will give you a good lead. They will make you look really good going into the Super Weekend. But if you can do that during the Super Weekend, that means $4,000.
Exactly.
Talk about pressure. But maybe they're just warming up. Because these are teams that they're going to be playing against. And right here, as we move on across, we do have a lot of changes taking place as well on the second page, where we do have Venom Legends making a big jump into the top 16.
Well, it's not just Venom Legends. Look at Paradox right now. Well, they are in top 16. That's a good thing. And they have 2 matches left. That's where the pressure comes down to Venom Legends right now. For the starters, 7 games done, right? They have 1 game remaining. PN Crew and R3D as well. Whatever impact they want to make, it should be in that 1 remaining game. Otherwise, the storyline will be fixed for the upcoming Super Weekend.
Also, here's the thing. Venom Legends, they just have 1 match remaining.
Yeah.
Just to be safe, I want them to get those 15 points if they want to move to the Super Weekend. Paradox as well. Paradox, I mean, they still have a safety cushion of having 2 games. But look at this. PN Crew, R3D, just 1 game to go, and they're sitting on the 18th and the 19th position. It's all or nothing in the next match.
There absolutely is, and well, talk about pressure. They've got only this 1 game to take that lead all the way through for themselves, and there are 23 points, and they need to be overcoming Paradox's 31 points, where of course Paradox are going to be playing, so they'll be jumping into their points as well. And perhaps, like you were mentioning, both of you, that we'll probably be looking at a marker of 40 points, 45 points perhaps on that 16th position. So yeah, it's looking tough as we move on from 1 game to the next. With that, let's move on through our day. Let's move on to the schedule, which will now be taking us to a different map altogether, and that map is the known map, the OG map. It is time to jump back into Erangel Ocean.
Yeah, definitely. It is Erangel, and it is Group A's last match, if you talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And a few teams might just be playing their last match. A few teams of them are happy, like talk about DRS. A few teams might just be sad. Well, they'll have to change up their pace right now, because this match matters. Again, this is second last match overall, but for 1 or 2 teams, like for 4 teams, obviously, it's going to be the last match to just look forward. So I would just want to see what happens today in this match.
Well, along with that, let's also have a look at the map chance and find out what the stats tell us when it comes down to the prediction that the stats are going to be showcasing. Johnny, what do you know?
This is interesting.
Wow.
This is interesting, but I do agree with this. I mean, we have been talking about the prowess of Future Station of getting those placement points, right? And if you can get 12 points consistently in every single Erangel that you play, what more do you need? What more do you need, Ocean?
And it's just those placement points that just Future Station has been sitting on in the most amazing, impressive fashion. Because this is the thing, right? Even in this Miramar, I get it, they did not get much more of the points, but they were in the center of the circle as the zone started shifting up. So the zone favoring capability that this team is possessing right now is brilliant. They should play like that. I mean, they have a really good cushion for themselves. But again, we'll have to see that in Super Weekend again.
Exactly.
For that.
Yep, but for now, at least for now, one thing that can be said for them is the fact that they are pretty much settled in the top 16. You know, as they move on forth, even the next two remaining games themselves, there is no possibility, I doubt, that will have future station drop all the way down towards those markers. But on the other front, as you guys were so perfectly mentioning, right, you've got Paradox right on that crucial marker of that 16th position. Below them, you've got the likes of course, Clarity. I believe we've got, of course, PN Crew, and this is something that if these teams are not able to capitalize upon these final opportunities, then the storyline is going to be so very different for them, because as you move on from week 1 to week 2 league plays, they will be starting off at a bit of a backseat position, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, they are definitely going to be in some trouble, but we have had this situation before, and it's always the same scenario for everyone. You need to play at least 2 Super Weekends in order to make it to the finals and do well in one of those 2 Super Weekends. So that is something that I believe the teams can be hopeful about if they miss out on the first one. But still, all eyes are going to be on PN Crew and R3D on this one to see in the next match that they're going to play, how they finish. Also, in the next one, I believe, I mean, I8, they have the ball rolling for themselves, so how are they going to do it is going to be a big question.
Well, let's find out with that before we jump through. Ocean, any predictions do you want to have?
Well,
Or
again,
maybe A1 Esports
I would want to see what Group A does, that's all. Like, I would want to see what Group A does with the final game.
Alright, mate. With that, let's move on through. With that, let's get this game started off. It is time to cue in the Panda Bros, who are going to be taking us game number 4.
Oh boy, what a day has it been so far, Necro. I mean, you're talking about comebacks. We've seen so many teams pulling that one off. Now we've just got the final 2 games, and it's just going to be that last Erangel and that one final Miramar. Of course, we're going to start off with Erangel itself, and Necro, your predictions on this one.
Man, look, I don't really want to jump on predictions because this is getting really close, Fixes, and especially Group B is not going to be playing this one. They're going to be sitting out, and I feel like this or the next game is going to be really crucial for Group B because they have teams like PN Crew, then they have teams like Venom Legends coming in, and I feel like any of the games that are coming in forward, even R3D, they're really important for Group B, and over here, they just gotta hope that hopefully Paradox doesn't really move in forward inside this game. Hopefully they have a bad game. That's what they gotta pray for.
Exactly. I mean, not just Group B, right? You know, I'd be a little bit contradicting to the desk over here because I'm least concerned to what Group A is doing because they're all so comfortably qualified. I mean, all the 4 teams, you know, they've been playing phenomenally well, but it all comes down. You know, Group B consists of 3 teams who apparently are in that red zone. Of course, we can leave Zeus aside. They're feeling really comfortable. As Big Bird is in the sky, we head in to the greeny pastures of Erangel, of course, as the flight path trajectory, well, it's heading from shooting range to Susnov military base.
Man, I don't know about you, but I'm vibing to this music right now. It's absolutely great. It's making me feel
love that.
right. Yep, I love this music. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, playing flight path starting all the way from Zarki, ending towards the Susnov military base. That means I8, well, they're going to be having a great time because it's right over their drop location. On the other hand, though, so, I mean, look, yeah, Zeus, I do know they're on 10th position in overall rankings Fixes, but are you happy to see them there?
I mean, it's all right. It is a-okay because, for one, league points do not really matter, right? As long as you're in the top 16, I don't care. You head into the Super Weekend. That is where I'm gonna start complaining. That's where I'm gonna, you know, start being really critical about the teams. But you know, being critical about teams, I mean, well, I8 seems to have really pulled off quite a comeback, right? I mean, especially Johnny making the whole world of difference over here. Just that one player changing the way completely as to how they approach the game, and they haven't looked behind ever since. Now the only issue with I8 I've been feeling is that they need to focus a little bit more on those position points, but despite the fact the killing has been brutal, right? 9 points of position, 31 points of killing shows how aggressive these lads can be. But talking about this game in particular,
well, we've got quite a hybrid circle over here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say, yeah, it's a pretty hybrid circle. I would say, yeah, definitely. But at the same time, we have seen this kind of a circle a lot of times in the past as well. It usually kind of ends towards the George Bull side near the Big Boy Mountain. But let's just see where it heads down at this time. But yeah, the teams that we are really having our eyes out for. Definitely, one of them is going to be Paradox. Then you have C-Line as well. And another team over here that we really need to talk about is going to be R3D Esports, which is Bublu. Now.
Yeah.
For myself, I would say, yeah, their survival game has always been really good, but their firepower is really lacking here, Fixes, and they need to step it up.
You know, this is where I'm just gonna have a little bit of a contradiction again, right? In terms of kill departments, they've done decent, but in terms of position points, I mean, they've done terribly bad. So this is where, you know, the question really comes down. Khan 420, is he feeling the heat? Because, you know, coming into the PMPL, I mean, he had to be one of those star players that I was really looking out for. And the way he had been performing during the NCs, you know, hand this boy an MG3 and he'll show you what he can do with that particular weapon. But so far, lately, he's been a little bit silent.
Yeah.
But you know, the major problem with Team Bublu that I've seen them is with their decision making, right? With how they're traversing around the land, the timings of the rotation, and the worst part, they take a lot of bad fights, right? They need to start avoiding that. But, you know, talking about bad fights, well, this is something that 7C, I believe, did not anticipate, you know, Seal dropping right on them. And I think, well, I mean, considering the form that 7C are going through lately, I think Seal needs to have some early breakfast over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting as well. And I mean, especially a man like Hustler, who has been a former teammate of Apes, I'm expecting this lad to dominate as well. And 7C, as you did mention, I mean, this team has been struggling, and well, the prime example is right in front of your eyes. Mr. Thapa going down. That's a big down as well. And the main, I feel like the problem over here was the separation coming in through initially in the 7C, right? One player was all the way at the back. The other player was on the right side. The main player was in the front line. On the other hand, Seal, take a look at that. 3 players stacked inside one house, and one guy is all the way on the left line. So he's kind of watching their surroundings.
I mean, this is exactly what we were even discussing about yesterday, right? I mean, how lost 7C are. And especially without True Love, I do not really find that synergy anymore. I mean, they've still got some new additions. But Mr. Thapa, you've got Ale, I do not know. I'm kind of feeling dicey about them, but Fear did have that little bit of an angle. But apparently, Necro, this is a bad news for him. He's been spotted. Now, one thing that we're looking at Seal, right? We can ascertain for sure is the fact that they like to stick together, right? They're not, you know, forming different angles or anything. They are moving as a whole unit, and they're just trying to isolate the players. And this is where Memo finding these crucial angles really becomes important to stop their pace just a little bit. But one good thing about Seal, like we mentioned, right? They're together. So the revivals, they're going to be really fast.
Yeah, the revivals are definitely going to be fast, and like there's going to be no problem as well, because like the way Seal is playing, even if they are taking those open peaks, they're making sure even if they do go down, they're quite next to or quite close to a cover, and that's where Seal is at least getting a little bit of more extra cushion. On the other hand, as you did mention, 7C got caught off guard. Like Seal dropped in, and 7C were just completely separated away from each other. And yep, exactly. As I feel like moving away from this fight is the best thing you can do, and that's what they're exactly doing, because they don't want any more casualties on their name, and that is, I feel like, a mature choice being made by this team. On the other hand, yep, you can clearly see on the replay as well, Thapa has no clue.
He was lost.
Yep, yeah, he just got caught off guard.
It's not just about being off guard. I mean, that's not an excuse, you know, they can make anymore, right? Because while dropping off, you do see those parachutes. You need to be really careful. I mean, making such sticky movements, that is, of course, going to be the cause of your demise. And that is something that has happened with 7C. Now, their start has been terrible, right? Now, the remainder of the game might just be terrible as well. You know, it starts getting worse from around here. Where do they go? Where do they loot? Because they have not got enough loot. Or the only saving grace for 7C, I must say, is that they have got a few vehicles for themselves. But now, A1 Esports, again,
dropping off in no man's land. I mean, I've seen these lads, usually heading off towards Jasnaya, but they've kind of been respecting DRS, right? They've left out on that. They've chosen a different drop location. Now have decided to lock horns against an inform Future Station 1952.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Future Station, yep, as you did mention beautifully, that they are definitely in form. But, well, the opening has been found. Entry is going to be the man who's going to be giving the entry frag away to A1 Esports, and that should open a lot of opportunities. But instead, it seems like 1952 isn't going to be a team that's going to be falling prey that easily. Instead, they decide to retaliate back, or at least take a little bit of more chip shots here and there. Have managed to kind of just make sure that RX Jax is not really being hungry on those kills. They have managed to ship him away. With that being said, here's a little replay of how Amra is just dominating TDK's players, and that's a fantastic spray. What can you say, man? The M249 is just a lot in those early games.
Oh, look at that M4 whiff, right? I mean, had you aim assist on that could have been a knock, but look at Bablu again in a whole world of trouble. And this time, it's their mean professor. It's Teen Wolf who's been caught off guard. And now this is the moment where 420 needs to pull off some miracle. They need to go in for that save, but it looks really, really difficult considering how things have gotten up over here. But 420 still trying to, exchange a few bullets. But Inky's position is going to be so crucial. But 420 does spot him out in the right nick of time. Barely manages to escape.
Look at the off angle he's making. And yes, this is what exactly I was saying. Beautiful repositioning coming out from the side of Sinor. Finds himself an opening, again, I would say second knockout on Clarity Bubble, and this is what exactly is falling apart for them. Now, Fixes, if you've noticed, in the PMCOs or even in any other tournament, Bubble has been known for their survival game a lot much more time. Yeah, they do have a good firepower as well, but they have mostly been known for their survival game. But in these kind of PMPOs, right, you cannot use the same tactics you use in the PMC or in your regional games. You need to kind of change things up, depending on how the team plays over here. And it seems like Bubble are getting caught off guard a lot of times while they're rotating.
Again, I must say this. I really feel that they're feeling the heat, right? This is where the pressure is sort of surmounting on 420. And again, you need to understand, you need to do your homework, right? You do know C-Line drops right beside you. This is that junction where you sort of meet against each other. You gotta be prepared for that. And they did not. And to make things worse, they just had buggies to play around with. Now, what does that leave Team Bubble with? I think the final two players alive. We've got Zibian, of course, and I know somewhere down the line, I'm really wondering now what can be in store for Bubble, because this game is pretty much a corner, right? Unless and until we see some next level survival from these lads. But either ways, taking a look at the circle shift, we've got it a little bit centralized around that Pochinki Gatka area. Some kind of a standard Erangel circle where apparently 7C are in a decent position, but the numbers definitely is a thing of concern.
Yeah, the man advantage is really important, and we have seen it kind of change a lot of teams' courses in those end moments. And Bubble, exactly, I mean, mentioning their overall ranking again, they're on 17th place. They're really close to 16, and they really need to get in the top 16. But the main problem here is that if already with this kind of a bad start, you're going to be starting the game, that's going to be affecting your morals by quite a lot. And you need to understand, as I did mention, this game is really important. Like, it has to be one of the most important games. Yeah, even though you do have the upcoming game in your hands, but still, each and every single game matters, because if you're going to let the teams below you even stack up those points against you, that can be a huge problem, and they need to realize this. Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about this particular replay, I8 has really been looking aggressive. Something that they're not quite popular for, because we've seen them dominate in the Pakistani lobbies, right? It's a cakewalk for them. But then again, coming into these international lobbies where you've got the Nepalis out there, the Bangladeshis, and of course, how can we just rule out the Mongolians? That's where things start getting really tricky, right? Yesterday was a nightmare that they would want to get over with, and I think they've done a fairly decent job at that. And again, yesterday also we were, asking where on earth is Johnny, and my man is back, and well, he's definitely delivering. Sort of inclusion of Johnny in the roster sort of eases out the pressure on crypto. But again, it's not just Johnny and crypto anymore. It's Blade who's been doing a lot of killing lately.
Yeah, taking a look at the circle for now, and even the map feed, you can clearly see that a lot of teams are stacked up in the center. Now, DRS are going to be one of those kind of teams that are pretty late to arrive, but the teams that are at least in the center, that they are going to be having a little bit of safety cushion for now. But airdrop 2 is on the board. It's going to be the MK14, baby, and let's see who's going to be taking it this time, because I've seen those AWMs also being yielded in Miramar, so I definitely do want someone to get that MK14 at least in the Erangel map. But for now, yep, as I did mention, there are a few teams that are making those late rotations, but take a look at this hard shift coming in through all the way on the southern side. Now, over here, Fixes, I would give you a task, right? Now tell me, what would you do if you were Bablu?
Team Bablu completely, just go through the blue zone and take those certain compounds. That has to be so very easy. But I mean, right now, the only thing for Team Bablu is going to be about surviving. So what I can recommend is, of course, take that school route, go all the way and play through the peripheries and try to, just come down from the southern side. But no, that's not going to happen anymore, because you've got Wizis with vibes already taking that desired location, which Bablu should have taken. But now, we've got the Ruthless aggressive warriors having spotted Enki in a really precarious spot. Now, Joker, we've seen what this lad can do with a bolt action, right? Now, this time he does not have one. It's just playing around with an M4. But Necro, how on earth is Enki going to come out alive?
Man, if I was in his position, I would just stay tucked in as long as possible and wait for my cavalry to arrive. Like, that's what I would personally do, because if you wouldn't try to peek out a little bit of pixel of your head, it's going to get cut off. It's going to get blown out instantly. So I don't really feel like Enki in that position. If you have a smoke grenade, then yeah, you have a good chance. But still, you getting spammed through and taking a lot of damage can be a big thing. But take a look at that. He has found himself a knock and an opening. Now that this means going to be opening a lot of opportunities for him, and somewhere down line, Raw being really unaware of Enki.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Enki is starting to be a nuisance for Team Raw, right? Considering how he just managed to knock down Vishal right in front of his teammates and finish him off. But, this is where Raw need to start making some aggressive movements, and going one by one is definitely not going to help their cause. But where on earth are Enki's teammates? Are they even in a good position to provide cover fire? I believe they are, but I really hope one more player does come in, as nades are being exchanged over here, and Enki! Alright, this man somehow has a tendency to survive, but for how long? As he finally gets shot down. And there you go. Finally, Raw are going to be punishing Enki for his frivolous activities over there. But again, the question still remains, Necro. Where were his teammates? None of them came in aid.
Well, they were close by. You can see the minimap, right? They were pretty close by, but it seems like for Enki, he's not the priority for them. And that hurts, That
hurts.
Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, if I was Enki, I would be like, guys, am I not your friend? Please, guys. And take a look at this circle shift now. I8 being the one favored, and also same thing goes with ABCDE Esports. Now, they were on 13th position in overall rankings. That means this game is really important for them as well. So this type of I would say, the PUBG gods gracing them with the zone, they have got to be really thankful.
I mean, look at the splash of colors heading in from the northern side, but Deadeyes find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the lads of 7C, where we've got Ale, the last player surviving, finally just getting obliterated as Deadeyes. I mean, even after having 2 of their players knocked out, they still somehow managed to survive. But look at the real soldiers go over here. They found out what to, and well, I mean, after the departure of Assassin, High Voltage, after a really good start yesterday, they've sort of had that downhill slope dropping by.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for 7C. All the way at the bottom of the leaderboards and being wiped out that early in the game. Of course, being the first team to get wiped out in this game, that should not feel good. But on the other hand, it seems like Venom Esports taking a dig onto one of those big teams, but it seems like IAD as well are not going to be falling back. They're replying back in style. They've won the smoke, and it seems like Venom Esports will give them another fight. Clarity Bubble, you better not take this one, because Deadeye's guys, they are looking good. They are stacked up in a single shack, but nading them is not going to be easy, so Deadeye's guys are looking pretty safe.
Yeah, they certainly are for now at least. They're kind of trying to avoid fights, going in for the survival points. But like you mentioned, you know, 7C off to another early exit sort of shows how much True Love is being missed over here, as Rated is just on a pixel of HP. And I think he's going to be safe. He's going to patch himself up. But where do C-Line go away with this, you know, just having 2 of their players alive, which could have been possibly the whole squad, but now they're making a move and have been caught right out in the open. But we have a different fight here. T2K going up against DRS.
Well, I'm already telling you, DRS is winning this one. They are winning this one, because take a look at Mafia Ninja's position, right? He also has the high ground yielded at the same time. The blue zone is moving in, but, well, that's a great fight from Kane. I thought Mafia Ninja can actually make a lot of things happen, but the problem was DRS was really scared of the zone, and this is what TDK took complete advantage of, and they faltered down. Now, the main problem over here, DRS decided to move because their backs were faced the zone, and the zone was moving in. It does make sense, but yeah, unfortunate.
I mean, in that particular situation, the moment the fight erupted, I kind of knew DRS was in trouble, because I did see on the minimap 2 of their teammates were kind of sort of knocked out. So Mafia Ninja was in tremendous pressure, and the crossfire being set up. But we'll talk about that later, as we've got another fight erupting in front of us. It's of course the boys Stalwart going up against R8. I sense quite a little bit of a rivalry around here, and for obvious reasons, we all understand why, right? And look at action! He spots out Blade, but a Blade in fact retaliates with taking down Apex. Now Action does get that trade, which leaves Johnny trying to go in for a flag, maybe get another trade, but no, it's from afar. He gets shot down. Necro, what on earth is going on?
Oh my god, it seems like they're getting a little bit of help from the back line, but Uzum is all trying to fight back. And take a look at this. This is so close. Top is still alive from Stalwart Esports. Crypto moving inside. Instead, no, he goes for the res onto his teammate. Now, Top, as I did mention, he's still alive. Ace is down. He needs to get the res back in, but that's a great find through the smoke, and that's going to be opening a window of opportunities for Top. But I feel like going for the res should be the best thing he can do, and that's what he's probably going to be doing. And MG3 fixes your favorite weapon being yielded by Top.
Yeah, of course, and that can make the whole world of difference over here. But Crypto, he needs to patch himself up. I really do not know if that's a good idea, because a few of the players did manage to get knocked out from over there. Now, Apex, he's all by his lonesome, because Top, I believe, has abandoned him. Now, Crypto, after getting that first aid, he will, of course, want to throw a little bit of a grenade over there, which apparently lands perfectly and does manage to take him down. And this sort of puts, you know, Tower in a very, very bad spot, as Crypto gets knocked out, and well, he'll be eliminated before he even realizes that. And Stalwart, I do not know how they're alive, but these lads are doing it. No support from Uzum.
Yep.
Not at all.
Well, I mean, Uzum, it seems like he's just chicking out the fight. I don't know what else to say over there in that position, because Uzum just went back all the way inside the house, and he was like, all right, guys, I'm going to be the one to actually be in the safer side and at least trying to get some positioning points for the team. But Raw, on the other hand, it seems like they are under heavy fire. pretty much plus down low. Deadeyes have all 4 players alive, and this can be huge for them in those late games because, of course, if you have all 4 players alive, that's going to be helping you quite a lot because usually in those late game situations, it's hard for a team to keep all 4 of their players alive. Seal, though, this nade can be really damaging. Jivan, oh, he has put in some great distance in that nade, but still not really making up till the mark. Seal is looking good for now.
Yeah, they certainly are, but once the smoke dissipates, things aren't going to be better anymore for Team Seal right now. Hazard just wants to go in for a drive-by. Did he knock one down? Did he take someone down as Parakeet? He's going to take a dig at the players of Stalwart as Paradox. They're finding amidst 2 different fight over here, and things are starting to fall down. Now you've got to decide which fight you need to choose. Either go for Seal or else go for Stalwart. You cannot go for those 2 fights. But Bablu, somehow they're apparently surviving for now. But for how long, as Danny finally falls and Team Clarity Bablu are eliminated from the game at 11 spot, Necro. This means just 1 point coming out from that positioning, and Stalwart now locking horns against A1 Esports.
If you're in Bablu's shoes, you do not want that kind of a performance because teams like Paradox, teams like Paradox is still alive in the game. Yeah, they do have some casualties on their name, but they're still in. That means they can try and play for the positioning points, which can help them to at least top a little bit more points on their ranking that they had in the overall. And well, that's some great find from Jivan and Quid as well. They're looking for blood, and it seems like this time they're going to be getting it, but no, instead Quid is getting some retaliation fire on himself. This is where Jivan chimes in, and he tries to save his teammate, but A1 Esports is quite close as well. It seems like, okay, you guys are having dinner, you guys didn't invite us.
Oh, all right. I mean, this would have been really interesting from Queen. I really thought he's going to go outside the zone, but eventually he was sniffed, and Top, not making any mistake at all, does manage to knock him down and finish him off. With that being said, I8 even fall down with a lot of kills, though. And that's sort of a half-hearted commitment from Crypto, and of course, just backing off. I mean, in that moment, I kind of realized that they messed things up. But now, Visits with vibes. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, Necro. This team has impressed me the most. I mean, being one of the most consistent teams, at least in the league stages, considering they've not gotten a single chicken dinner, they still have a top 3 position for themselves.
Man, all I can say about Visits with Vibes is that they're just so good at finding those opportunities and capitalizing on it. And that's what they have been doing. The survival game is on point, and as soon as they find any kind of advantage or any kind of kills, they just instantly go for it. They capitalize on it. And over here, though, now Deadeyes, they did have all 4 of their players alive, but just being out in the open is causing them so much trouble. They don't really have a lot of cover. All they have are those vehicles, and soon they're also going to be blown up. That means you can't really make a fast rotation inside the circle. It's already being used as a cover. So how are Deadeyes going to make it out? Instead, they will have to use a lot of smokes, and hopefully they have that much amount of utility left because A1 Esports are not letting their eyes off of Deadeyes.
I mean, this is signature A1 Esports, right? Every single time during those league stages, they bring it down to the wire, and every single time they find, sort of qualify in those final few games. Now, having made it to the top 4 with 8 kills, this looks really promising. But I really like Deadeye's position because, they do not have anyone on their back lines. All they're gonna wish right now is the zone to favor them, and that has exactly happened right now.
Has happened. Dante, that's a good find. No, the smoke faded away, and Wise was really late to react on it. And yes, they will have to pay the price. And that minute 14, of course, is dealing so much damage. And A1 Esports are getting capitalized on. A1 Esports is an experienced team. You can't expect them to lose out on these kind of opportunities. They will take full advantage of that. And yes, Vibes are going to be the one to fall prey this time. But Deadeye's guys as well is quite on the left side now. Toppers went down, and I feel like going for the res is probably the best thing Rated can do, but no, instead he goes for the confirmation of the kill because he does know on the left side, Vibes is alive. That means if he goes for the res, he also shows his body, because Vibes, they're dealing with their own problems for now.
Yeah, they're in a whole world of trouble, right? And this sort of is a saving grace for the players of Deadeyes. But where does this leave Visits with Vibes, right? In a very comfortable spot. Now, since all the other teams are engaging against each other, and Killer, having been spotted just out of that play zone, finally succumbs to his injuries, and there you have it.
Oh.
Vibes Esports getting eliminated, and that leaves us with 3 teams now. Wizards with Vibes having all 4 of their players alive. I think this chicken dinner might be theirs.
Yeah, this is easy clap for Wizards with Vibes. Like, this has to be one of those easy clap games or easy clap moments for them. And hopefully it is. I mean, Wizards with Vibes, they're still playing it out really safe. They do not want to be really overconfident in these kind of situations. With Deadeyes being eliminated, this only leaves that one last man alive from ABCDE Esports. Dante being the one. He's taking a little bit of shots onto them, and still Wizards with Vibes seem pretty unknown of his position. And take a look at Dante. He's dealing a lot of damage. No, you don't want these moments to happen. If Dante actually takes another one down, this can be a really problematic factor. But no, instead, Wizards with Vibes strike back. They finally saw him. Thank God.
Yeah, they finally did. And, had A1 Esports got a few extra men, things could have been completely different. But either ways, Wizards with Vibes finally get the chicken dinner, something that was just missing, right?
And ranking, baby.
Exactly. Now they're gonna head. I mean, they're still retaining that spot, right? Again, having more points than their brothers, Team Vibes over here, and they are looking so phenomenal heading inside the Super Weekend, right? We've been talking about that Dark Horse story, and this is what they've put on the table for us over here. But then again, huge props to A1 Esports. Now, finally, they have stepped up. Now, you're talking about the drama, the masala, and it has never gotten better with just that one game to go. Now, we, of course, have done with all our games for Group A, right? Now, we just have Group B coming in, and in the next game, 3 of their teams are going to be in a whole world of trouble. They need to make sure that they garner enough points for themselves to maybe qualify inside the Super Weekend. Apart from that, the big question still remains, Necro. What is going to happen to Team Clarity, Bablu?
Man, I feel like if the form just keeps on continuing, nothing can be said. But I feel like over here, the main problem with the teams is going to be R3D and Crew and 7C. Now, they need to step it up, man. 7C especially, no matter what they're doing, they're always getting countered.
Yeah, and this sort of a roster shuffle is definitely hurt them a lot, right? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going in for a short little break, because coming right after is the death to break the fights down.
And we're back again. This is, of course, PMPL Season 4. Big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for hashtag Hook Up Your Fun. We've got 4 games done today, and dudes, I mean, once again, it is just exhilarating one after the other. These teams that we were talking about at the start of the day are finally showcasing aggressiveness, and what a different performance they've brought.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Overall, for the performance side, I would say it's really good. And again, this is the standard, I would say, Johnny, you're going to agree with me on this one. This is standard Erangel aggression that we saw this time, just happening from all sides. I mean, those compound fights that we know, those open fights that we know, it was actually the OG gameplay by the OG players in the OG Erangel overall.
I agree, but I mean, no matter what we say about this game, both of you will agree with me on this. A1 Esports, they missed out on this chicken dinner again. There was one game before this, and now again.
Dude, but once again, I mean, all I was about to say was that, yes, Dante is the MVP, but he's also the OG according to me. The way he was all by himself, able to stand the ground and take down players one by one, and was just able to just not wanting to pin himself down and getting those points for his team was just absolutely awesome to watch. And like you so perfectly said, Ocean and Johnny, yep, this was the OG wrangle that was so very much missed. But hey, PMPL Season 4 is getting started, and it certainly is getting heated up. Ocean. Right, so Johnny, And Ocean, talking about this play itself, right? So we do have Dante right there with the MVP, but along with that, of course, his teammate RX Jax is right behind him, giving him the support that's required, being the assaulter that he needs to be.
Exactly. I mean, A1 Esports, as you said, Dante, he's definitely an OG, did quite a lot for his team. But A1 Esports, the way they were picking up those fights was incredible to watch. Look at the damage numbers on these two individuals. Dante is sitting at 1227, and then we have Jax sitting on 1107. Incredible performances. Just a few mistakes in that final fight. It weren't really mistakes even. It was just the fact that they had taken so many fights at once that they were totally gassed in the end. And we've always talked about this, right? There is always gonna be a cap of pressure, maximum pressure that you can take. If the number of fights do surpass that amount, you will be taken out. And that has what happened with A1 Esports 2 times in a row, even in the last game as well against Station, that final situation. They were caught out in the open, the molly comes, Sinister goes down, and then Jax was the one actually who was the last player surviving for his team with nowhere left to go, outnumbered, and he got taken down. Similar situation this time around as well, but still, they knew from the get-go that their plans, their intentions were quite clear. They were always just looking up to get a high finish, but priority numero uno for them was those kills.
I mean, the dudes have been lurking all across, wherever it was aggression, wherever it was domination, wherever there were gunfights. This team was just lurking around behind the corner, behind the rock. They were just bringing in those kills for themselves behind the tree trunk. And I mean, again, just amazing showcase. But as you were mentioning, it's still missing that chicken dinner. But moving on to the match summary. I8, another team to talk about. Uzum right there. Beautiful. This is the day that this team were waiting for. All these teams, in fact, were waiting for. I mean, from Dead Eyes guys to A1 Esports to I8 to Paradox, all of them have been absolutely ferocious.
I mean, so they've only done one thing right now. They've only changed one thing. They're not taking that first fight that they were taking yesterday. Every time that first engagement, they try and disengage right now. And that is actually working out in their favor. Because, again, I said this yesterday, I said this today as well. This team is good with those gunfights, but if you're going to keep on fighting from the early stages, I mean, there is going to be a higher probability you will get third-partied and get picked off. Also, you might lose out on a key individual in the earlier fights, and that is not going to work out for you in the later stages of the game. With disengaging from those early fights and just making sure that all four players are present when you are rotating from the fourth circle, the fifth circle onwards, and trying to move into those small little clusters that are already built up inside, I8 now have sort of put themselves in a position from where they will be able to secure a few extra points, and that has worked out quite nicely for this team. They were sitting in the top 8 before, and I believe the climb is going to keep on going.
It will. There's no stopping these teams. I mean, all of these teams, in fact, I would say, that are in the top 8. All of them are on a different role altogether for day 2 of week 1 at PMPL season 4. I mean, from Visitors with Vibes, this is going to be their amazing play and 9-kill affair with 24 points is what this team walks away with. And then very shy, just 3 points shy, is going to be A1 Esports right there with again 9 kills. All thanks to Dante, I would say, as he was just able to pincer down Vibes player and then try and push on against. I mean, all 4 players of Visitors with Vibes and A1 Esports is Dante. Was the only dude, but he did not want to deter from his domination and was able to almost bring it down to a 1v4.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible the way that Dante fought in the end. I mean, till the very end, but still. I loved one more thing that we saw from display with from A1 Esports. When they were in those final few moments, we saw multiple players from A1 Esports' side take up multiple fights, and they were coming out on top. That is what I found actually the most impressive. But I'm a little heartbroken in this game. Paradox, that early exit.
Yeah, that does hurt. That certainly does hurt. I mean, you're climbing, you're trying, you're delivering, and then suddenly a game ends up faltering back on you. That is not the kind of play that was anticipated from Paradox. But of course, I mean, it is a journey. It is a journey that's, of course, going to either go up or down, and there's only these 2 ways that it can ever go. With that, Ocean is back. Let's move on through and get those zone analysis. Ocean.
I mean, talking about the zone, right? The zone actually had one of the most funniest factors for itself for one thing, and that is if we just keep it here. Look at this. The center lines of the circle, the cluster that there is amongst this entire area, right? You see the cluster. And the circle always shifts down to this area only. Like the first shift was here, the second shift, like the circle was just moving down here and here and here. So again, for the starters, Future Station was kind of at a really good area for them in the circle. But look at where Wizards with Vibes is onto the sides of Milta. And now if we move forward to the next upcoming circles, you'll see how the teams just start contracting around. Right now, again, Future Station is having a really good area for themselves, but A1 Esports as well. This is where the zone kind of just played around them. But this hard shift, just have a pause here, right? This hard shift kind of just changed a lot of things, because you see this empty area, no one has it. And that's where Wizards with Vibes had the one of the greatest advantages to just enter in and have a really good safety cushion where they could just play around if they wanted, and they had it for themselves. But this is where the other 99% of the teams were just clustered around, and they had their own fights. Well, not right now, but in the upcoming circles, you'll see the numbers just decreasing because of these zones as they were just moving forward. And again, A1 Esports, this could have been their game. Just think about it. It was so much for them. But once here in the center, right? If we just keep it here, if a team is at the center in the final circles, they are being surrounded by a lot of teams, and for them the main goal is just objective is survive, defend their own marker, defend their own area, and that is where the pressure just came in. A1 Esports, well, they survived till the end, but not to become the final team that there was amongst the chaos that there was.
Exactly, yeah. And as the game progressed on, I mean, of course, there were moments where there were teams that, for example, I mean, we of course did have the Deadeyes who were also looking pretty neat in terms of the playstyle that they were able to create, and the zone basically factor that was working for them. But as they moved on and as the rotations were made, so many of the players from A1 also got caught off. And again, Varun, I mean, when it comes to Wizards and Vibes, I mean, these guys were just in the perfect position.
Exactly. I mean, as Ocean said, that empty area with that second shift coming in was super important for Vibes, Wizards with Vibes and A1 Esports to actually control. But as A1 Esports moved in and Vibes still sticking to the eastern edge of the circle, it created two different scenarios. Ocean explained it. A1 Esports under a lot of pressure, while with Wizards with Vibes, I believe they just had to deal with one or two teams at max before they stepped into those final fights. So it was just the amount of pressure the teams had been throughout the entire match, and it was about a test of endurance for A1 Esports, because even in that situation, I mean, it did get a little bit tricky, because again, let us remind you, there are no Q markers, so you have to be on your toes. You're always going to be paranoid where the shots are coming from, even if it's not on you.
That's so true. That is so true indeed. But again, there were so many moments that did take place throughout the entirety of the game. So many fights that were so very good. So let's move on with the Oppo F19 Pro moments. Ocean.
Oh, this is where it all started. The chaos in Poaching. I mean, I enjoyed it. Plus, even now with the Erangel 2.0, right? Poaching also has those sewer areas for themselves. So we saw a fight happening there, and then we saw a fight happening at another sewer area. So it was a fight that you'll have to be constrained with just your utility usages. And we saw a perfect example. Run and gun just coming down for the players run down onto like this one. See, a lot of utilities being thrown to this direction, that direction, and the rundown just came down to the information that the players were getting. So all in all, it was a good fight, but this one, oh my god, this one was amazing by DE.
Yeah, it was an impressive slam count sort of by Deadeyes guys, but then again, let's talk about this team. I mean, this was the last game that they played for the day, and I believe before this as well, they had put themselves in a position from where we were quite sure, we were sure enough, in fact, now that this team is going to the Super Weekend. So this game, they had a little bit of a freedom for themselves, and they were able to play with a lot of aggression. This movement from Team Paradox, it was a questionable decision. You know, there are at least 2 or 3 teams on the slope. Why would you charge in?
Yeah. But I mean, this is where we just moved down to those final movements, and you see how much information was being given onto the sides of A1 Esports as on which they were capitalizing. But well, when it came down to the final momentum, I mean, Dante's location was already compromised, because obviously he had that minute area for himself where on the back lines it was a circle, on the front lines it was the players, he could not move. And with that 3,020 foot, oh my god, that still is an impressive number. Yeah. Yesterday we saw 3,351, the maximum number, the maximum amount of damage. Today is 3,024. Wow.
That is the tower. That is the tower A1 Esports has created for themselves. And again, as they push on forth, I mean, they are here to dominate. On the other front, talking about Paradox, well, they were part of fights. They had 891 damage, but none of them sadly got converted into kills. And so, when it comes down to the overall standings or the leaderboard, like I like to call it, we'll have to see how big a dip is that going to affect in terms of their position altogether, Johnny.
I mean, there is definitely going to be a dip, but they still have one more match, so I believe they put themselves in an all-or-nothing position, which I am never going to be hopeful about. But A1 Esports, I mean, that damage, this is what happens when you have 4 players taking 4 different fights exactly at the same time, and all of them getting like at least 1 or 2 knocks in their respective directions. This was a wonderful display. Fixes pointed this out as well during the situation. This is the OG A1 Esports, the team that we have seen make it to the international stages time and time again, and the team that everyone loves and adores. And it's really wonderful to see them coming back to their old form.
Exactly, cutting back into the shape. They most certainly are, just chiseling away all the fat that was not necessary, and now here they are on second day itself, of course, proven the mental that they are supposed to on the other front. Let's move on to the storyboard now. Let's find out when it comes to the overall standings. The first page is going to be pretty clear. We've got one game remaining. In that one game, of course, the teams who are looking at having played only 7 matches are going to be tuning in along. On the other front, the teams who have already completed their matches, well, they've had a wonderful run. Talk about IA right there on the 8th position with 59 points. Just GG play.
That's classic. That's classic I8 right there. 20 placement points, 39 kill points.
I mean, we know about it, right, Johnny? The way these lads perform. And, well, yesterday, they were at 16th. Now they are at 8th position. So they have, maintained that safety cushion for themselves, and obviously starting up from today. But, the other table, the other side of the story is where we will be just looking forward to, because there are teams with 7 matches, and this is where Bubblu X Clarity will have to look forward. P and Crew, R3D 7C, 32 points. Just think about it. Paradox is somehow looking at their own safety barrier. But what if Bubblu, what if P and Crew, what if R3D, what if 7C, they qualify? What if that happens? It's just going to be a tricky affair for either of these teams. I mean, 16, 17, some hearts might just be broken.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Paradox, for them to make it to the other side, for them to be safe, I would say they just need those 8 extra points, because the moment they hit 50, Bubblu will be put in such a position where they will either have to get a really good finish, a top 3 with a few extra kills, or they will have to just absolutely destroy the rest of the competition in terms of their kills. And that is something that we have seen Bubblu sort of take a back foot with throughout these league play days, throughout the matches that they've played. So again, one way or the other, Paradox, the moment they hit that 8-9 plus points in this match, that's it. They're going to the Super Weekend.
But, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, because after all, when it comes down to the schedule that's going to be on our screen, we shall clearly see that when it comes to the final game, Ocean already knows this. Well, the map is going to be Miramar, and this is where we can honestly expect the team to be able to, again, I mean, we've seen Clarity Esports, even when they're under pressure, that's when they shine the most, Ocean.
I mean, this is where I have hopes from this team. I mean, this is where I would say Bubblu owns the Miramar. Well, they will have to. If it comes down to it, they will have to, because if we look at the map chance, we know, I mean, Stalwart, the Zeus, they have been doing stuff. Even Impact Viz with Vibes as well. They have been doing stuff for themselves. They have done their work. Some of these teams have done their work already. But if we are finally going down to it, Paradox, they have to stay in top 16. Bubblu, they have to get in top 16. 7C, we discussed about them in the pre-show segment as well, about that team. So for some team, it's gonna be no Super Weekend.
That is true. That is true. I mean, for those teams, they're not going to be able to push on forth. But once again, when it comes down to the points itself, right, as Ocean was, or rather Johnny was mentioning, 32 points is where Paradox is at on that 16th position. If they're able to walk away with even just the placement points, 8 points they're on at 40. But right now, it's on just the 3-point difference between them and the 17th position where Clarity finds themselves. Well, a lot of things on the line. It is time to get jumping in this final game. Thus, let's move on to the Panda Gang, the Panda Bros, who are going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, one last final game, and survival is on the line. Necro, things haven't looked more intense than this, and we gotta say it, right? It has been one of the most interesting league days, perhaps. I mean, what a way to start things off, right? The PMPL kicking off in all its glory, and lo and behold, we've got ourselves in quite an interesting scenario of which we're not accustomed of. Some big names struggling in that red zone.
Man, I mean, big names, yeah, indeed big names, but big roster shuffles as well, and that's hurting them quite a lot. I mean, yeah, Blue, same team, but somewhere down the line, man, it seems like they're just not able to match up to the skill level that are especially on the latter half of the board, and I feel like something needs to be changed, or they need to realize that something needs to be changed. Same thing goes with PN Crew as well. Same thing goes with 7C. Now, PN Crew over here, this is clearly that Legend and Sandesh diff being like seen in this team. Like back in the day when Legend and Sandesh used to play, this team was completely different, and now you can see them kind of missing. They joined TDK, they were like, all right, we're going to be leaving your side, and now it's our time to say sayonara, and they just joined TDK, and TDK is having a great time.
Yeah, they certainly. I mean, again, another all-star lineup. We did touch upon them quite a lot, and not just Legend and of course Sindesh. I've been missing out on ABCE as well. I believe he lives in a different country altogether. There have been certain problems for which he could not play, but past behind. Let's just head into the final dessert of Miramar and find for ourselves who are those 16 teams that are going to be qualifying. Now, the desk has been talking a lot, rather ranting a lot about, Team Bablu owning Miramar. And I don't think so anymore, right? Yeah. Because it's let bygones be bygones. Those days are gone. I mean, you had that. Yes, Pikachu was there. You had your own fair share of green run. But lately, as things have started off, they're definitely feeling the heat. And now, one of the biggest reasons as to why that's happening is quite pertaining to that drop location that they have. They've been having so much trouble trying to traverse around those territories. Now, yeah, I was just getting there. 7C! They had to do it, didn't they?
Alright, okay, buddy. Okay, I see what you're trying to do. Okay, well, 7C targeting like snipers over here. The target has been acquired, but instead Clarity Bablu are intelligent. They're intelligent. They know how to bob and weave and get out of those situations. Instantly decide to go somewhere else. So 7C are going to be a little upset because 7C thought Bablu can be a little easy target, but Bablu were like, nah, man, we're just too quick for you.
I mean, quite a good escape, but where did they go from around here? Because this definitely is not Bablu's plan B, right? They just made an hasty.
What is this?
Oh my goodness. I mean, T2K, P and Crew going up against each other. Now, this is bad blood.
Oh, this is the rivalry. Oh my god, okay. I'm already rubbing my hands over here, man. I want to see these lads going against each other. P and Crew is like, alright, Sandesh, you left us. It's our time for revenge.
We've got to see as to how this thing's start off. But, a 3-1 split for P and Crew. But the major concern for both the teams over here has to be finding right weaponry for them. And Lore, in a really, really bad spot, has taken quite some damage. Will have to pop in that medkit and not having armor. Look at the damage being inflicted. But Nation, with that beautiful grenade, does manage to take down Seog, though.
Oh, man, Seog not really going to be happy with himself after that one. Didn't expect that to just directly blow on his face. On the other hand, TDK, as well, it seems like they're stepping things up a little bit. Legend is all the way in the back. Take a look at that. He's separated away so far away from his teammate. Suyok is there in the clotheslines where Jane can actually go near him and try and get the res back up. But I feel like, Jane instead prioritizing his position more because he does know Ayush is out in the open. As soon as someone tries to cross over, he can try and rattle a few shots. But okay, a little bit of late reaction.
Yeah, I mean, then again, you just have a Tommy, right? By all good graces, he did have that holographic sight. But Legend forming a flank angle does manage to find Ayush, though.
Close.
takes some damage, and Ayush does survive with that sliver of HP. Uh, can he get into safety? That's still a big question, because looking at the boys from Train to Kill, they certainly are hungry for blood. And Suyok is still bleeding, knocked out, and is crying for help. But I don't think there's any chance on planet Earth that he's gonna get himself back alive. Can he?
Man, honestly saying, in these kind of situations, especially if you like consider that you're TDK, like you put them in their shoes, the really kind of hard pressure comes down to the IGL, right? In these kind of situations where you already have a guy down in this kind of early game, Legend being the IGL of the team, he must have so much pressure on the back. Each and every single call he makes, it must favor the team. Like, no mistake should be making from his calls, because directly the guns are going to be pointed on Legend if any kind of mistakes is being made with the calls. To take a look at this, Jane out in the open. A lot of shots being rattled in his direction, but not really any amount of like critical damage being dealt. So Jane should be safe for now.
I mean, this sort of an early skirmish is not benefiting both the teams, right? Both of them haven't had a proper loot. Both of them do have the circles favor, though. That's one good news. But, where are they going with this, right? Objectively, where are they heading? Because, of course, they go, trying to constantly fight against each other. And there you have it. The first circle has started closing in already, and these teams barely have any loot. Look at Nishan. Of course, he's managed to find that one finish over there, but has that level 1 vest. And you talk about his med. It's even worse, but Jane, he's gonna make some risky maneuvers, but well, he's alive, so that's a good thing.
Man, he was just pinned down behind that little barricade. But yeah, finally, I feel like with that kind of move, at least it's going to set him free from that angle. So shouldn't really worry about a lot of things anymore. Legend as well, that should be a sigh of relief for the IGL. But take a look at the circle, right? I mean, it's like 20% of the circle, or 30%, you can say, it's out in the water. That means it's not really usable. Only the rest of the zone is usable. That means already teams are going to be facing a lot of problems when the circle starts to shrink down. And let's just see how they're going to be kind of positioning themselves, because already you can see the bottom right corner of the zone is empty, but the chances of the zone shifting over there are quite minimal.
This is where I'm really concerned about Team Clarity Bablu, right?
Yeah.
We did have a conversation around it. They did not get enough loot. Now they've gone in for an early rotation, something which they're not really accustomed to. Now they're kind of chartering into some unknown territories over here. They do not know where to stop next. They are kind of in a dilemma, so as to say, because where do they go next? Now, if they sort of hit velocity of the compounds, they're kind of worried that maybe they might lock heads against Team Paradox over there. But all right, so the fight that we did have right from the early get-go is again resuming with Blend being taken down. Now, of course, it's an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And, well, there you have it. I mean, Jane does manage to find that revenge, does manage to get Blend off. But we're still waiting from retaliation coming out from Ayush, who apparently is the only experienced player I see in this lineup.
Yeah. Being experienced means also being the one, or being the most mature one in the team. And that also means a lot of pressure on you. This is where Ayush, I mean, he's trying his best to provide the support for his team, smoking his teammate out who's down, going for the res as well. But yeah, I mean, he is definitely having the pressure. And at this point, like, anyone who's doing these games can feel it. And take a look at that, so close to get down. And yes, this was exactly I was saying. He gets taken out, gets caught off guard out in the open, and Jane is a man who's not going to let these kind of mistakes slip away.
Experience, yes, Ayush, but that was a really dumb mistake. Yeah, I mean, what he just did over there, right? Especially pertaining to his smoke. Now, he knew his fallen comrade did have that rocky cover.
Yeah, it's weird.
And all he had to do was create a part smoke, not a body smoke. And, well, not opting for the former sort of kind of built his own coffin over there. And this is where T2K are going to capitalize. Look at Sandesh making some proactive movements. Look at Legend trying to form that
Venom
flank
Legends.
angle. He's just going to try to come in from the other direction. Of course, Venom Legends have been feeling very comfortable lately, but Nishan, he's playing with fire. You know, he's going up against Sandesh, who is such a menace. And what does Nishan have? In fact, if he gets a little bit of damage, then he's just got 5 bandages to work around with. Barely any armor. I mean, I do not really consider level 1 vest to be an armor, but we have a different fight breaking down. It's Zeus going up against Raw.
Well, trades have happened back and forth. Joker goes down. ABDE goes down. I mean, ABDE back on his feet, though. Joker still down. Zeus, I mean, looking good for now, but the position they have, I don't really know if that's a good position. I mean, both the teams have equal amount of position, but still Zeus, the way they're playing, it seems like in this moment, they really do not want to be the one on the aggressive page, but that's a great nade from blah, blah, blah. That's experience kicking in right there. Another nade to confirm the kill, and it makes right on the mark, and yep, it confirms the kill as well. ABDE down and dusted means ABDE out the count. Now Zeus are down to just a 3-man squad, but take a look at Godless as well, creating a huge flank. That's a 2-1 split right there, or no, instead, Godless, what is he doing? He moves all the way in the back lines. And is he going to be able to provide that back of fire? That's the most important question, because I feel like the position that Godless have got himself is just way too far away.
100% agree with you, Necro. I mean, that's not the position from where you would be wanting to provide cover fire, especially when 3 players of Raw are after you. And IC, I mean, he's in such a bad situation. And this is so smart from blah, blah, blah. He sensed that. He knows Godless is over there. He's lobbed in a smoke just to, you know, hinder his vision over there as blah, blah, blah. He's going to make a move over here. Some low-toss grenades being cooked. And IC, my oh my, this man has been making quite some survival plays, and IC has actually formed a really good angle. Now Godless has some vision, but again, Raw, they're going to be charging in. This is pure aggression coming out, but IC is still alive. But the question is, for how long?
I mean, their name is Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, and the aggression is speaking for themselves for now. They are letting the aggression speak, and IC being on the receiving end doesn't really know how to counter this tactic that Raw has put up against Zeus. What exactly should Zeus do in this position, especially having Godless all the way to back line? He's not really able to provide any backup fire as well, and Shaw pretty much wins the fight that was between IC and Shaw as well. I mean, finally the backup fire is there, but I just feel like it's a little too late, man. What do you feel?
I mean, B. Shaw went too greedy, right? He needed to understand there was no chance on earth Godless could have saved, well, IC over there. But in fact, he did opt for that. And Rod still they do have the contingency plan, right? They do have Sada, who's there on the back lines. I think he's the one who did all the spotting over there. And this was really smart play coming out from Raw. Now, they've got the player back online. They've started rotating inside the circle. But here we go again. Team P and crew up against T2K. Now this fight has been stretching for 12 freaking minutes, Necro, and we're yet to find a conclusion.
Fight definitely has been stretching for a long time. And this also means, as you did mention in the past, that this also means it cuts off their time in positioning themselves well inside the zone. And also at the same time, they do not really have that good of a loot. Take a look at Laurie. He only has like 5 bandages and 1 booster, and that's a problematic situation. But as we were talking about the zone shifting on the bottom right, and well, it seems like this is where it has shifted, and 7C has found themselves in luck. Now it just really comes down to them compromising or them capitalizing on it, because 7C has been falling apart since a long time, and hopefully they are actually able to take full advantage of this zone coming in. But take a look at the rotations being made from the team, and from the northern side there are a lot of teams funneling down all the way bottom to the center. And 7C, man, you guys better hope for the best, because there's a storm coming your way.
Yeah, and exactly the storm in the form of Clarity Bablu, right? Well, they're heading in right for the center. I really want to take a quick gander at them and see what loot they basically have. Talking about loot, we do have our eyes on the second rare drop, the MG3, probably the most overpowered weapon right now in the game. As we take a look at Team Paradox, who apparently has been better considering how they performed yesterday, and they're still yet to find their mark in terms of getting a lot of kills, but position-wise, they've had a drastic improvement. But you know, in the last game, they really needed to be a little bit more picky about the fights. And then talking about fights, we have one in front of us. It's of course Future Station 952 going up against Stalwart.
Why is Entry always the man who usually is like getting critically damaged in almost?
Because he's the Entry.
Most of the fights. It's like either he will get the entry for his team or either he will just give away the entry for the enemy team. You know, like he pretty much like does his role.
Lives up to his name, man.
Yeah, he lives up to him. It is a name, and that's like the perfect example of it. But Clutch Baba now. And I mean, the entire 1952 squad, they have a good positioning for now because they need to move inside. And this is where Stalwart Esports are going to be creating a lot of problem. Now, they're trying their best to fight back, and they are doing enough damage. But it's just not enough to get rid of Stalwart Esports, and they're also getting bombarded from other sides.
You know, this is genius. This is genius coming in for Future Station 952, right? Forming multiple angles, you know, trying to sort of engulf your opponents like an amoeba. But Evil Eye trying to make some movement over there. Yes, did get caught with his bands down. And Stalwart is a team who's going to punish you for that. And, well, I mean, this is a good resilience being shown from these lads. You know, you're getting shot from this inside. Block it off with the smoke. So that was some really fast reaction to the situation. Now, they're sort of aware about where Future Station 952 really are. So they're not going to engage in a fight anymore. They are rather going to head inside the circle, which is just going to happen in any second just about now.
We're definitely seeing a lot of counter reaction if you've noticed. Like in these games, like so many teams or so many players are reacting for the mistakes that the opponents are making, and they're able to do it really well. Now, if you compare this day, the day 2 compared to day 1, a lot of teams that were really like not really shining that well in the day 1, they are looking really comfortable in the day 2, and that's a huge kind of fact where they get a lot of time to study on the teams, and you can clearly see the way they counter react on each and every single move. It's just really great to see. But on the other hand, though, Venom Legends, another team, well, it seems like in this game, definitely they're really not looking that comfortable. 2 men taken down, Void being one of them. Let's see how they're going to fight back.
Ooh. Venom Legends in a bit of a situation over here. This with Vibes. We know how opportunistic these lads are, right? When they find their enemies at the weakest, they make sure that they punish them. And look at how they're just forming around them. But we've got 7C in a whole world of trouble against R3D.
Oh my god!
They're going in fearlessly, taking down 2 players over there. And this is MG3 in action, baby.
Down all by his lonesome, and Memo as well to pretty much clean the floor. Takes the final man down, and while 7C, they hold their kingdom, they hold their fortress pretty much strong. There's no way R3D was able to penetrate through their defense or breach through their defense. 7C were like, all right, you got in our territory, it's our time to kick you out, and that's what they exactly do. They do not just kick them out their whole territory, they just kick them out the server.
Yep, and take a look at the circle shift. Completely favoring Team Bablu. Now, this is the map that they would have desired, right? And again, finding themselves amidst some action going up against A1 Esports. But what we have in front of us, Shifu caught alone. He's got a few teammates here and there on his right-hand side, but this is with Vibes. Are they aware about Deadeye's presence? Now, they certainly are, as a few shots are being exchanged from both these teams. And Shifu, well, is going to take a few dig at Delta, who apparently does manage to take him down.
But Visible Vibes is just so good with that survival instinct at the same time. If any team is trying to challenge the fight, they will give the reply back in style. They're able to do it perfectly up till now. Deadeye's guys now being falling prey slowly and steadily. Redditor being the man is trying his best to stay alive in this position. That nade can be close, but this man's a little lucky. He didn't really make it on the other hand of the week. But the second nade could be really damaging, but he just runs away. He's like, all right, guys, I'm way too scared, so I'm not really interested. But this time, instead, gets caught off guard. And Volp, he's not going to be spared illusion. Exposes his body. But now instead, he's also going to be the one to chicken out the fight.
Yep, a lot of, this is where pressure really comes down, right? But then again, Deadeyes is one of those teams that should not really be concerned. I really felt that, they're going to play their hearts out. But either ways, getting back into action and talking about the circle right now. Now, we're kind of witnessing, if we could have it in front of our screens over here, we're kind of witnessing a little bit of a split, right, from Team Bablu. Now, that sort of puts me in, concern. What is their game plan? Are they going to just go into position? Because, the kind of a 2-2 split, that sort of has a sort of a contingency plan, right? Because if Danny and 420 sort of fall down, it all comes down to Teen Wolf and Zibion. Now, again, the circle shifting in the favor of Team Bablu. Now, this is where they have to take a fight. Now, if 7C dash into Danny's and 420's compound, then this is where the trouble might arrive. But no, they finally decided to reconcile with each other, which certainly can be okay.
Now, this is a huge shift right there. This pretty much shows that the Stars have aligned for ABCDE Esports and Clarity Bablu. Instead, now 7C are going to be the one to move inside, even Raw, including Steelman and Venom Legends, and they are going to be moving in from the southern side. This is where if Venom Legends just directly opts out for a straight rotation, they're going to be clashing against 7C. Now, 7C already having a rough day, or rough days, I would say. I don't really know what to expect in this fight. Yeah, even though they have managed to wipe out a squad like R3D, they're also one on the bottom pages. Going against Venom Legends isn't really going to be that kind of easy of a fight. So the teams that are all the way in the southern side, it's going to be really tough. But for now, this is the Whites traveling off the people here and there, and they have gotten themselves in a fight against Stalwart Esports.
Wow.
And they're definitely not a team that's going to be that easy to take down. But still, this is the Whites makes it look so easy.
Exactly. I mean, the best part about this team, the analyst test needs to talk about it, right? The support being provided from the backlines. But we do see a replay over here. A1 Esports again causing mayhem. But now, this is with vibes. This is so good. One player from the backlines, 3 players just charging into the enemy territory. Now again, running him almost down with the buggy. Now in exits from his vehicle, gets one. Action all by his lonesome. This is madness. As Wizards with vibes will just wipe out the existence of Stalwart.
Oh, this is knowing of already like greatness starting for this team. This is a place where we know this team has so much more to come in the future. This is their first PMPL, and they're already dominating this much. I can already imagine what kind of a team they're going to evolve into in the future. It's like their first form. We still have to see their final form. And, now Ruthless Aggressive Warrior, they are pushing it forward against Seal9. Seal9, though, they definitely do have an advantage, unless they don't really notice Joker. He has a great flank angle created for himself. This is where Amara might just get caught off guard, and this is what exactly I was saying. Joker strikes on Amara, and this opens such a window of opportunities for pretty much Raw. And all they have to do is just push inside against Seal9, and Seal9 just doesn't really have a lot of visual for them.
They're Raw right now. They're not under pressure. They're just easy going in. They know someone is shrouded inside the smoke, and Inky, you've got to make a run for yourself. But there he goes, falling down. And look at Mumke. He does not care. He's making a rather escape inside the circle. But can he, considering there's another team? That's going to be Wizards with vibes. And right beside Mumke, we do have A1 Esports lurking around, just, gating these edges over here, not really letting any of the team try and get close. But 7C, they've pushed onto where it's the players of Team Bablu. Now, this is the fight for survival. This possibly could be the most important fight of the league days, as, Sinister did manage to find out. Okay, C-Line are done.
Now, the circle has shifted in no man's land. This means all the teams still have to move inside, but this is also a problem that all these zone lines are being guarded by the team. They are being the guardian angels. So now crossing inside and making it in the center would be one of the most, like, I don't know, one of the most, like, dumbest things to do. If you're going to be doing that, you pretty much are going to be gathered in from all the different angles. You're going to getting shot at from all the different angles. So I feel like staying on the edge lines of the zone is the best thing you can do in situations like this. And most of the teams are doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think the teams do realize, right, in these open circles, there's no point, trying and play the center around. You're going to be absolutely obliterated. And talking about obliteration, A1 Esports, boy, oh boy, they really do know how to, notch things up in fashion, right? Every single PMPL, they come in and play in those final few games. They give us those goosebumps. And now they're doing nothing less. Dante, we did see this lad in the previous game of Erangel. He was absolutely stellar, and he's gonna try to pull off some sort of shenanigans over here. But this is the fight that I'm interested in. Right now we've got just 5 teams alive. Now 7C, they're also in contention. They're also fighting for survival, but I believe they've been snuffed. And it's the players of A1 Esports, and Dante is doing all that crashing over there from up top.
What?
But Memo with a really good response.
That's, I wouldn't even say really good is an understatement for that one. That's a phenomenal spray coming out from his side. That was such a great knock being found as well. Playing on that slope and still is able to do so much damage. He's just sliding away from it. He doesn't really know where to exactly find the grip for his toes, but now 7C, they have found themselves in a great positioning. On the right side, there's no one for 7C. The grounds are completely clear. That means they don't really need to worry about it. The only place they need to worry about is in the front lines and on the left lines. And so 7C, they are in a prime positioning. They need to move inside the second zone, and so does a lot of teams in the front.
Well, they certainly have to, and now things have gotten really, really exciting. Now, again, the zone shifting in nobody's favor, really, but still, the team's fighting for survival, they're doing it, but things have gotten really, tight for Team Pop2 over there. Now, they have to make it inside the zone, and for doing that, they've got to take a lot of fight. Now, you're talking about commanding the circle. This is what A1 Esports are doing. They're still not inside the zone, 30 meters away from it, but look at the pressure that they're causing. And exactly, yes, Delta just surviving by the whiskers. He needs to patch himself up.
He does so. He patches himself up, getting himself back up on that. A little bit of health, and while he's exposed and rules. Well, quite lucky that A1 Esports has whipped a lot of shots onto them. 7C now, it seems like they're taking a dig onto Clarity Bubble, and hopefully Bubble are able to make it out alive from this situation, because 7C, they're looking in prime positioning. They're looking in prime form in this kind of a game, and this is what 7C needed desperately. A good game to kick things off, and hopefully 7C have kicked themselves up in the overall rankings after this game as well, because that's what I'm expecting. The destiny, the stars were aligned for them since the start, and now 7C are looking to get themselves a little bit, a few more points. That's a good nade, but okay, wasn't really able to deal any critical damage. Instead, Visit with Wives Delta finds himself an opening onto Para.
Well, they certainly do. Now things have gotten really, really interesting. We still have 5 teams alive. Now this is where Clarity Bablu are finally making a move inside the zone. I believe they've been spotted, and not just by one team, but 2 teams over here. They've got to deal with multiple squads, A1 Esports and 7C, both at the same time.
That is Hazard now replying back in style. The retaliation fires there. With Vibes, rules are now pretty much being ruled out the game. This leaves Delta, the last man surviving for that team. But Clarity Bubble as well doing quite a great job in the survival game up till now, but they need to get their killer instinct up, and this is the right moment to do so. And same thing goes with 7C as well. They have shouted themselves up completely inside the smoke, but this is also a little bit of a problem because now teams know they're right there. And yep, this is exactly what I was saying. Memo steps out to cover. He wants to take a few shots. He wants to get a few kills and take a look at those nades coming in from the side of A1 Esports. They're not letting 7C recover, and it seems like finally Visual Wipes Delta takes the final man down, and that's going to be it for 7C. That's a great ending, I would say, in the 4th position. He got quite a lot of points for themselves, and now Visual Wipes and A1 Esports Dante. Delta is like, all right, Dante, I'm going to let you live for now.
Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening over here?
I mean, Bablu, how are they still alive? How do they have the man numbers? And Delta just being that lonesome survivor. Now, this is Bablu's chicken. Yes, you've been talking about Bablu owning Miramar. They've been gifted this game of Miramar, because had those nades from A1 Esports not come in, 7 seeds would have kept Bablu alive. Bablu hasn't focused elsewhere, but now getting back into reality. Bablu inching in very close to the chicken dinner, and Delta, well, he's been snuffed out. Bablu know for a fact that they've just got one player to finish, and that is it. Delta stands between them and Bablu getting inside the Super Weekend. But can this little man, can this new lad make a difference? Can he change? Can he get a few little kills here and there? I think that was a good start from him. That Molotov being propelled in the right direction. But he's got to do more than that.
All the way on the left. He has spotted Delta out, but he still doesn't want to reveal his position. Instead, he's letting Wolf and 420 to kind of reveal their position and make sure Delta is completely engaged on their side. And lets Johnny slip away off his vision. He's taking his clothes out, but well, that's a little too late, and it seems like fixes this time. We have cursed ourselves. The Coster curse has worked against us, and we said, for clarity, Bablu, they own the Miramar. We said, no, they do not really do so. And they again just prove us wrong. It seems like Ocean and the Analyst Desk were right, fixes. They do own the Miramar. I mean, this time.
Right now, no. I still stick to my words. They were saved, right? You know, they had the blessings and,
Zone, yeah.
well, the fans, of course. Not just the zone, but A1 Esports making that difference over there. You know, had those nades not come in, this chicken dinner was not coming in for Team Bablu, because they were sort of surrounded. You know, they were taking fights from multiple directions. They were way outside the zone. But the only good thing that they kept themselves alive, and in that last little moment, that is where they found glory. They'd managed to get that chicken dinner, but the question still remains: is it enough? I mean, we do believe so. It is, but you know, in a few minutes, we'll of course get to know that for sure. But that being said, ladies and gents, we're finally done with all our matches for these league days. Now we're going to be heading into Super Weekend. But before that, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because after that, the desk is going to come and break the things down.
Are you keeping it real?
All right, with that game done, we are done with the first week's league plays, and it is, of course, PMPL Season 4, where you're joining in. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F9 Pro. Dudes, I mean, do I have to even point it out?
Yeah.
You spoke about it. Look at that smile. Look at that smile right there. You deserve it. You ought to deserve it, mate, because you have been calling it out, Varun.
Yeah.
What do you got to say, dude?
I mean, I just want to say, Ocean wasn't rooting for them. That's it. He did not say
in the last
entire
game.
day.
But in the last game, I said if they own the Miramar, they'll have to own it now.
Yes.
I mean, but hey, I'm in a bit of a shocker right now, because I mean, I did say Bablu, it would be required from them to actually finish in the top 3, and hey, a chicken dinner is definitely like within the top 3. So job well done, and Super Weekend, here we go.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on with the MVP, the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that will maybe be going down towards A1. I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Let's find out who it's going to be.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Of course. Yes. This was
Yeah,
Vibes is another team that's been going absolutely hammer on.
The best part is, just think about the healing number, right? 520. That's a lot of healing done as an individual if you are taking a lot of fights. 3 assists, it's brilliant. 7 kill confirmations, that's brilliant. but the survival time, I mean, it just came down to this one, right? Wizards with Vibes was doing brilliant for themselves till the final moments, but then, obviously they were being surrounded, they were being pincered down onto the areas where they were not expecting the fight to be, but still, Delta did good for the team.
Exactly, the entire team, the way they pushed on, were looking really, really phenomenal as well. With that, let's move on to the top players coming in from this game. We do know who the MVP is, but are his teammates going to be chiming it along? No. It's A1 domination along with 17.
Yeah. This is why we were a bit surprised. I mean, because we expected A1 Esports to be on the list, but hey, they are in the top players list, and I guess this time it was the entire team of A1 Esports coming together and just dominating those final few fights. Also, this is the second time in a row that Wiz with Vibes have actually ruined the celebrations for A1 Esports. It was before this match and in this game as well. But hey, when these two teams go head to head, there is always going to be, well, it is definitely going to get quite intense.
It most certainly is. And again, I mean, Wizards with Vibes, the way this team has been performing, it is definitely looking like a lot of fans are going to be created right here. And, well, this team is going to be getting a lot of support. I mean, talk about those pushes that they made against two teams consecutively back-to-back, Ocean. That was just, of course, we'll go to that during the open moments and your zone analysis. But that was just GG play coming in from this team. But before we move into any of that, let's have a look at the match summary coming in from this game, Ocean.
Well, talking about the match summary, I mean, look at Delta's supremacy that there has been the highest damage, maximum assist, most utilities as well. So it looks like it was more or less a one-man show overall that just, this Miramar just posed in front of us. I mean, 20 utilities used in a terrain that was really, a kind of a terrace kind of thing, a staircase kind of a thing. I mean, you see a higher area, then a lower area, then the lower area. That's where you're using smokes to actually move forward. That's very well utilization of those utilities. Plus, we saw a lot of nades and molotovs being tossed around and a few stuns here and there as well. So a lot of utilities just combined. That's where Delta's contribution was. Well, higher skills as well. And from 7, we dropped down to 4 by Sinister.
Absolutely. Varun, would you like to add on?
I mean, I was just having a look at that longest distance kills. I mean, most of the fights in this game weren't really the fights that we expect from the Miramar. I mean, because earlier in the day, the matches that we have had, we've always had that. I mean, even on the 4th position, people were sitting with like 200 meters. And this time there was those, it was mostly the mid-range action that was visible. Also, Ocean, you need to explain to me what is going on with Miramar. I mean, most of the time we are seeing those eastern and southeastern circles today.
Yeah, and I'm loving those circles, because it's kind of the zones shift that's just intriguing me of back to back. Because actually, let's leave yesterday. Let's include yesterday. Paradox. Yesterday the circle was not favoring them, but today the circle did favor them in like really, really good ways, especially like Miramar's final zones.
It has been. It certainly has been. But we'll find out if the storyboard is going to be favoring them for the Super Weekend because, again, Bablu has performed. In that doing so, let's move on to the match ranking coming in where Wizards with Vibes, they are leading the chart with 27 points, 15 kills to this team. Incredible play. And right below them is going to be A1 Esports with 18 points.
Well, I mean, talking about A1 Esports, I mean, Johnny, this team has been trying to get close to that chicken dinner, but I guess they're saving the chicken dinner strat for Super Weekend. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's just Wizards with Vibes denying them the opportunity to get the chicken for themselves. That's it. That's what's happening to A1 Esports. But Wizards with Vibes, incredible performance. Also, I'm a little heartbroken right now because remember what I said before the match started? Paradox, they need to get 8+ points. They got 9. And then I said, if Paradox get 8+ points, Bablu will need to either get a lot of kills or finish in the top 3.
Yeah.
They got the chicken dinner. They got 18 points, and I mean, we're going to find out on the storyboard. You guys are going to see this.
Yeah, it was a thing, right? They had 32 points. You were saying 8 points. That would just, get them to 40 points. But it's still going to be kind of a bit of a contestation for the team because Bablu obviously is moving forward. But I don't know because Venom Legends just has 2 points and Venom Legends was at 15th with 37. So I don't know what's going on.
I mean, you could very well have 2 teams drop from the top 16 and 2 teams jump up as well.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of the difference, you're looking at only, 6 to 9 point difference between the 2. But again, we'll find out. There's no point speculation. Or if at all there is, Ocean, you got any inputs, mate?
Let's get to the zone. I mean,
let's get back to that.
Yeah, I have my grounds on that because, I mean, if we look at this circle right now, let's just keep it here only, pause, right? Because the most important thing is where Bablu drops down. Like this kind of an area is where the where Team Bablu is, right? Clarity Bablu. They move forward and they just dropped in here as soon as the circle was shifting, and it kind of helped them because the zone was just shrinking down slowly. So we will see in the upcoming circles as well. So Clarity Bablu getting the first movement inside the circle really helped them alongside Paradox as well, because you see right now a lot of teams are trying to find up their own decent area, but this is where now this movement. Now look at the circle. You see, right, from the southern side, it's just two teams moving, and that's obviously Seal 9. They have their own route, as you see the people in vehicle, and then Team Bubblers, they have their own route as well. But 7C, they had really good area, and Paradox, I would say, there was a moment when the team was here, they did move forward, but it did not help them that much because they were not being engaged in a lot of fights when this circle shift happened. But moving up forward, we'll see a lot of teams just dropping out of the equation. That's where Zeus drops out, PN Crew drops out. I mean, the teams are being eliminated. And look at this place where Team Clarity Bablu is. They had this place for themselves, and the zone favored them. Today's games, in fact, most of the games, in fact, if you remember the previous chicken dinner of DRS in Miramar, whenever the circle favors you, in Miramar, you have the game for themselves. You have the game for yourselves, and this actually happened in the upcoming zones as well. We'll see the same thing just moving on forward with the zone shift, and again they will be favored by that circle. Not a lot though, but still they'll have that area so that they could watch their backstabs. And this is the only compound that actually had the circle for themselves to move forward. Now all they had to do just is get that that airdrop as well for themselves, and then they secured the win. I mean, I remember Dani was going for that airdrop. He got that, and he had the win for himself and the team. And I mean, it was numbers game at the end.
It most certainly was. What a play. What a play this has turned out to be. I mean, throughout the day, throughout the entirety of the saga, we've been talking about, well, this team is going to come back on Miramar. It is most certainly going to be bringing us that top-notch performance and getting that chicken dinner. And here they are delivering on that marker. And that does bring us to the next step in the journey, which is, of course, going to be the F19 Pro moments that are going to be talking about so many fights that started off right in the first few minutes of the game itself. Warren.
Yeah, and I mean, even the casters mentioned this the revenge story between T2K and PN Crew, but PN Crew getting a little too over-eager to push on the players, and they did get, in fact, punished quite heavily for that. I want to talk about the action that we witnessed from the side of R3D as well. I mean, getting caught off guard, rushed upon, and not being able to recover was really brutal to the team's performance in this match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do, agree with that one. It was a lot of, brutal affair from a lot of teams that they were just doing on their opponents. But this is where, a lot of fights were happening that delivered results. I mean, fourth circle, fifth circle is where you start seeing eliminations. And if you are on the receiving end, obviously, you never know. In a map like Miramar, you'll never know from where the threat is coming up, because it's like the open affair, and you feel like you're focusing on one team, but there are like multiple teams around you, and that is what happens around fifth and sixth circle, and that's what we are seeing right now. Oh, this fight was brilliant. I mean, moving forward, taking down the spray, and then there's another vehicle just running in. This was the definition of chaos.
Mayhem.
Exactly. I mean, chaos, mayhem, whatever you want to call it, but at the end, the harbingers of chaos at that point was the entire squad of Wizards with Wives. The position that Stalwart Esports had at the start of the things was actually in their favor, but just the fact that the players were split apart from each other and there was absolutely no position from where they could provide a little bit of support to their teammates was that one little thing that Wizards with Wives capitalized upon.
Yeah, definitely. And this was just the final moment as it happened.
Yeah.
And Team Bablu, I would say they did impressive for themselves in the final game. Look at that. I guess you saw that only, right? They were discussing after that. All right. Well, talking about this one. So the contribution that this team has just, given up for themselves, it just shows one of the few things. You see 420 Boy, right? He has had the maximum contribution in the kill department and obviously in the damage department as well. But Wolf with his perfect ideal calls, and Nani and Zipian just coming up with their aggressive stance that they actually just provide to the team. I would say the team has done wonders right now. Obviously, it was just a 2-day affair.
Yeah.
Super Weekend is where the real war begins for this team.
Absolutely, and that is where all the cards are going to have to be drawn up in the first Super Weekend itself for this team to be able to progress on and get the points working for themselves. But GG play being showcased from the side of this team.
I mean, it is GG plays indeed, and I mean, we haven't really seen them perform on Sanhok because there hasn't been a Sanhok this week. So, I mean, we're just going to look at the stats of Miramar. And look at that. I mean, they do own the Miramar because that is where the best of their performance does come out.
Johnny.
Be it in numbers, be it in kills, and be it or be it in survival time. Yeah.
Johnny, I mean, Fixer said that he'll have to differ. Fixers, hey, if you're listening me, stats don't lie.
I mean, he expects more. That's it. He expects more from this team, and even to be very fair, I do too. I do too.
Yes,
because
I do too.
We remember those days when there was. I mean, Ocean was there with me when we witnessed it. There was no team in Pakistan that could stand up against Bablu on Miramar.
Johnny, you remember the Lakshay and the audience. This one's for you. The first and second game that happened when we were casting the first ever PMCU Pakistan. First game they get the chicken. In the second game, it's a hill on Miramar. 4 players of Team Bablu looking in 4 different directions, taking fights against 4 different teams, doing different 1v4s for themselves. That's the Team Bablu that we remember, right, Johnny?
Yeah. That's where they come from, and from there till now, a lot of time has passed. A lot of changes have happened, be it the roster, be it the playstyle, be it the meta itself. But still, based on what the name of the team is, there is a lot that is expected. But still, they every now and again they do give us glimpses of that old Bablu that we love.
It's only time. Give it time and it will falter back into place, because it's not only Bablu that I would say, because I've also casted PMCO and there are other teams as well. But yes, I completely agree with you that when it comes down to that first awesome performance itself, that team that I remember, yes, it was Bablu all the way through and it was incredible, but this team needs to get back on that horse. The sooner the better is where the fans stick to, is where you stick to, and I would do the exact same thing. Everybody wants to be able to see their team do the very best that they did from first day all the way into whatever journey that they're part of. But right now, talking about the damage graph itself, we've got a lot of ups and downs being created here. I mean, on the Miramar, look at how Deadeyes were part of fights. I mean, look at what Stalwart were doing, but along with Venom Legends, not being able to sadly walk away with those lot of points.
I mean, plus there's one more thing, and that is, let's have a look at Future Station right now. They obviously did not get any kills, and this is the second time that that happened today. I mean, so it looks like they're trying to just strategize what can be good for them in the kill department, but it did not work out for them even in this Miramar. We know Future Station has been racking up those placement points for themselves, but kill department, I mean, I would love to see what happens in the Super Weekend for the team. And just like you said, Deadeyes guys, I would say Stalwart as well. I mean, for them, Miramar, when we used to see map chance, Miramar used to be a map that was being dominated by Stalwart, but in this one, well, I would say their opponents' YOLO strats actually took the better of them.
Yeah. It's the A1 approach that has completely changed. And talking about A1 itself, let's head into an head-to-head between two teams, which is going to be Wizards with Vibes going up against A1 Esports itself, and find out what sort of stats have these two teams been able to give us now.
Oh, I mean, this is quite interesting, and it makes a lot of sense because, I mean, A1 Esports, they did not really have a great day yesterday, and today is where we actually see them shine. So it is the second day performances that A1 Esports have actually a lot of the numbers coming in from. On the other hand, Wizards with Vibes were doing pretty decent yesterday as well.
But Johnny, just think about this, right? 10,000 damage from both the teams, but kill difference 61 and 36. I mean, that's just amazing conversion of your damage numbers that Wizards with Vibes has done. I mean, for A1 Esports, I get it. They were part of bad fights, but they were not part of as bad fights as Wizards with Vibes were, because look at the damage received. There's a difference in damage received as compared to the damage dealt that both of these teams have given out.
Yeah. I mean, it was quite intense with Wizards with Vibes, but again, I have to say, I mean, yesterday's performances is where majority of those kills come from, because even yesterday Wizards with Vibes were doing really well, and they did in fact put up a really good performance yesterday and today. So I have to make sure that they keep this going into the Super Weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have to keep our fingers crossed for both of these teams, rather. But as we move on forth, let's find out what teams are going to be part of that top 16 as we bring up the overall rankings. And in that, Wizards with Vibes are the ones who shall push on forth, take away the lead that DRS Gaming has created in the past 2 days, and it is going to be by 20 points, Ocean. This team, again, Casters called it. I'm calling it right now, a team to look out for, dudes.
Yeah, I mean, they call it the dark horse, and I get it now, right? Wizards with Vibes doing amazing for themselves, 124 points. DRS Vibes, Stalwart. But Johnny, I mean, you'll agree with me on this. Give us the masala right now. That's important, right?
Exactly. I mean, that is what we're going to be rooting for. But another, I mean, if you want the masala, look at A1 Esports coming on the 5th position with 4 placement jump right there. And it is quite interesting because they have just managed to be really, really consistent today, and that's how they've made it this far.
Well, talking about masala, so to say, I do believe second page is definitely going to be bringing a lot of that entire process going on. And as soon as we move on forward to that second page, there are going to be teams that are so not going to be happy with the performance that they had, especially on day one, because there were so many teams on day one as well who were just not able to get their feet set up in the ground itself, right? But on the other front, talking about that second page, before we move on to that page, we do have I8 Esports right there.
Yeah.
So talk about good days. I mean, this is the perfect example right there.
I mean, not just them, Future Station as well, because look at them, they have 1 chicken dinner, but they're the only team in the top 8, in the top 10 with not even double-digit kills. They have 16 kills for crying out loud and 47 placement points. This team is just incredible at surviving.
I mean, they do have 16 kills. I mean, that's double-digit if we talk about it, but...
I mean, 20.
Yeah, 20.
Less than 20.
I get it,
Well, with that,
let's
move on. Let's move on to the second page where we shall find out the thing that you had been waiting for. We still have Paradox on the 16th spot. Bablu moves on to 14th, High Voltage is on 15th, and Venom is down.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Well, hold on, Varun. Your word just completely worked out in Paradox's favor. You said they better bring in 8+ points. They brought in 9, and here they are with still that 3-point difference between the 16th and the 17th position teams.
I mean, I was a bit worried because Venom Legends throughout the day were actually doing pretty decent. So it's just them not performing at the same level in this game sort of put them in a little bit of a troublesome situation. But hey, kudos to Paradox.
Johnny.
I mean, they got those 9 points and they moved in.
Johnny. Just right now, a few seconds back, you talked about it, right? Future Station, they have 16 kills, right?
Yep.
7C, they have 15 kills. Pretty close. You get me, right? Pretty close.
Yes.
But the way you distribute your kills alongside the placement points, that matters the most. I mean, just think about it.
Exactly. I mean, Venom Legends have 20 more than Future Station, and they're still outside the top 16, and they won't be playing in the Super Weekend.
Oh my God. Yes, with that comes in a little bit of a sad news right here on day 2 of PMPL Season 4. We've got the top 16 teams that are moving on forth. Yes, that's the happy epic IA news, but sadly, as Varun was just mentioning, the irony in the same statement is that 4 teams will not be there.
Guys, PN Crew and 7C Esports, 2 of the biggest names that we've had in the PMPL since the beginning. They're going to be missing out on the very first Super Weekend.
I remember last time, if you guys remember, I guess it was PN Crew's Ayush with that M249 in the first Super Weekend doing a 1v3 in the final zone of Miramar. I mean, those kind of situations, I mean, we'll be missing out on that from PN Crew if you talk about the name. PN Crew.
But it's only the first Super Weekend. Let's not get that demotivated. We know what these teams are capable of. And of course, there are new teams joining into the arena as well. And they're going to be showcasing their prowess in this first ever Super Weekend. And this is where we do have to talk about Visits with Vibes once again, because they are going to be put on a stake. You know, I mean, yes, they've done really well in the past 2 days in the league plays, but we've been talking about it as well. The other teams that are already part of the top 16, they've been playing it slow and low key. Their main gameplay is going to be showcased in this Super Weekend itself, and that is where this team and the others likely are going to have to also perform and outperform the competition, or it's going to get very, very tough.
Alright, so we have Visits with Vibes stats here, and the most important thing that I'm gonna, okay, we get it. They have kill numbers, they have damage numbers, they have played 8 matches, I get it. But in a lobby like this, where everyone is trying to get to top 16, everyone wants to eliminate their competition, it's really difficult to have a survival time of more than 22 minutes. I mean, that's an impressive number that they have for themselves. And this is the most important thing. And with that survival time, they have kills, they have placement points. I mean, if you're surviving more than 22 minutes in an average, you have those placement points already racked up for yourself. And that is what they are just, showcasing here. Maybe this survival time right now, we'll see the same in the Super Weekend as well. And if they have the survival time, then they'll have the placement points. If they have the placement points, then they'll definitely have the kill points. So I would love to see what happens till the end of Sunday for sure.
Absolutely. Till now, they're the all-rounders, simply put, from the stats that is on our screens. In front of that is going to be brought on the kill leaders from the past 2 days, and in doing so, we do have 2 players coming in from Visits with Vibes right here with 19 kills. Deltax with amazing, as so perfectly mentioned by Varun as well as Ocean, that this team is something to look out for. Varun.
I mean, yeah, this team is definitely something to look out for. Delta has been an absolute monster, and along with that, his teammates, we have heard from them in the past as well. But on the other side, I want to say one thing. I mean, we have Zeus Esports playing in this tournament, and the lads are nowhere to be seen.
Johnny.
Yet.
I thought, like, when you said you want to say one thing, I thought you were going to go for a joke, which I want to say right now. Well, Gyalzin is vibing around the competition, if you know what I mean. I mean, vibes.
Oh, yeah.
just that thing. But yeah, just like you said, like, Zeus, I'll say this again. I've said this before. Wait for Super Weekend.
Exactly. There's no two ways about it. There is no two ways about it. When it comes down to those Mongolian teams, their destructive power is so supreme that it makes it really difficult to stand up to them. But with that, let's move on to the second page of the kill leaders. And in that, we might definitely come across a few... Ooh, okay. Alright, well, moving on, of course, we do have Reaper X coming in from Visits by Vibs as well with 14 kills. Alongside, we do also have Stalwart Esports, but I was hoping that we'd probably even have maybe Godless or somebody over here, but at least they're part of the top 16, so we, again, so perfectly mentioned by Ocean, we'll see what this Super Weekend is going to bring to the table, but Sinister is the dude to talk about right here.
Yeah,
One
definitely.
good day, and he's found himself in the kill leaders list.
I mean, you're talking about the good day. This is where the conversation is, right? Look at everyone's survival time, because if you're surviving, obviously you're getting those kills. Look at his survival time. In fact, at this moment, even 1 minute makes a lot of difference, because we see when the fights start happening, right?
Yeah.
Your 1 minute can take you down from maybe 16th position to like 8th position, and you get like double the no points, or maybe 1 point or something like that. So it just creates a lot of difference, and that's what Sinister just outshined today, because A1 Esports, they survived a lot of bad games, and they survived till the end.
Boy, what amazing 2 league plays this has been. To start week number 1 off, this has been incredible, but to close it all off, we need to bring up the day summary, and that is where, Varun, you come in place, mate.
Yeah, I mean, the day has been an incredible one. We saw a lot of intense action starting from Miramar, where Vibes were able to pick up the chicken dinner for themselves, but DRS, when we started questioning what is going on with the team, they are like, hey, we are still here, we are still going to dominate. That third match of today on Miramar did an incredible job, but Future Station, getting the highest number of knockouts in the second match of the day on Erangel, 14 knockouts. It was quite interesting, but still, it was that game of Erangel where things started for A1 Esports. Now, you don't see them lift up a single chicken dinner in the entire day, but I believe today, if I was to name a team that has done really well for themselves and has been the stars of day number 2 of this league play, it is going to be A1 Esports, and specifically from that team, we were talking about Sinister just now. He was the one who started it all in that second game.
Yeah. True. With that, well, one more team that you would want to talk about, Ocean, before we close our day.
I would say it's just going to be game-changing team, and that's definitely, we've talked about Visits with Vibes for sure.
Yeah.
We talked about DRS, we talked about those teams, but I8 is another that team that just impressed us a lot. I mean, the team was at 16, was kind of struggling up and down. We had their discussion alongside Clarity Bablu. Both of these teams made it up to the next stage, so yeah, it's brilliant.
Now it's up to them. They get 1 day, or rather you guys, viewers, you guys get 1 day off as well from all of this mayhem that's being showcased from these teams. But as soon as that 1 day is over, we're going to be back with the Super Weekend on Friday itself. But until then, do stay awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. Alongside all of it, I do want to say thank you to our sponsors as well. Thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag book up your fun until the Super Weekend comes in. Take care. Bye-bye.